seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculations behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
Gentlemen, standard house rules, no crying, no folding, no feelings.
Oh, okay.
Class is in session and we are not grading on a curve. It's to you. Let's play.
Go fish.
Go fish?
Go fish.
Check the pot.
Poker legend Daniel Negreanu?
The pot. It's boiling over. We got next game in 3 days. Daniel, don't forget to wash your hands, okay? You're bluffing.
Is it working?
So here's the thing. Aggressive play, it's better with a big stack.
All right, guys. No limit hold'em, small blind, big blind, button on Joe. Let's go.
The World Series of Poker Academy. We can get you there. Real life Daniel Negreanu not included.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Say it to the gentleman.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
On.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at, like, literally
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
The 3-time Poker Players Champion Brian Rast walking into day 1 of the 50K. Zhao Samao walking into a 50K PLO final table. And Nick Schulman looks to capture a Poker Players Championship. And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe in Paris here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom, where the final day of that 50K PLO is about to get underway. Hi, everybody. Jeff Platt, David Williams, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And our special guest, the reigning, defending, undisputed World Series of Poker Player of the Year and the 8-time bracelet winner, Sean D. Thanks so much for being here.
Somewhat disputed?
It was extremely
there was some dispute there, yes.
Welcome. But what would be me in poker without a little bit of controversy? You know, I tend to find myself in the muck many ways. So over the years.
True. Still a well-deserved Player of the Year honor.
For sure. And if there are any casual viewers out there who may not know who this is, let's familiarize you with this poker heavyweight. I swear I didn't write that.
Yeah, you didn't write that.
Did not write that. 18 million plus in total live earnings, number 90 on the all-time money list, 8 bracelets, 10 nearly bracelets, 2-time Player of the Year, and the number 1 all-time slow roller. That, I would say, is probably undisputed.
That's undisputed for sure.
Yeah. I've been on the receiving end of one of those in Deuce.
Well, here's the hard thing about slow rolling. You got to have it.
Yeah, I haven't been able to slow roll too much this summer. You know, only 2 cashes. Thankfully, I made them count. You know, a 2nd place and a 5th place finish. But yeah, it's been a lot of tap the table, you got it, and then muck and walk away.
Has there ever been a time when the slow roll has backfired on you?
This is actually my favorite. I'm glad you gave that question because my favorite slow roll. There was a 3-part slow roll.
Yes.
Yes, it was the 10K 08. This was maybe 10 years ago. Matt Glantz has always been a good friend of mine. Not as close as he was now, back then. But we're playing on like day 3 of the tournament. He raises late position. I defend some garbage hand in the big blind. My exact hand was, I think, Queen 9, 7-4 with the 7-4 spade.
Story checks out on the garbage.
Yeah. So, you know, you call some bad hands sometimes in the big blind. Flop comes Jack 10X with 2 spades. I check raise him. He calls. Turns a king. I bet. He raises. I call. River's a spade. I check. He bets. I check raise. He calls. So this is a huge pot in this tournament. And I go.
What did we have at this point?
Flush.
By the way?
Flush.
Yeah. All right. Great.
So I had the second on straight on the turn with a flush redraw. He re-raised the turn, so I knew that he had, you know, ace queen. So I show him the queen 9. Neither of them are spade. I said, nice. I was trying to get you to fold ace queen. So I show the queen 9. He then shows the ace queen, and then I show the 7-4 spades, and then he shows the 8-3 of spades.
Oh, level upon level.
This showdown took about 90 seconds, and it was amazing. Like,
he knew his customer.
I mean, it was so good. Like, to have 4 unique cards, both of us to do multiple slow rolls back and forth.
Pretty good.
So yeah, I don't think that hand could ever be topped.
That's good. 2 days ago, you were heading into day 3 of the 9-game mix 3K buy-in. You had the chip lead.
You were second, I believe.
Somebody was on your heels. I thought we might get a slow roll heads up at the end, but I didn't make it. You got there. You got heads up with the chip lead. We're going to roll some clips to see a little bit of that journey. If you could talk to us about some of these hands, what was going on here. So this hand, who is this? You were eliminating him here?
Nope, I was doubling him up. I do a lot of doubling up the short stacks. I think everyone in the tournament I doubled up at one point.
So it wasn't smooth sailing. You didn't just steamroll them all.
I mean, I won a lot of pots, but when cards were on their back, I didn't win many of them. Yeah.
Was Joey who you expected you would get heads up out of this final table?
Obviously, he came in second in chips. He was the most competent player with chips, but when we were 3 or 4 hand, he got down to like $1 million. I thought I was going to be safe.
Wow.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of interesting runouts, you know. My equity ends up being 0 very frequently in these spots.
Yuli, Thomas Taylor, Kazuhiro, Deeb, and Kuden are final 5.
That's another person besides Sean raking a pot.
Yeah, like, thank God I had such a massive chip lead to afford to double them all up.
Did you feel better when Martin showed up? Did you feel better?
I love my rail. I had an amazing rail between Crazy Mike, Martin Cabrillo. When Texas Mike is here, you know, Team Lucky was there, Tom Hammer, Jason Kluska, but I know him as Tattoo Jason. Like, a lot of random people I'd be flying in for the 50K or other things. This one I started knocking people out, which I thought once I got one skin, I was going to be good. And, you know, this is one of the sad ones where he just had chop equity and got the chop. There was many hands like that in the heads-up match, and with half the games being split pot.
Yeah, I mean, I was sweating at home, but it wasn't being shown, so I was just looking at the chip count updates. I thought you had it locked up. So here, you walk off. Question, did you go back and shake his hand?
No, I didn't. I see a lot of comments on Twitter. My wife's going to be mad I even bring this up. But
well, we brought it up.
Yeah. So listen, you know, me and Joey were very friendly. We've known each other for a long time. We were talking, you know, he was saying he respects me.
Yeah.
And then the final table come, he kept calling me like a villain, saying all this stuff about me that I'm so hated, you know. And then when he got the chip lead, listen, the rails were very loud on both sides, and his adrenaline was pumping, and I know it's a big spot for him. You know, it's his biggest ever tournament score. So I think the moment got the best of him, and he was just being an absolute dick. So I really was hunkered down trying to beat him, and, you know, the cards didn't go my way. But, yeah, he did a lot of things in the last hour or two where I kind of wish it was on camera because I think people would see my walk-off, and it would make a lot more sense. The one in Europe, I regret that one, you know, versus Rec. But Joey, I don't think we need to shake hands. You know, we're battling, we're competing. He made some post-game comments to Joe Kim about, you know, the ego I have and different things. And yeah, so there's gonna be some bad blood between us, and I don't think he's good enough to get heads up with me again. But if he does, he's not gonna win.
For a second, I felt guilty about calling him "What if a private detective was dressed like an olive?" And now I don't feel so bad about it anymore. Yeah.
Look, I'm a competitor too. When I lose, I don't want to shake anyone's hand. So I get it. You know, you're in the heat of the moment. Are you, even though you get second, are you still proud of these second place finishes this year? You have 3.
You know, it's one of those things. Last year I had 3 seconds. I ended up winning 2 bracelets after the 3 seconds. Would love to follow that up, you know, win the 100K PLO again, maybe a 25K in Europe. But yeah, this is pretty brutal, you know. All of them, it's not like any of them I came down. If I'm in that spot, I usually have chips. I think almost all of them I was chip leader at one point. The last 6, you know, heads-up matches I lost. And the funny thing is the 2 I actually won were the 2 I actually thought I was a dog in the match. You know, heads up with Ike in PLO, and then the 25K in Europe, I was heads up with this Brazilian who's way better at no limit hold'em than me. So it's kind of silly, the variance of pokers, the spots where if we get to run it, I'm going to win more frequently than my chip stack. I've lost all 6 of those. And the 2 I was a dog, where actually both of them I started down in chips, I won both of them.
Are there any, like so far of these 3, we'll talk about this year, where you have any second guess, like hands you're second guessing or any things, or you don't do that? You just
I do it a little bit. You know, I try to think of my overall game plan. Was it optimal to win the highest frequency at the time? You know, there's so many other decisions when I play hands at the World Series during day 1, day 2. Can I bust? Can I go play something else? But once you get heads up, you're like, it doesn't matter how long this takes. I need to play every hand perfectly. And, you know, versus Joey, I think I did that. There were many hands where I had the best equity and he just ran it off, but he didn't like play bad in the games. You know, there's a lot of variance. I could be lighter than I was, but when I was top of range, he found a way to escape. And, you know, the bets, we played heads up for 3-4 hours, and there were so few bets in play that he won the last 2 hands, and it was game over.
So no regrets?
Very rarely. My ego wouldn't let me do that.
To cap this off, if you two are at the same table at any point rest of the summer, are there going to be some words excied? You think you'll let your...
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to bite my lip because I'm so quiet.
That's what he does.
John's known to keep quiet.
Yeah. I'm definitely, you know... I really wasn't sure I was ever going to say anything public about it, but you guys kind of made it easy.
Sure.
You know, my wife, I brought it up to her the night of, and she's like, don't put out a tweet. Let me write something with ChatGPT. So Ashley had my back. I was like, listen, I don't want to say anything about it. I don't really want to make this a thing because I think, you know, most people play with me. David, you know, you're the only player out of this panel. But I think I'm very well liked by the community.
For sure.
You know, but the public, a lot of people dislike me for some of the things I've done over the years. And so... she's very worried about my image. I don't care that much about it, but she's the greatest supporter. She's the best battler, and when she gets in ChatGPT, she's pretty vicious. You know, everyone saw what she did to Helmuth last year about Player of the Year.
Sorry, Ashley, for starting.
Yeah, that one's on us. Now, before that second place finish, it was a pretty rough summer.
It's still a rough summer,
like
Jeff.
It's still a rough summer overall. Some would say it's rough because of me. Some would say because of Danhausen. Now, for those of you watching who missed an earlier episode of WSOP Countdown, this might explain a little bit of the struggles. Maybe we cursed him.
All right. This is Schonhausen from Jeffhausen. Curse Schonhausen. Hello, I'm a sideline reporter for World Series of Poker. I'm known in poker for cursing some players. Oh, all right. Well, guess what? Schonhausen, Danhausen has a message for you. You are cursed.
What'd you think when you saw that for the first time?
I mean, I'm very mad. My Father's Day gift for my wife is a Nixon 5 with the Villanova logo.
Oh, nice.
And I couldn't get it delivered in time for the show. So obviously, I saw the Danhausen stuff early in the Knicks run during the Atlanta run. So to be involved in that, obviously I have a soft spot for professional wrestling. Grew up loving it. You know, one of my family friends is actually is very close to getting on WWE. He actually was the guy who got 6th in Beast Games.
Okay.
Nick Mariano's his name. So
long hair guy?
Yeah, the long hair guy.
Wow. Okay.
So his dad and my dad were best friends growing up. His older brother was a year older than me in high school. We were super close. So Nick comes to our 4th of July party, like does backflips, and he's been trying 8 years to get into wrestling, maybe more. And we've been he's such a freak athlete. So
Luck Nick.
when I found out he got on Beast Games, I was so mad because I told my dad I had applied, and and I was like, he's like, watch his son I can't tell. I don't know if he wins it or not, but I think he goes far and he does well. And he played the game amazingly. He was so intelligent. So, shout out to him. It was awesome to sweat along my kids. We watched every episode together. And I try to get on Beast Games every year, and I can't get through.
Who knew that this was going to turn into the Beast Games dissection? Jeff, what is there anything that Sean could do to get you to lift the curse?
Oh no, sorry. I got distracted from a point I want to make. So,
sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Stapes.
No.
Hold that thought. Yeah,
Jeff,
go ahead.
This is the first time I'm going to be nice to you.
Okay.
In a long time.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Oh.
So, Jeff showed up during day 2 pre-money. He comes over, was like, oh, wow, Sean Deeps has chips. Haven't seen this all summer. And I'm in a triple draw pot. I got check raised. It was 1-1. The person bets into me. I look down and find deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. The nuts. So I get a little raise. They call. They draw. They still pay me off on the river. And I said, Jeff, that's thanks to you.
So, Stapes, perhaps we flipped the answer to your question. We flipped the narrative that the uncursing has already begun. Now, if I'm looked at as the good luck guy, this is great for my career, right?
Fantastic. Moving on.
Sean has always kept me relevant in some form. Now, let us get to some poker from last night. We crowned 3 more bracelet winners in the race to give out 100. Joe Stapleton, take it away.
Buckle up, buckaroo, because it's time for the tight laydown. First up, it's Zachary Grunberg winning the first ever 5-card pot limit Omaha bracelet. And if you're wondering what the difference is between 5-card Omaha and Big O, no, you're not alone. Zach gets the bracelet in what I hope was only a beer dumped on his shoulder. No, this isn't a rerun. Yes, that is Calvin Anderson winning his 2nd bracelet in under a week, this time in the 10K horse, denying Josh Aryeh his 7th. Turns out Cal 42688 is the number of bracelets he's going to win. In our hat trick of bracelets is Abhishek Mahatra, who says, give me that in the 3K 6-handed hold'em, and his friends pick him up like a little baby.
So proud.
Step right up. Come on.
I love this man right here. He is the best poker player in the world, and now he has a bracelet to show for it. Yeah!
That bracelet comes to you right now. There it is, your very first. Congratulations. There it is. Share it with these guys.
I actually don't have a pithy rejoinder for that one. It's just pretty cool. On to the 50K PLO High Roller Bubbles. Sean Winter makes a tough but correct double-suited fold against Santos Suvarna, who actually looks like this even when he loses. Eventually, no one would be smiling during this 3-hour bubble, especially when the short stacks would not stop doubling. Especially when Kalyan Chavukula would not stop doubling. First, he flopped a straight against Yunus Barakat, who I'm almost certain knew he didn't have quads. Then he rivers a flush against the very same guy. Jason Kuhn then gets it in with a dominated dangler against Joao Samao.
Who would have guessed? Mine's dust, man.
Did he say dust or did he say deuce? Because somehow his 1 live card is the only relevant one here. I don't know how, but Jason Kuhn manages to cacao through Joao Samao Lamau. Samao, the 50K bubble Santa Claus, then doubles up Richard Grieco. A little bit less Lamau now. And it's another cacao for Ka Kwan Lau as he doubles up through Robert Cow. And this.
What the hell, man? What are you doing? Ace?
Daniel, who would never eat a cow, makes a big lay down for now on this ugly river and continues hanging around. David Benjamin would be the next player to put this field on full tilt. And much like Full Tilt Poker's 2010 balance sheet, that bubble was not real. Richard Grieco then got it in with kings against ace-king. The dangling deuce, wait for it, on the turn isn't good enough to knock him out, but how about dem apples as Yuri Zhivalevsky rivers an ace and bursts Grieco's bubble. And all right, one more post-bubble bust-out bonanza bonus hand. It's kings versus aces pre, but it's heads up to the flop, and the kings have got some outs. More now. The river brings a flush and a stake through the hearts of Barakat and a double up and a fist bump for Count Chavukula. And that was the tight laydown.
That music was so perfect for that bubble. Thank you to our viewers, by the way, for sticking around through those 3 hours of pure torture and hand for hand. Stape said it.
Those are great puns in there. You gotta come on.
Thank you. It's hard to get a compliment out of Sean Deeb.
That's the best part of our show, for me.
We've complimented him enough on that segment.
So, Jeff, you want some praise yourself?
No, I already got some from you. But if you want to throw some out there, I'd happily take some. Abadesh and his friends looking at the bracelet. That was cool. That's what the WSOP is all about. And Stape's 5-card PLO. That's cool too. An inaugural winner of that event.
Yes, I found out this morning it was the first time we ever had 5-card PLO. David, what is the difference between 5-card PLO and Big O?
It's just very simple. 5-card PLO is all high. Big O is high-low split. Half the pot to the high, half the pot to the low.
That explains why I did so poorly in that Big O tournament.
We've got a 50K PLO final table.
4 cards.
4 cards. Yep. Let's take a look at the chip counts heading into this final table. 8 left, Santosh at the rear with just over 1 million chips. Yuri Zhivalevsky, Veselin, Naoya, Vinakat, Carlo, Zhao Simiao, and Robert Cowan, your chip leader with 91 big blinds.
Now, Sean,
for $1.368 million.
Yes.
The WSOP gold bracelet.
Yes, sorry, important note. Sean, you probably battled against some of those guys. Who do you like to win the bracelet?
Robert Cohen has the most experience, has the most chips. He's been playing the high roller PLO circuit for a long time. You know, me and him have battled many places. We played together a couple times this summer. Obviously, Yuri's one of the short stacks, but he can spin it up. But he's, very ICM conscious. And, Vasilin made the final table of the 25K PLO with me in, I believe, 2018 or 2021. One of the years I won it, It's hard to keep track of
all the bracelets.
But,
yeah.
no, I think it was 2021, the more recent one, with Kwakwan Lau. I think there's so many great players. Obviously, 50K buy-in, and the guy who kept doubling up the bubble. I don't know if you guys have seen his poker music video yet.
No.
Oh, Joe's going to like this.
Roll the clip. I don't have a clip.
So, no, you're going to have to ask him
back.
because he made this whole poker video, name drops about 800 poker players. I am not one of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yet another ego bruise for Sean Deeb.
He literally...
You're not rooting for him.
He was really nice, and he actually knocked me out of the 50K PLO. But I'm still rooting for him. He's a super nice guy. So he showed Negreanu. I was the second person he showed. So you guys gonna ask him today to get the clip and play it on tomorrow's countdown if he's willing to publicize it, because it's a pretty catchy tune.
David, who do you like?
I mean, Sean basically took 7 out of 8. But my original pick would be Zhao Simiao. I mean, he is a consistent PLO crusher. He plays all the PLO high roller tournaments. I've played with him a lot. Gives me fits. Fearless. Think he can get it done.
Stapes last as always.
Look, I do like Count Chavukula. He's the music video guy. Yeah, but I'm sticking with my pick from yesterday. Carlo von Ravenswoud.
Nice.
The swashbuckling blimp captain. I'm still riding him high.
Yeah, Ravenswood used to be, I don't know if you know that was a guy who said like 3K, 6K, 08 online.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's one of the best Limit 08 heads-up players. Crushed stars for a long time.
I do remember him.
Yeah.
Okay, so Poker Hall
and
of Fame.
I do have to say, sorry,
Yes.
Zhao Simo, one of my closest friends, that I don't see very often. I totally forgot about him.
Yeah.
I meant to bring him up, so I'm glad I left him for you. But Zhao's gonna be so mad I didn't mention him at all.
So,
he knows I love him. He's one of the best overall poker players. Works so hard. Great family man. And some of the guys who's always smiling, win or lose.
So now he's picked 8 of 8.
I didn't pick Santosh. All right.
Okay.
He's much better in Hold'em than Omaha, but.
Okay, so the public process for nominating new members to the Poker Hall of Fame ended yesterday. Sean, you just turned 40. Do you think you are a first ballot Hall of Famer?
I don't think so.
Wow.
And it's kind of my issue with the Hall of Fame currently. I kind of refuse to promote myself, and basically becomes a popularity contest right now. I think that someone with a large community, I think of someone like Brad Owen, who will get in at some point. If he made a push this year to all his followers and subscribers to nominate him, or Doug Polk did that, they're going to 100% get in. So,
but wait,
I mean, they're going to get in the top 8, but then they're going to take a spot from a deserving player who would have got voted yes, and they may not get voted yes. So that's the big problem I have with this. I think 8 is way too small. I think the public is. There's not enough people submitting. I would love to know the number of total submissions that you guys get, but I have a feeling that someone with a large community can kind of stuff the ballot and really mess with it. So I think that it needs a lot of changes. And yeah, I kind of, it was weird. I really want to get in this year. And then when they changed the rules, I told my wife, I'm like, I'm not going to promote to try to get nominated. And if I don't get nominated, it's, I think, going to show a flaw in the system. I think I deserve it. I think everyone, as the existing members, would have voted me in. But I think the public image of me can work against me in this spot.
I think you will be nominated. And I think one thing, a flaw in what you said, though, is once you get nominated, the voting is by the members of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
No offense to Brad, but the community may get him on the ballot, but I don't see John Hennigan, David Oppenheim, and these guys voting him into the Hall of Fame. Whereas I think you actually have a case here and likely could get voted in if you're nominated, which I think you will be.
I also think it's important to note that there will be some more transparency in the nomination process, and it will not just be the public putting up those 8 nominations.
Oh, it's not just the public.
It's not just the top
okay,
8.
I didn't.
But I think it's important for us to clarify that, and hopefully.
But I also think 8 is too small. I think it should be 20.
Sure.
Because with 8, I think the votes can be split, and more people, like, there's so many people deserving, but I also like to see the competition, and I think just getting nominated for some people is something they can be proud of. You know, Matt Sosbrocky's been nominated 5 times. You know, I don't think he's someone who's going to get in soon, but he's someone who will get in eventually.
We're running late, so I want you to give us 15 to 20 seconds on PH3 and the 1.4 to 1, just because I know people are going to be like, why didn't you ask him about it? Yeah. So just the 15-second version.
So Phil Hellmuth paid me $28,000, and whatever his sons, both Nick and PH3, cash for the main. Myself is a minority owner of the corporation, led by Jason Moe, a.k.a. Kunky Cakes, 1, 2, 3. And I believe Jake Abdallah has a small piece as well. So the 3 of us are fading the Hellmuths, and it's more collecting the free money from the Hellmuths.
Ooh.
And I love those kids. I love their dad, but I can't turn down free money.
And with that, we say thank you very much for joining us. We remind you that tonight it's Ali Najad and Alex Livingston on the call. Another congratulations to Natalie Bodie for winning Miss Nevada. We finally have her picture up. There it is, right there. Are you kidding? We're out of time. That sound means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move in price. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
Sorry, Natalie.
Man.
We're only hurting ourselves by not putting up pictures of Natalie.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculations behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision, and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
Gentlemen, standard house rules, no crying, no folding, no feelings.
Oh, okay.
Class is in session and we are not grading on a curve. It's to you. Let's play.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Check the pot.
Poker legend Daniel Negreanu?
The pot. It's boiling over. We got next game in 3 days. Daniel, don't forget to wash your hands, okay? You're bluffing.
Is it working?
So here's the thing. Aggressive play, it's better with a big stack.
All right, guys. No limit hold'em, small blind, big blind, button on Joe. Let's go.
The World Series of Poker Academy. We can get you there. Real life Daniel Negreanu not included.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall?
Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 57th Annual World Series of Poker, coming to you from the Horseshoe and our beautiful new home in the Paris Ballroom. Our Pot Limit Omaha coverage continues with final table coverage of the 50K High Roller, the best in the world assembled to battle it out in the 4-card streets. And now 5 players remain with a shot at the title, a shot at more than $1.3 million, and a shot at the most prestigious prize in the game, and that, of course, would be that World Series of Poker bracelet. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for being here. Our final 5 guaranteed about $325,000, a 120K pay jump from 5th to 4th. Let's meet that final 5, shall we? Let's start with Santosh, one of the best smiles in the game, the now 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner after winning the 50K No Limit just a couple weeks ago. Callie, I actually do have a question for you. You aren't having any fun, are you, this tournament? This guy just has a smile on his face, almost more than Santosh, which we thought was just about impossible. Best of luck rest of the way.
No pressure on me. They are the bracelet holders. Pressure is on me.
No pressure. That's a great outlook to have. Carlo, no pressure, right? As the PLO specialist, the online legend, he looks for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. To his left, the man that won this event in 2022, Rob Cowan, also won the PLO 3K 6 Max in 2021. He is seated next to a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, a man looking for his third 7-figure score just within the last 6 months. Okay, I chatted with the Brazilian media about a perfect Portuguese pronunciation for João Simão. I'll take it. He said perfect, I'll take it, even if he didn't mean it. Now, before I send it to you guys in the booth, I wish you all the best of luck, and I tell Sal to please shuffle up and deal. Here we go.
Go, boys.
Why flag showing United? Huh?
Thanks so much, Jeff, and a warm welcome to those of you who may be scratching your temples and going, I thought there were 8 at this final table when we wrapped things up yesterday. Indeed, there were. 3 have already fallen. We will bring you an eliminations package as we do pick up the coverage with 5 remaining. By we, I mean yours truly, Ali Najad, and 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Alex Livingston. Blinds 100 and 150 with 150K big blind ante. That means 400,000 an orbit, or 80K on average per hand is the current price of poker. And Suvarna with Ace-Jack 8-5 contemplates whether or not to elevate that price from the button, ultimately settling on a fold and allowing Chavukala and Van Ravenswood to take us to our first flop, Alex.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to see that Callie and Chavukala was not one of those 3 that got eliminated last night, as it's just been fun to watch him in this event, as he's been a new face to me, and he's played his own style. He's had a lot of animation and energy, and glad to see he's still part of the show.
Well, he has had some run good as well, it must be said, in part helping to propel him into this 5th place finish, where he is guaranteed $325,000. Uneventful post-flop procedures here. Did Queen High just win it?
No, he made queens, Ali. Queens and aces.
It's you know what?
Get that Celsius in you.
Hang tight.
Ali has just procured a can of Celsius. I've already downed about half of the can, and he's about to take his first sip, so hopefully he'll catch up to speed soon. Just a quick note, this blind level 100, 150, so we do see the Queen 5, 4, 3 single suited coming in for a limp, and you're just going to play almost every hand out of the small blind when you're only calling an extra 50K. You balance that by limping some of your strongest hands, looking to limp re-raise.
And you're certainly going to be playing aces, especially with a suit, which is precisely what the Brazilian João Simão has been given. Plays it as the limp.
So he's playing it coy. He's balancing what will be a limping range that will include a lot of hands like Queen, Jack, Jack 7, those sorts of things. Maybe Ace 7, 5, 4 with a nut suit. Throw some aces in there too so your opponents can't raise you all willy-nilly.
Well, those opponents are the small and the big blind on this occasion, both of whom have flop spade draws advantage Van Ravenswood in that department. Note that Cowan has 10s and 6s to go with the inferior flush draw. And with the action check to him, he will speak up. We don't love this board texture with ace, ace, 8, 4, Alex.
I think we may just be out if we're Simão here. First of all, we're not in a heads-up position, so Van Ravenswood can always come in for a check raise, and you do see Simão making that fold despite having position. So, you know, if you're going to limp aces, you need to know how to navigate them post-flop, and just a gut shot on a flush draw board not going to be enough. And I would expect if Van Ravenswood were to continue, it would be in the form of a bluff raise, but the fold is most prudent with the non-nut flush draw and just the single 8.
An 8 that was obviously useful if he did want to come with that bluff raise.
Yeah, it wouldn't be completely unreasonable, but you have to remember also that the betting range is just going to be a little bit stronger 3-ways on such a coordinated board, so he's going to pick a better spot.
So Sean Deeb's pick to win that bracelet right there. Hauls one in, the 40-year-old from Welsh who went to Swansea University where he studied psychology, no doubt useful in terms of being a professional poker player. Also into wellness and self-improvement, as so many of the most successful high rollers are nowadays. 79 cashes at the World Series of Poker across 12 final tables for Cowan. 2 bracelets as he hunts number 3.
And he's won this very event, Ali, the 50K back in 2022, I believe it was. So that would be quite the feat to win this one 2 times, as it is, of course, always a very tough field, a very prestigious event.
And a testament to the fact that he is indeed a PLO crusher. Here he is, crushing Samao's king high and 5 high clubs on a queen jack jack board with a gutter and a queen. Faces 175 though from Joao.
Just a cheap stab here from Samao. He's got the 5 high clubs and just the king high.
Calls 175.
Stab that's not going to get through as a 10 rolls off and gives Samao the flush. Cowan with outs to a boat.
And expect Samao will be very comfortable just checking this one back. He's got a weak flush. Also note that in PLO, your flushes are not vulnerable to a 4th club appearing. Your opponent needs to use 2 cards from their hand, so his hand is in no need of protection, and it would be too thin to pursue value at this juncture.
So the check back, bringing an ace to the river. Really poor board development for Cowan.
Cowan has the type of hand that, if faced with a bet, could consider bluff raising sometimes, blocking full houses. But I don't know that Samao's going to go for this thin value, but it looks like he will. And let's see if Cowan ever considers this option. Just lets it go.
Not even the faintest hint of consideration there, as he is snacked on early here by a 3-time bracelet winner in Joao Samao. One of those bracelets procured in December down in Paradise for a really tidy haul. Healthy 7-figure sum down there in the 150K, 3 million plus. Meanwhile, Naoya Kihara, who was a part of this particular table earlier, was involved in a pot that ultimately was the undoing of Veselin Karakatukov, the Bulgarian. Out in 8th, he would take home $152,000. And on the topic of things that should be taken perhaps a little Dramamine for our camera operator there, Kihara dislodged himself in 7th, $189,000. I'm getting vertigo out there. I mean, do we not have image stabilization technology? What do we get this camera off eBay?
We're just doing this stuff in the first 20 minutes now, Ali.
Yeah, no, it's early. The Celsius kicked in.
Yeah.
Kicked out, though, was Zivalevsky, $244,000, as he left Samao to be the lone flag bearer for Brazil. 6th place finish for him, taking things in stride as he always does. Such a class act.
Such a great player in all the games. You see him giving a fist bump on his way out the door, and like you mentioned, a class act. Really just one of those people there's nothing bad to say about is Yuri.
Genuinely not. His departure, by the way, giving the remaining 5 players an $81,000 pay jump. And now the on-tap ladder between 5th and 4th is $120K as we return to live coverage here where Chavukala looks up at 7-5 deuce. Just a pair of 5s for him here in the big after he defended against the Cowan Open. Quick check back from Rob. 3rd diamond rolls off.
Neither player with a diamond in hand, so we'll see if anyone decides to bluff at this pot at any juncture. First one to sniff at it will probably take it down.
Bet 225.
You know, I've heard sneeze at it, but sniff at it is new, I confess.
Well, breathe, sniff, sneeze, blow.
Okay, sure. Well,
just, well.
I don't, that's, you know, you're coming in on me for early shenanigans. I mean, the sun is still out.
There's a list of words I can't use around Ali, and it's
1,000%.
There's about 40 of them.
Yeah. Cowan, by the way, has such an amazing opportunity before him here to pull off that repeat bracelet.
That's his card.
Huge chip stack.
He looks like he's all business today, doesn't he, Ali?
When doesn't he, though, if we're being honest, right? Especially when it comes to these big buy-in PLO events.
Well, maybe at the Tiki Bar a few years ago when I had a couple drinks with him, maybe he was not all business.
Did you guys have some Dole Whip down there at the Tiki Bar? Is this the one that I'm thinking up on Spring Mountain?
Yeah, the one in Spring Mountain, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Rob's a great guy.
But you get a few tequilas in them.
No, we had a couple beers. We had a good time. There were so many poker players there that night. It was wild.
Really?
I went with 3 or 4 and ran into another 20 or 25.
Well, running into the nut straight is Cowan here. Under the gun. Checking back, by the way, looking to lure Van Ravenswood perhaps into some storytelling on a board such as this. The check back very much looks like a man who hasn't hit the board at all.
It's a bit unconventional for sure. I think the idea is because he has such a weak 8-5, he's not going to have the nuts across a lot of runouts, so he's just protecting his check back range with one of those weaker combos. And he's getting very sneaky, checking it twice. Looking to get value on the end, but he's probably not going to be able to get value on this card.
Check.
He's in a funny position because I don't know that he wants to show down that he's checked back flop and turn with the 8-5 here. So we may see him go for what on the surface is a bit of a thin value bet because you open yourself against a player as talented as Van Ravenswood. The problem is you open yourself up to getting check raised. But I think there's one thing going through his mind, which he doesn't want to give the information away that he checked this hand on the flop. And of course, he can definitely still get called by worse. You just have to worry that you will face check raise here some of the time, and you don't have a particularly compelling combo to make a bet call.
Yeah, CVR doesn't take the bait, though, despite having rivered that 10. Puts it into the bin and puts Robert further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, an unconventional line from Cowan, and he is known for mixing up his play. Something to keep an eye on.
The bust outs that are the product of the mixologists out there are generally the ones that come with a lot of speaking to oneself as you're walking away from the table. A little speaking on the button here from Kalyan Chivukala. Really was the epicenter of excitement during most of the coverage yesterday.
He looked like he might be the bubble boy. He had to call all in on the turn. He was 48%. Got there. There was quite a celebration. He was, Yunus Barakat was really at the receiving end of many of Chivukala's beats.
I mean, if Barakat hasn't custom ordered a Chivukala voodoo doll by now,
You know, it started off small. There was one where they hugged after the hand, and by the end, Barakat was just sort of shaking his head as if to say, what is happening?
Yeah.
Although, I must say, he took it in stride.
He did. By the way, no further strides made on the flop as the monotone King 7-6 brought 2 checks. Second 6 on the turn now. Cowan with the King 10 versus Ace King. Chivukala has a little gutter. Now,
though there must have been a bet on the
by the way.
There must have been a bet on the flop, though,
for the
Ali,
pot to be
because
the
the
size,
pot
yeah.
at 1.5. Forgive us.
Yeah, the intel I have here, looking up at our screens, not tracking with what we're observing, so apologies as attention was elsewhere. But also I suggested King 10 was what Cowan was playing. In fact, it was Kings and 7s, which were always best, and then now 7's full on the river as he brings 1.175 and
Disciplined fold from Chivukala. I mean, you're just going to get there with so many better hands. And it looks like it was indeed Chivukala who c-bet that flop. So Cowan has to call the flop with something. And Ace King is not going to beat many of those somethings on that run out.
There was a point during yesterday's coverage where Santosh also was donning orange. Chivukala was rocking this same good luck hoodie, or non-hoodie. And the Formula One fan in me began to imagine the two of them as minority owners of the McLaren F1 team, just because it famously orange is their jam.
I like it. Matthias Eibinger always known for wearing orange.
That's right.
At
The poker
big
code
moments.
hoodie.
Yeah.
Kind of a Tiger Woods-esque, I think, like, you know, day twos
You
or
have your
something is when
color.
he breaks it out.
I like it.
Meanwhile, Cowan not breaking out with 3 aces, despite having a suit and a Broadway side card. You surprised by the choice?
You could definitely play that one either way. It's going to be very functioning, very dependent on the stack to pot ratio you set up. So in this case, with Van Ravenswood limping, he could have made it 600 out of the small, and let's say it went heads up, there would have been 1.5 in there. I think it would have been a fine play with the suit and the Broadway card, but also fine to play it as a call.
So the 5-4 deuce allowed to roll off free of charge. Samau in the big with the open-ender and a pair. Summons 250.
Kind of a funny one for Cowan because he has 3 blockers to the wheel, but of course, with Samau checking his option in the big, plenty of 6-3 combos looming as well.
Joao having a blast out there. Why wouldn't he? Yet another shot at a bracelet would be number 4 for him. And if you want a shot at a bracelet, or at least a seat in the main event for a shot at a bracelet, scan that QR code right there and get yourself involved in our WSOP subscriber giveaway. It all starts by clicking subscribe. Click like while you're at it. And then, fill out some paperwork to go through the formalities.
Tax forms.
Yeah. DNA swab. Mother's maiden. Last 4 of your social. What?
Last 3 on your credit card.
Yeah. CVV.
Let us have a little fun in the booth. But, we are monitoring YouTube chat as well, so let us know where you're tuning in from. Maybe who you're rooting for, who you think is going to win this one. Feels like anybody's game as Suvarna, eyeing up his options, would expect a call. Note that Suvarna quite short now with just 1.8 behind.
Yeah, that Jack 10, 9-8 is tantalizing, but on a 6-4 deuce board, not quite as attractive as he was hoping it would be. Granted, he does have the Jack high clubs.
He has the clubs, and it strikes me as maybe just not quite enough of a hand to go for a stop and go. Sometimes in spots like this, let's say he had a gut shot to go with those clubs, he might just elect to open pot it. It looks like he's actually considering it, as I don't believe he's checked over yet. And it would work, as Van Ravenswood cannot continue with just ace-king high. But typically you'd want to have a little bit more equity to go for that stop-and-go play, as if you're up against a better club draw, you're almost out the door with the Jack 10, 9-8. Now, once it does go check-check, this will open the door for Suvarna to potentially take the pot away on a lot of turns. Looks like a reasonable one to me.
Yeah, 4-liner out there, any 3X that pairs the board would be giving him the 6-high straight, 3-7.
Yeah, and if you think about the range composition, this board texture is going to be more favorable to a big blind defending range than it will be to a cutoff opening range. Suvarna is somebody who will pounce on perceived weakness, and he looks ready to do so.
So nice choice there, as you see Santosh's rail sending support his way.
And what a feat this would be, by the way, Ali, as Santosh has already picked up a bracelet in the 50K no limit. If he were to complete the double in the no limit and PLO, that would be historic.
Yeah.
Gut shot.
Here's a look at him. 3 World Series of Poker bracelets, $22.7 million in career live earnings, and countless millions exchanged in the cash game streets, including this summer.
He's, in my books, the most improved high-stakes poker player in the last 3 years.
I don't think anybody can argue that, Alex. Genuinely has put in the work. It shows.
And just such a good guy, too. Impossible to root against Santosh.
Yeah.
Down 3. Sounds good. Easy, making it easy for you. Check.
Ace Jack 9 here as he and or Shavukula rather, and Cowan are involved. No betting. Brings the queen. Now backdoor diamonds for both parties.
In a sneaky instant check, he's got the second nut straight with the diamonds.
Check.
Board pairing Jack is unpleasant, as is having to navigate against the boss man.
Yeah, what happened?
You were waiting for it.
Of course, he'll bet the river some time. He's supposed to.
He talked me into checking.
Chavukula has done something across both days, Ali, which I've noticed, where he checks quickly with very strong hands. It's a bit deceptive, and I think it's kind of a cool play.
But I will tell you this, if you're noticing it, perhaps others out there, including Cowan, are lending to the restraint being shown in that particular spot. As we show you fifth place prize money right now. A good chunk of that 5.2 million plus cobbled together across 110 entries as we barrel toward a champ in this 50K. Who will it be? I wouldn't get out in front of your skis if I was a chip leader. Just given the nature of pot limit Omaha, super swingy.
Oh, yeah.
Just ask Eunice Barakat.
Yeah, what a roller coaster he was on. He was having so much fun on the bubble, and then Chavukala was really his kryptonite.
Yep. Great way to describe him.
Shout out to all our viewers tuning in. Nice to see a Nova Scotia representation in the chat. We've got Arizona, North Carolina, Philly, Vermont. Seems like a very North American crowd for now.
You know, I do want to explore this seemingly disproportionate amount of Nova Scotian participation in the chat. Now, sure, there's a chance that every member of your family is tuned in, excited to hear you in the booth.
Well,
but then there's also a chance that some people are pandering.
They
and
could
laying claim to Nova Scotian geography.
Well, there's some names in there I recognize. My friend Colin McPhee, Callum Dunphy, a couple of the boys.
Yeah.
Also some that I don't. You think there's some pandering happening? Why are we not seeing people tuning in from
just
Las
from
Vegas, Nevada, or the Bay Area?
Oh, they're out there.
Or your native country?
Fear not. The country has a name.
Of Iran?
Yeah, I'm in the jersey right now. They were in action today.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. But don't tell me because I got it on DVR.
Okay.
I should have watched it live. Suvarna.
To be fair, I don't follow the World Cup very closely, so I didn't even know they were in the mix.
Canada's in the mix.
I knew that.
Yeah.
And I hear that Canada's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a cream puff in game one. They came alive, but anyway. We focus on the poker and the double-suited 550.
Couple premiums here.
Suvarna, yeah, the coverage in diamonds belonging to Santosh here. Somehow keen to defend. Looks up at 10-10-4. Not exactly what he had in mind.
No, and in theory, you often do a bit of mixing with your overpairs in spots like this on paired boards. Suvarna can either go for a small bet here or just a check back. The 10 is a little concerning. It's definitely a card that's going to hit some mouse flatting range out of the big somewhat often. Basically, if you bet your overpairs every time in this situation, you're going to be overdoing it. But if you never bet them, you're going to be underdoing it. This is what makes poker so tough sometimes, is that the theoretical answer is to do a little bit of everything.
Balance, such a key part of a healthy diet when it comes to procedures in these tournaments, especially given the pattern recognition aptitude that players have. But how about this river here for Suvarna? Case Lady, which actually gives Samau perhaps adequate cause to get a little curious in the face of a barrel after Suvarna failed to deliver one on both flop and turn.
Well, let's see what size Suvarna comes with here.
This is half pot territory.
So for value, he's representing basically rivered queens full, which he has, kings, aces, maybe some ace queen. And then he could definitely bluff with some unpaired hands, but Samau might wonder if those hands would often bet an earlier street. Still, the queen may just be too compelling for him here. All three options in play, by the way. It's not inconceivable he could go for a check raise, but does just lay it down.
Just electing to use his chips in more favorable situations. And note the decision. Correct, as per usual.
Yeah, quite a quick fold from Samau there. He seems dialed.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Sir, you wanted water, right? Sir, you wanted water?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, water?
Yeah, give me a second. Okay?
Calls 150.
Thank you.
Calls 150.
Hydration break. Apparently not just for the World Cup, but also for the FT.
No. And is this a bomb pot, Ali?
Yeah, look at this. 150 ahead.
Family. Suvarna looks at least tempted to kick it upstairs with this
Yeah.
hand, but no nuts suit. We're going to see the very rare 5-way limped pot at this final table.
Yeah. 900K. Don't expect a whole lot of this. As it comes ace 10-9. Suvarna with aces up and the two-way straight draw. Heaps of hand for him. Chavukala with the jacks, which are blockers.
Open-ender.
And the open-ender, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if either Chavukala or Van Ravenswood feels compelled to continue here, as both have hands that would be quite reasonable in heads-up or three-way pots. They become a little bit more precarious in this 5-way affair.
10 seconds.
4.
Good fold there, I like it. And discipline also from Van Ravenswood. So this just shows you the difference between a three-way pot and a 5-way pot. When somebody bets into 4 opponents, they're going to have a much stronger range. And if you have non-nut equity, it's a little bit more difficult to proceed.
Yeah, you better be ready to fold 2 pair if you're going to play Pot Limit Omaha, especially bottom 2 on boards such as that, or you're going to lose yourself a lot of chips. Meanwhile, we lose ourselves in the dulcet tones of Jeff Platt, who gives us a walkthrough of the PPC Day 1 action taking place elsewhere.
One tournament here at the World Series of Poker comes with an added prize. So it's not just a World Series of Poker bracelet. It's not just a first place prize that's going to be in the 7-figure range, but it is also the Chip Reese Memorial Trophy delivered to the winner of this tournament, a 9-game mix, a $50,000 buy-in. This is the Poker Players Championship.
Certainly one of the marquee events any given summer. All the best and brightest in poker love to challenge themselves. That is a crown that comes with plenty of respect and plenty of cash as well, as one would imagine. Mizrachi taking it down along with the main event last year, a feat that I don't think we'll ever see again, Alex.
Well, and has he not won 4 PPCs?
Yeah, more than anyone else. Rast has 3 of them.
I got to say that I think the move to induct him in the hall right away after he won the main was absolutely the right decision.
Warranted, without question.
Because not only does he have 4 PPC wins in a main event win, he also has a second main event final table.
Yeah.
So he's basically just, when the stage is brightest, he has shined the most. That was not my best delivery.
That's okay, though.
You know,
it's baby steps.
I'm going to retreat back to my role here as an analysis of the hand.
Samau here with king high hearts and the 10 goes to work. Chavukala with the queens and queen high hearts.
Really awkward for all 3 because Van Ravenswood has naked top 2 pair, and he may feel that this is just enough hand to go ahead and raise all in, but it's a little bit ugly, isn't it?
On his mind, without question.
Yeah, he goes for it.
We do see him activating, pot announced. Risky business.
It's such a weird hand because all 3 players have kind of uncomfortable hands. I think Samau is going to feel like he just has too much hand here and is going to have to put it in as well. His concern is that one of his opponents could have the nut flush draw, the other one could have a better made hand.
That going is 3.925. 3.9.
For instance, if Chavukala somehow has the nut flush draw and Van Ravenswood has a set, Samau's hand is near dead. But he's already committed 650. Chavukala only 2.3 million behind. May feel that Chavukala will have to fold a lot of things if he puts it in here.
Players all in.
Yeah, he does go with it. And now I think Chavukala needs to get away because his queen high hearts are almost never going to be good.
How much did we go all in for? Like 4 million. Right?
The first all in was 3.925 million.
He has a hand that would never fold in a heads-up situation on this board after putting in 650. But given it's 3 ways, yes, good recognition of the situation.
You know, I was scared when he said, how do I fold this hand, that maybe he was going to get himself in some trouble here. But instead he steps aside and potentially secures a pay ladder if Samau can maintain this 2% advantage in equity.
And it's a dead flip, Ali.
Jacks.
Very good.
Plus 10s and 4s. All come together to create issues for Samau, who's on the hunt for a heart or a king. Sixes would do the trick as well.
How about a queen now?
The ace offering up Broadway. 17 total outs. Quite a few of them grade.
King.
And the king still manages to find its way to the board. And with that, CVR falls in fifth. 325K going his way, but the extra 120 that goes to the remaining four is obviously what they've got on their mind, more so than empathy.
And I really enjoyed watching Van Ravenswood play. He played very technically sound poker throughout.
Would you have won? You know, I'm a big aviation buff. As I hear myself saying CVR, I just think cockpit voice recorder.
Never heard the term in my life.
Really?
You are an aviation buff, aren't you?
Big time. I got to finish getting my pilot's license.
Did you start?
That might be making some out there nervous. Just relax. I'm not that kind. You know, I want to learn to land as well, is what I'm saying.
I should hope so, Ali. It took a twisted turn.
You know, expect the unexpected.
I always do. In fact, you might say it's the expected.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
The unexpected would be for you to maintain a level of civility and decorum throughout the show.
No, I'm not here for that.
No, nor should you be, by the way.
Somehow under the gun here for the 4-card rundown with spades.
I look forward to when our tangents get even more significant to the point that we have to employ the block hammer as we did last night.
Oh, yeah, the band hammer was a wonderful exercise that...
really enjoyed you working with that power that I'm not sure how you got, but I'm glad you did.
Some enjoyment here for both parties on this particular flop. Note the wrap for Cowan, and then for Samau, top two to go with an open-ender.
Yeah, big flop for both here. Cowan, I expect, will just play this as a call because he doesn't have a heart in hand, so you don't want to start bloating the pot, especially this deep out of position. When you start building pots out of position, you want to have a lot of turns and rivers you can barrel on.
Well, look at this turn. Both players make the 10 high straight, but they do so at the same time that the third heart arrives.
And it feels to me this will just freeze the action as both players will be fearful of flushes and happy to play a bit of pot control.
And sure enough, control is the order of the day.
Now I would say that one or the other player will go for a value bet and the other will call. It feels like when check two, perhaps Samau feels that with the heart in hand, he could go for value here with the 10 high straight.
Speaking of one or the other, my man back here on the rail looks like he's trying to keep both prospects in play. However, you know, I've been down this road. You got to at some point commit.
You got to pick.
You got to pick, my man. By the way, for all I know, that could be a spouse or a girlfriend, you know. And also, you know, good to get that investigative work done early.
Okay, just check here. So Samau not feeling like he wants to go for value here, where Cowan will still retain some flushes.
Alex, he's got the phone out. This looks like an early solicitation for a number potentially on the horizon from this gentleman in the khaki short sleeve.
Maybe these are just friends of his and he knows them both, or one of them's his partner.
I'm not getting that vibe.
No?
No.
You think this is just a rail pickup attempt?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's keep our eyes on that. Perhaps we can get a field reporter on the scene.
Platt, what are you doing, man?
Where's
Get
Platt?
down there. You know, but by the way, you got to be discreet. You got to pull him aside and be like, hey, man, what's the story here?
Wait, we're dead button, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dead button, small, big guy.
One more hand.
Shout out Ginger in the booth, one of the better dealers at the WSOP.
I thought we call him Red.
Why did I think I think it's Ginger.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing. But
yeah. Name tag says Ginger. He's still working. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying, man, it's got that vibe back there. You know.
All right, let's keep our eyes on that.
Yeah.
Hopefully our production team will keep us sort of in that general area code when we need to go there.
I mean, I get it. 50K bracelet, that's, you know, but also, you know, there's other storylines developing. Including blind versus blind action in a limp pot. 10-8-5 monotone as we see the set for Cowan. Open-ender for Samau.
These sets on monotone boards are always very interesting because on the one hand, you feel like you have a hand that maybe wants to play pot control, but on the other hand, denying equity to straight draws is actually quite useful. Note that in Hold'em, you also think about denying equity to flush draws, not a thing in PLO where you need to use 2 cards. However, once you face aggression, certainly calling is the preferred play.
Will Samau lean once more?
He's got a reasonable hand to just go crazy here, Ali.
It's the 2 9s in particular?
It's the 2 9s blocking straights, which could bluff catch, and it's the spade. Now, he'd rather have a bigger spade.
Sure. And now he picks up the 7 to give him the jack-high straight and place him in front of this set.
And let's see if he goes for value this time. We noticed that he checked back a straight. This one's been a little bit different. He would expect Cowan to value bet some flushes in this situation. He does have a spade in hand. He can also get called by 9 high straights, although he has 2 9s in his hand. So this time he does go for value.
No further interest from Cowan as the board development was poor. See, oh, a lean in, my friend. And here's the thing, right? Like, so far, I've never seen him square up toward the table. He's just been 90 degrees toward the 2 prospects. You know.
He seems to have his attention more focused on the one in the foreground.
Okay.
The one without the hat.
Ponytail?
Yeah.
Was there? I think there's a ponytail situation.
Maybe they both have ponytails. I'm not sure.
Well, she's in the one's in the New York hat, the pink number. What do we have here? A gold number, the David Chip Brees Trophy. That's the one that goes to your PPC winners. Originally won back in 2006 at the inception of this event. And boy, you saw the multiple Michael Mizrakis etched into history.
Off memory, Mizraki's won 4, Rast has won 3.
There's another 3-timer.
Jungle Man has won 2.
It's 2 for Jungle.
2 for Jungle.
Okay.
And I believe that's it for multiple time winners. I apologize if I'm forgetting anybody. Note that the format of this event, as you see Negreanu, recent PPC winner, the format has changed a little bit throughout the years. There was a time when it was played as Hold'em at the final table.
I remember that. No limit.
There was also a time when the event was just horse. That was when David Bach won it. It's included Badoogie at times. It currently is just 9 game, so no Badoogie.
Speak his name and he shall enter the screen. There is Jungle. Verified 2-time PPC winner. By the way, that shirt on Daniel, was that a Grand Theft Auto 6 kind of free with Founders Edition purchase or something? There's your 3-time winner, Rast. He's not going to miss it. And CVR right there?
Oh, yeah.
To his left? Boy, he didn't waste any time hopping in.
Straight into the mix.
Yeah.
Rast, in my books, one of the absolute best of all time. I'm sure you would agree. There's a chance.
4-time bracelet winner, but not among those who have hauled in the PPC.
Yeah, Chance is somebody who's been working on his mixed games lately. Chris Vitch and I hosted a mixed game seminar shortly before the series, online, virtual, and Chance was one of the attendees.
Nice. Isildur, a bit undercover there behind the lenses. The Swede has been on an absolute online tear at last check.
How about
There's
Siever?
Scott Siever. Yeah, he's been tearing up the Twitter streets, by the way, as he always does. A great follow is Scott.
Destined for the Hall. Will it be this year, or will he have to wait another year?
Yeah. By the way, the lid to the left there, United States with Israel, what could go wrong there?
No comment.
Nothing polarizing.
No comment, Ollie.
Yeah, but I'm just, of all the hats to wear, you're going to get some guy that, maybe that's the idea. I don't know.
Yeah.
I try to keep things a little bit.
I really like working here with you, so if things get political,
but I don't do that.
I'm just gonna,
I'm not, I'm just pointing out that maybe those sorts of choices are the ones that tend to trigger some dude, and then all of a sudden you get, and you could end up on the wrong end of it. Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
he wants to trigger people.
It could be. You never know.
Strategic, perhaps.
Meanwhile, the strategy has largely seemed to be limp your way to flops here at this now 4-handed FT, and that seems to be continuing here, including by the queens of Cowan on the button, which turn into middle set on a 2-diamond flop where no one has the flush draw. Broadway gutter for Suvarna.
So another bomb pot here.
Yeah. Top pair, top kick for Chavukala. 3 knuckles in front of us.
Let's just make it bomb pots the rest of the way. That'd be kind of fun.
You know, the double board.
Oh, that's a fun
pot
one. Yeah.
I really like, because people, they put themselves on the butcher block quite a bit.
I feel like the same guy has won that tournament multiple times. I could be wrong on that.
So, Cowan's bet predictably clearing the field there.
So you would have to say, based on the stack sizes and the PLO acumen, the favorites, the 2 men on the right, as they hold almost all of the chips in play. But it's Santosh who won the 50K no limit earlier, perhaps has all the momentum. And could Chavukala be a surprise in this one? I believe he satellited in is what I heard.
Forgive me, but story does somewhat check out. Queen, queen, 10-4.
CEO
checks
of a tech company, I believe.
That's right. Which suggests also, by the way, all due respect, I've got 50 that I can throw at this, you know, CEO.
Those satellites are fun. I dusted 3 shells in the 5K Sati into the PPC.
More fun for the people at your table than for you, it would seem.
Yeah, but, you know, 52 entries for a 5K into the PPC, not bad.
No, not at all.
I'll be jumping in that one tomorrow.
So that's a max late reg, top of day 2?
Not a max, actually. So I'm going to come in start of day tomorrow, and I believe you can get in for 3 levels into the day or something like that. So still a bit of chips to work with.
Well, there were no bets in front of Samau, so he decided with these 5s and a wheel gutter to make
just
a little bit of noise.
And a naked overpair for Chavukala. So I think he's just going to let this one go. It's just very difficult to know which turns and rivers are good for you. He does have a little bit of backdoor equity. Okay, I stand corrected. He makes the call, and we can see that he has the best hand as it stands, but that 3 ways, Samau actually has the most equity. One of those scenarios that happens often in PLO. And Cowan, you know, he's got top pair. He would really love to have some type of backdoor flush draw, but he may feel the price just too good here for $375. The 7 is what I would describe as a dirty out because it would complete a straight.
Yep.
Oh, he goes for a bluff
I'll tell you
raise.
what, when in doubt, perhaps seek clarity and focus. Obviously, risky business from Cowan, but he's got the chips to make these sorts of moves, and Samau in particular can be victimized by Cowan in these spots.
And he chose, by the way, a very intentional sizing, because the idea here is if Samau were to call, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if it went Samau call, Chavukala all in, now Cowan could back raise as it would reopen the action, and Samau would be forced to fold a lot of hands. But Samau taking matters into his own hands here, Ali.
This is a couple of alphas, by the way.
This is a really cool find. Samau believes that Cowan is trying to isolate against Chavukala's short stack, thinks that he has enough equity to get it in against Chavukala, but can't handle the heat. The 5 is such a useful blocker, blocking 9s and 5s, blocking a set of 5s.
Cowan concedes, and look at Joao. That's a man who knows that he got away with a little something there, but credit to him. You just don't anticipate those sorts of responses from a hand as lean as the one that Joao was sporting, but that was a man aware of the dynamics and playing back at Cowan.
He just knows that Cowan is willing to take aggressive lines like that, and I think it's Chavukala's remaining stack that really set the stage for both of those men to try to kind of receive more of the pot share than their hand was actually worth, in theory.
Well, a win here going to be worth nearly $1.4 million, and obviously a tremendous amount of praise from within the 4-card community.
One of my favorite hands so far, actually, that one.
Yeah. And it kind of informs you as to what may be in store for those who ride with us to a winner in this 50K. Top shelf will be the procedures. 4th place worth $445,000. Aforementioned hop of 120 was secured, and now the next one is $183K. If you can slide into the podium, $628,000 and a tickle will be your payday there.
And 1.37 up top, along with the gold bracelet, the prestige, everything that comes with it. Again, we've got 2 players going for different forms of the double. Cowan trying to win this event for the 2nd time, and Santos trying to win his 2nd 50K of this WSOP. Samau, meanwhile, has been on one of the biggest tears in live tournament poker in general. He's been playing Tritons. He's been playing here at the WSOP. He's been playing at the Poker Go studio. Anytime there's a buy-in of $10,000 or more in Pot Limit Omaha or No Limit Hold'em, you can pretty much anticipate Samau will be there competing.
Well, Suvarna, the man who's there courtesy of this 10 on the turn with the nuts. Not really anything on the opposition stovetops for him to get paid, so a couple of mucks will send the pot his direction as we send you down to Jeff Platt for a report on the PLY.
Well, this 50K Poker Players Championship should have plenty of implications on the overall World Series of Poker Player of the Year race as we take a look at those standings. In that 20 to 11 range, just expecting a couple players, Benny Glaser, perhaps Marco Johnson. Then when we get into the top 10, oh yeah, they'll be in the mix. Calvin Anderson coming off that 10K Raz and 10K Horse Championship, hasn't busted a tournament in about a week. We expect to see Yuri coming off that final table appearance in this PLO, expecting to see Josh Arya, Naoya Kahara already in the mix, Sean Deeb already in the mix. Shulman and Foxen will definitely be in the mix. Now, this event might award more than 900 points to the winner. So like I said at the beginning, massive Player of the Year implications, guys.
And look at those prizes for the Player of the Year this year, Ali. This is unprecedented, as $300,000 packages awarded to the top 3 finishers.
It's interesting because in the past, Player of the Year hasn't really included these sorts of incentives, and yet the prestige alone is something that motivates. But I do appreciate that now the amount of capital required to pursue it is something that can be offset, and I think you'll see some further commitments to kind of, hey, if I'm in the running, let me lean into that and get after it a bit more than I might have otherwise.
And we've seen it before. I remember Dan Zach in the Player of the Year round. He ended up playing the 250K no limit, which he may have skipped otherwise.
Sure.
We've seen Scott Seaver do sort of the same thing.
Meanwhile, these hands far from the same thing as Cowan flops himself the Broadway wrap. Does not barrel at Suvarna. Second queen arrives.
Cowan's going to take a stab at it, and this might just work. Hard for the 2-8s to continue.
Yeah, very much a future-free sort of holding. Wow, but just because something's hard doesn't mean that Suvarna isn't up for it. Would you prefer just bluffing with a check raise with such a holding, or just because it's so easy to get bluffed off the 8s on the river?
Yeah, I think, you know, 8s without any sort of backup, without any sort of draw. A hand I would just play as a check fold. Because like you mentioned, even if you're behind, Cowan's going to have probably a number of outs to beat you, and you have just no visibility across rivers.
Cowan does get there with a 9 on the end for the straight. And Suvarna obviously disheartened, but didn't have to face a barrel to get to showdown on the end.
Chat has been keeping an eye on our rail situation, by the way, Ali.
Oh, have they?
And it sounds like all 3 of the parties involved have walked off. perhaps together?
Well, listen, that's rather promising and rather efficient work. If indeed, you know, my man is closing out
Again,
there.
you know, could just be a couple and a friend, you know, but
it could be a throuple.
Could be many things.
Yeah, they're gone.
Kings and trays, though.
Yeah, they're here. Under the gun.
So he's coming with a limp here, which is interesting to me because it's definitely a hand that could raise, but perhaps suggesting that given he's out of position to Samau, when he's in the cutoff specifically, he wants to keep pots a bit smaller, play them multi-way. Bit of a tight fold there from Suvarna in the small with the queen 10-9-4. Note again, he had 100 in there already.
Sorry?
You don't have enough chips to double me up.
Pot. No, I wanted you to double me up. This is the right pot to do it.
Snap pot.
Yeah, in the midst of the conversation, by the way, as Chavukala's participation here was involuntary in nature, given Cowan's.
If you promise to leave it, I'll call.
Limp strat.
Sorry?
If you promise to leave it for gas,
Oh, of course
I'll give you a spin
I'll
for,
leave it till turn.
for 550.
Till turn, they won't go anywhere. That's my promise. Unless you put me all in, then putting me out of my misery.
Misery is a bit rich, Chavukala. You're enjoying yourself out there. Come on now.
How can you fold? And you know what? I'll do
Just
this.
the call from
Without
Cowan,
saying-
reserving the right perhaps
I
to
can't
fold
fold,
some
that's
rivers, though I don't know if he'd fold any.
Another
So
1.1 into the middle.
What do you have, kings? What do you have?
Chavukala.
10,
3, 4 or diamond.
4 or diamond or ace or 10.
Looking for a non-board pairing diamond.
King would do it too, Chavukala.
No, king.
Yeah, a couple of them occupied.
Ace queen, yeah.
Got a big old
The
draw.
4.
Come on.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
No, it's
19 total
Let's
outs
do it.
Yeah.
for Kalian. We've seen him on his feet. We've seen him with his back up against the wall on so many prior occasions here at this final table. It's worked out on all others.
Diamond, yeah.
Diamond
I'm
7.
afraid when there are too many outs, it doesn't hit. That's the
Diamond 7.
Let's go, diamond. Diamond.
Oh,
King,
king,
strike.
you win. Yeah.
And the
King is
king
good.
I don't know king.
gets there the hard way.
It's river magic.
Palms up to the sky.
I told you.
How many times have we seen Chavukala hit the river?
I mean,
Yes,
listen,
that's good. Thank you.
I like a good nickname, but surely at this point, and it is a compliment, make no mistake, it's got to be cockroach
Heads up will be too
for Chavukala, because you just, if you've ever had a roach problem, you know they're really tough to get rid of.
I'm not going to call this man cockroach. I
There'll
won't
be
do it.
national anthem second time coming up.
But it's a term of endearment.
What about the River King?
Nah.
No.
Nah. River King.
Patience,
River
patience.
Rat. Nah.
River Rat.
Hold it
Nah.
in.
Patient, you put him in nothing.
I don't like it.
Sorry?
You had ace high when you bet.
No, I said patience.
Wasn't very
I was
patient.
like folding. Like
Biggest career score to
if I
this
check
point,
you,
just
you put it on
100,000.
and you- What is there? in there?
He has already more than quadrupled that.
Absolutely living the dream out there, and I'm sure the folks back at his company.
I hope they're all sitting around having a viewing party.
I hope they're all stealing IPO while he's out of the office. No, I'm kidding. That's not what I'm hoping for. 9876, double suited here. 550 says Suvarna. Note the way in which this approach stands in stark contrast to that of the larger stacks out there in Samau and Cowan when it comes to their pre-flop procedures.
Yeah, so you do want to have some of these double suited rundown type hands in your raising range, because a lot of your raising range is going to be big pair heavy, ace-x heavy. So you want to have hands like this for board coverage reasons, and it's just going to be a very clear call when you face 3-bet here.
Call.
Call.
River. Got to survive.
Got to be prepared. for aggression to come your way when you open yourself up to such things, and that's precisely what these Badugi Kings have done.
And it's a straight for Suvarna.
And it's board texture that we're not big fans of. The 9 of spades is useful for Cowan, but again, a hand on the button willing to open and then hang around in the face of a 3-bet is one that's interacting nicely with such texture, is it not?
Yeah, this is not the board at all that Cowan wanted to see, but with the SPR just under 0.7, he puts the rest in.
We need a queen.
And Suvarna in a terrific spot with 9.1 million in the middle to double.
Cowan needs a queen or some type of runners.
Need a queen or the board to start.
A king would give him many more outs. Any other board pair would also give him additional full house outs.
What does it need?
Deuce of diamond.
Let's go. Deuce. Do you mind deuce of heart? Yeah, put a deuce.
Paint.
Yes, that's okay. We'll take that.
Turn card is arid.
Take one more.
And Suvarna just a card away
Oh, he has only that shot.
from 9.1.
Yes.
Can he do it? Yes, he can.
Come on.
And the fist pump toward his rail.
Huge one
Nice
there for
hand.
Suvarna.
Ah, perfect hand.
Beautiful hand. 987.
7, 8, 9.
Just what Rob Cowan wants to hear, I'm
Yeah.
sure. So Suvarna vaulting into second place, by the way.
Yeah.
What a double this would be if he could pull this one off.
Leaching chips off of Cowan.
Very good call. Very good call. Button right? It's right?
Yep, button's right. Thank you.
You know what? Never mind. Later. It's just... we see you, chat, by the way. You are doing God's work out there. Truly. There's work being done by Suvarna.
Very nice.
You gonna fill me in?
Well, you know, but it's not the right time because
Okay.
the subject matter right now is Santosh.
Well, I love seeing Santosh back in this ball game. Still a four-handed affair, but Javikula the shortest on chips.
And it is the shortest stack at the table when we get down to the business end such as this that tends to dictate how everybody else approaches things.
Yeah, and if you have a very short stack, that gives the big stack even more power. So right now, after doubling up, Javikula is not quite in that same territory.
He bet the flop, right?
Hmm.
He bet the flop.
All of these ICM things are very kind of in constant flow depending on how the stacks change.
And by the way, Javikula loves nothing more than seeing the willingness of both Cowan and Samau to collide in these inflated spots.
Look at this flop, by the way, Ali.
Yeah, 8-5-4 and a couple of spades. Cowan with the nut flush draw and the two-way straight draw. Samau took it upstairs with Queen Jack 7-6 and has found the nuts.
And I would expect Cowan mostly to play call here out of position given the tournament situation, but not inconceivable he could play this one aggressively with an open-ender, albeit the deuce would not be to the nuts as he could be beat by 7-6, which he is, and that nut flush draw. He has the type of hand that would be willing, you know, to raise in some situations.
10 seconds.
If he did, by the way, I would expect Samau to often just call in position and look for a safe turn, although this is a big raise. I expected if Cowan went for a raise, he might not go so big. Facing this size, there's some merit to jamming Samau's hand. There's also merit to playing it as a call, which is what you would do with some weaker hands, and then getting it in on safe turns.
$2,050,000, right?
This is what I think is the normal course of action here as Joao Simão. He has position.
From an ICM standpoint, though, there is abnormality associated with pots this big breaking out. Chavukala loves to see it uninvolved and hoping for a bust.
Now, Simão has no spade in hand, so part of the reason, as the queen of spades comes in, for playing the hand this way is that you allow yourself to just get away on spade turns, and you keep in those weakest hands that can bluff on bricks. How does Cowan want to play the nuts now?
Great side-by-side there. As Joao very wary of this development.
Loves to use those eyes to dart over, checking on his peripheral vision. And psychologically, this is never fun. As Joao Simão, you have flopped the nuts and faced a raise. You were in such a good position on the flop, and now this turn card has come, and you know that against a certain subset of Cowan's hands, you simply draw dead.
No spade in hand either.
Exactly. No spade in hand and no equity to improve against flushes. You would much rather have a set here, or even two pair, than you would a straight, given what Cowan is representing for value.
1.65, though, lean enough for Simão to keep an eye on Cowan. But a call here, and the pot grows even further. Cowan, south of 4 million remaining, sub 0.5 SPR. A board pairing 4 on the end is some cause for concern, I would imagine.
Yeah, I wonder if part of Simão's calculus for calling the turn was that with that queen in hand, at some frequency does he ever turn his hand into a bluff on, for instance, a queen or an 8 river. But Cowan may feel that the 4 is innocuous enough that he can just shove his hand for value here.
I mean, Cowan doesn't even have the liberty with 3.9 back to come with a blocky size here to try to prevent facing and ask for all of it that might be bluffy.
Yeah, no, I think he's really just thinking, should I go for value and shove this myself, or does my hand play better as a check?
I mean, how often is Simão going to produce a boat in this spot, Alex?
Definitely at some reasonable frequency. If you think about the hands that would have bet called the flop, checked back the turn, there are going to be plenty of 8-8, 5-5 type hands, and Cowan doesn't interfere with any of those hands. At the same time, he has less than half pot size bet left behind. Simão can have plenty of worse flushes that take this line. Simão can have straights with a big spade blocker that can hero call.
Multiple extensions being ripped through here by Cowan, and you may need those down the way. I wonder what Simão is making of this tank and what direction it skews his perception of Cowan's range.
It's a great question, Ali, because it's not super often that you see a tank this long as the player who has to act first. You see it more when a player is facing an aggressive action. And yes, Cowan can balance this tank, but this has been quite a long tank. He's going to go for the almost all in. He's just kept a couple of chips behind.
And he'll be thrilled that Samao isn't beating him into the pot in this particular spot, because now he understands the boat does not lurk.
That's right, although it's extra brutal when the guy doesn't beat you into the pot because you've left a few chips behind and they're balancing the bluff raise for 75K more. Not one of those situations here, as Samao just deciding between call and fold. And really, he needs to remember that he gets here with so many better hands, right? So he gets here with some full houses, he gets here with flushes, he gets here even with hands that are a straight plus a board pair blocker plus a spade. Here he has just a naked straight on a board where everything else has come home. Nonetheless, Rob Cowan is a creative, aggressive player. It's not inconceivable that Samao could try to pick him off here.
It is so tough when you know you have a capable opponent to just automatically assume the 7-6 is no good.
And I'll tell you what, Santosh Suvarna and Kalyan Chavikula are very interested spectators in these proceedings.
8.45.
Now it is the turn of Joao Samao to chew on this. And wow, he zeroes right in on the notion that Cowan ripped through those banks with the nut flush. Such a key spot here. 12 million chips in the middle. Can Samao spare himself further losses and fight on with 9.3? Or is his need to keep an eye on Cowan too compelling?
To me, we just get here with enough better bluff catchers. We bet called an enormous check raise on the flop. A straight is basically the worst hand we can have. Now, he is considering the queen blocker, but the queen blocker not as relevant as other board pair blockers, as the queen didn't arrive until the turn. So to me, if you just think about all the hands you get here with, where does queen jack 7-6 no spade fall? It's pretty low down on the list of hands we would want to call here with.
3.7, right?
Correct.
10 seconds.
This may just be Cowan's reputation that is earning him this tank. He's willing to show that he can make moves with marginal holdings in pivotal spots.
You know, sometimes we can be guilty when it is within us as a player to operate under presumptions that it is also within the opposition. And I'm not suggesting it isn't, but I wonder whether or not that is just pushing Samao more toward the call. Because he knows he would find something that can't beat 6-7 in Cowan's seat with some frequency.
I just think he's going to end up folding, though, Ali, because he just has so many other hands he can call with. Basically, if you call with this, it sort of implies you're calling with everything you get here with.
Fair point. And the bluffs come from what exactly? A dry ace of spades?
You'd be hoping to see some type of board pair blocker plus gut shot plus single spade hand.
So 8-5 big spade?
Yeah. King 8-7-5 with the king of spades, something like that. I mean, the combos exist, but there's also so many natural value betting combos. and he doesn't block any of the value. The queen is just not that relevant. It would be different if there was a queen on the flop in terms of it being a relevant blocker. But he seems unconvinced, Ali. I think something about the fact that Cowan tanked for so long before betting, Simao just wants to make sure he's correctly assessing what that means.
I don't know that I've ever seen this much skepticism packed into a couple of corneas. But there it is.
This has to be easily the longest hand of the tournament. He lets it go.
Yeah. Well served to have done so, as ultimately he does land on the right decision. And that is much to the delight of the now restored 3-pack on the rail. All of whom appear to be here for Rob Cowan.
Cowan's rail. Friends of Cowan, you know, your mind was going too many places.
Hang on.
Think what? When though? No, I didn't understand. In English, like when you windmill your cock. I wouldn't windmill.
What was that?
All right, gentlemen, that's my time. Thank you much. Thank you.
Well, I heard a certain word.
I didn't. Yeah. Well, I see a certain man who's in contention for the Player of the Year race, courtesy of performances that included a couple of runner-up finishes in Prague prior to the summer, as the World Series of Poker PLO race now includes results from both Paradise and Prague, not just within the borders of the summer. You see him currently third with north of 2,000 points. Sean Deeb out there in these 50K streets. Naoya Kihara currently fourth behind him.
Now, that's not a fanny pack we see.
No, this appears to be a banana hammock repurposed. Although you got a big banana if that's your hammock.
Does he have his usual fanny pack as well? Is this a dual situation?
I don't know. Is there a screening of Minion 6 or something we don't know
this
about?
This guy, Liberto, having a great series. You can see he's currently 6th in the Player of the Year race.
He fell to Nathan Gamble in the PLO 8 heads up, if I'm not mistaken, or was it three-way?
No, he got second in the 10K, but he shipped the 1,500 mixed Omaha 8. How about this guy?
This
shipped back-to-back 10Ks.
Unbelievable. Calvin Anderson really just cementing his reputation as a man that gets the job done.
I see Ryan Honig in the background. He loves the mixed game streets.
Oh, I love this guy here, Marco Johnson from my neck of the woods, Northern California. Class act.
Great guy.
Absolute beast, by the way, when it comes to the mixed games.
He just took down
12th.
a bracelet, too. Yeah, 2,500 no limit. He was the winner there. There's the gorilla.
Jesse Lonis himself, 36th, but don't count that man out ever as he puts in the volume. Sat beside the Hall of Famer himself, Eli Elezra. Chance Corneth on the other side. You know, my favorite Marco Johnson story is I actually dealt poker to him at a local card room up there when he was cutting school.
Really?
He was underage. He'd come in there. And I remember always looking at him like, this guy seems a little bit young. I was in my early 20s myself. And, you know, just bonding with the other young dudes in the room because, you know, today we're accustomed to seeing people in their early 20s out there rumbling. Back when, you know, early 2000s, late 90s.
It wasn't common.
That wasn't a common thing.
Pre-poker boom. So you go way back with Marco.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's always nice when you get texts from your old buddies who are out there watching, just kind of reminding you that, hey, we're listening. I'm sure you've been getting some as well. Also, chat, of course, our new buddies out there.
Yeah, shout out chat. We see you.
Boy, I am getting the sense that I don't know if he was ever drawing live, but certainly a reduced number of outs since the brief hiatus from the rail for our man in the khaki. Meanwhile, Suvarna not going to take time off. Ace, ace, 10, 10 on the button. Up we go to 700. Ace, 8, 8, 7 and spades here for Cowan.
Oh. That's a surprising fold for Rob Cowan out of the big blind. Ace 8, 8, 7 nut suit. That is very surprising.
Snug.
It is snug. And perhaps a function of the fact that he lost some chips, although he didn't because he won that big pot against Samao. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised to see that one.
You know, anytime you see a decision that catches you off guard, though, you begin to consider other variables than the hand itself. And as you consider right now the 183K ladder and the ICM factors, 1.4 almost up top, I would imagine these are the sorts of things that you're paying attention to.
Yeah, well, that one was a little surprising because Cowan, the covering stack there, currently chip leading this final table. Even if you think Suvarna's opening a tight range, you know, your hand is quite strong.
Call 7 and 7.
So another 700K open, this time coming courtesy of the King Queen 9-7 doubles. Suvarna was the raiser, forgive me.
Well, Suvarna limp called this one, actually. So
did he?
Samao
Okay, so I wasn't wrong. It
raising
was
out of the blinds. And I would suspect that if Samao continues here, which it looks like he's going to, very difficult for Suvarna to proceed. He could float with ideas of using those king blockers on a queen turn, as well as making the nuts on a jack. The price is pretty good. He's got position and backdoor clubs.
Do we lean more into limping hands such as this from Suvarna in the current
I think the limp
situation?
is definitely fine. He has one of those hands that doesn't really want to raise and face a big 3-bet. So limp call is reasonable. It's just a little too weak to go for a limp raise. And he does float in position, looking to make the nuts on a jack or turn bluff opportunities on a queen. And now Samao has picked up a very compelling double barrel candidate because Suvarna's range is a bit capped. Probably his strongest hands would have raised the flop. Samao can have plenty of aces that play this way. Now when he turns nut flush draw to go with his open ender, he continues to tell a story, and I think it's just going to be all over here, even though we can see Suvarna has the best hand.
So down he goes, but not before appeal. And the rebuilding efforts are underway promptly for Samao. There's so much to be said for the macro of the spot that Joao finds himself in. You know, reminded us that he's on such a tear over the better part of the last year and change. And the amount of confidence that that gives you can't be overstated. You know, it feels like you have so much clarity. Every decision that you make feels right. You know, you feel dialed, calibrated.
He's locked in. For sure. He's been playing just so much poker, and I think that's going to only work in his favor.
To be fair, sometimes playing so much poker is precisely what lends to a downturn, because you're in this little echo chamber of negativity. You can't seem to break out of the funk, so you take the break.
But he's been having quite a bit of success.
When it's going well,
right,
then it's a different story.
Then you're just in flow state.
Ace 6-4 and a couple of spades here. Suvarna with the gutter and a 4. You see Samao with the open ender and a pair of 6s. And very much in that flow state is Joao, picking up another modest helping of chips. I think one of the other things that running well allows you to do is not dwell on spots.
Very true.
You know what I mean? You just kind of move on. As we move to remind you that if you're out there enjoying the coverage, let us know by subscribing and hitting the like button, and then communicate with us. If you're out there on YouTube, of course, GG's Twitch. We're just not loading that stream. I forgive us, but you know. I guess it's important so that the market isn't a monopoly to have things like Twitch out there, but you know.
Maybe at some point we'll turn our attention there. Every time I say that, you correct me that no, we won't.
Yeah, I mean, don't lie to the
They're
kids.
just going to be second fiddle.
At this point,
I mean, and really, YouTube is free,
don't-
guys. If you're over there on Twitch, just, you know, there are other options.
It's just crazy.
As we exercise our option to send it down to Jeff Platt, who's standing by with a PPC legend.
With the 4-time Poker Players Champion, Michael Mizrachi, what runs through your mind when you walk into the PPC?
Well, obviously, winning it 4 times really runs through my mind.
Yeah.
And then trying to win it for the 5th time. But I don't know. Actually, it's weird, man. I run good in this event.
Yes,
and
you
just
do.
day one, I can't lose a hand.
Any amount of pressure as you do walk in?
There's never pressure. When I play
Okay.
poker, just back to it's business. That's it. Go back to work.
And finally, have you developed the optimal day one strategy in this yet? Besides not losing a hand, that helps.
Oh, well, if I don't lose a hand, I'm probably going to be the chip leader. But, you know, I just play my best. And I think last year I was up there in chips last year,
Yeah,
too. So
yeah.
usually when I make it to day two, I have a good stack. That's why I always register day one or early in the PPC and the main event.
Okay, here we go. Here's to another good run. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, guys.
For a double up the sound.
Not all
he's yet to be
regimens are
wrong.
created equal in terms of Mizrachi's kind of pregame, which, for those that know him, involves a very unique process. Little minty rhinoceros, little adult beverages.
You know, whatever gets you to play your best poker at the Felt, Ali, it's going to look different for different people.
Yeah, no, fair play. I understand they have a solid buffet over there as well, or, you know, I'm not the guy, but...
You sound like the guy
I'm
right
not
now.
the guy. I promise I'm not the guy.
Okay.
Ace, queen, 8. I feel like you don't believe me. Like you think I am the guy. I'm not.
I thought you meant I don't believe you about the buffet.
No. Yeah, I'm not a zookeeper. I'm not at the minty rhinoceros. I don't have.
No, I do believe you. You're very well behaved. You have all these inclinations to not be well behaved, I feel like, but somehow you're able to contain them when it comes to your own conduct.
Now, hang on a second. Are you suggesting that I'm all bark and no bite?
Well, I'm suggesting that you let out a lot of your sort of inner wishes and wants in the booth.
Sure.
But then when it comes to your everyday life, I do think you keep things relatively G-rated.
Well, I'm in here by order of the court. You know, it's a therapy kind of thing. I'm not. You're getting paid?
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
This is this thing around my ankle that's blinking here. That's
By the way, Ali, I'm looking at the clock right now, and it's 8:24 p.m. So if we're already diving into these sorts of antics, what are we going to be like in a few hours?
We might not make it a few hours, my friend. There are only 4 remaining, and of the 4, there seems to be a real willingness to get those stacks into motion.
You're not wrong.
TBD, as we do take the 8-6-4 board.
This
Suvarna
one's-
defending and finding himself gutter, pair, and the nut flush draw here.
Yeah, this one's all Suvarna, and checking certainly fine, especially as the covered stack with ICM. But in general, this is the type of board you're going to see some leads from the big blind on, as it's going to be often a very nice board for the big blind. A little bit less so against button open. You'd actually rather lead against earlier position opens. Cowan, this is an extremely unorthodox bet, by the way, because not only does he have no equity, but he has just no interaction at all. None of his cards block the good hands on this board. Every single card he has in his hand, he would want his opponent to have.
Backdoor spade draw for Rob now as the board pairs.
And again, you know, both leading and checking on the table for Suvarna with that 6 blocker.
But note how cagey his interaction with Cowan is versus Samau. Now, granted, Samau had flopped the nuts in that big pot, whereas Suvarna simply draws to it, and no longer with 2 4s out there.
And Cowan waving the white flag despite turning spades. So turns a little bit of hope.
Second snowman plants itself on the end here, free of charge. Now for Suvarna. I wonder if he feels the need to turn this ace-6 into a bluff.
Check.
There's your answer. And of course for Cowan, Queen-Jack high is not supposed to be a winner ever.
And he's going to go for it here just because he's at stone bottom of range, although he has really kind of an awkward combo to bluff with. Again, just no interaction at all with the strong hands that Suvarna can have. He's run into a hand that perhaps he can get to fold, but Suvarna is quite curious.
Call 650.
Oh, and he calls. So that's a real confidence-building call for Santosh Suvarna.
You know, it was the price, and you see the little grimace on Cowan's face. I wonder if he ratchets up more toward 2 milli.
Yeah.
What kind of appetite Suvarna has.
He just didn't really have the hand for it, right, with just no useful blockers. And I think the mistake there for Cowan may have just been betting the flop with a hand that had no interaction.
That gives us a chance to zero in on Suvarna's rail.
So well done there for Santosh. Quite the hero call, and a bit of a grimace on the face of the Welshman. Chavukala, by the way, has gotten quite short on chips, Ali. He has just 850K behind his big blind of 200,000.
Okay.
He's got a pair of jacks. He's going to make his stand.
Yep. All eyes were on him. And of course, his presence with that lean stack makes those sorts of calls that Suvarna made moments ago that much more impressive, as you want to ensure that you have enough buffer to outlast Chavukala, who has been impossible to kill.
Big cards, big cards.
Big cards requested.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Jack will kill it, just Jack.
The one
Jack spade, and then
that has been
just kill it.
affectionately christened Wharf by the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Once more, swings the bat. The jacks are ahead here. 3-5 turns into a wheel gutter.
Doesn't need to find a river this time, Ali. Just needs to fade one.
Let's go.
No, that doesn't take anything away. That actually adds to the concerns.
Though he does have hearts.
Put a jack, man. Jack, Jack, Jack.
Flush, come on.
Once again.
Let's go.
Kalyan Chavukala.
It's 1
I
million.
think this is the 5th time that Chavukala has been all in at risk.
Every time on the, but I was ahead this time. I was ahead, so.
You know, it stops being funny for the rest of the players
Yeah.
out there when you consider that they're on the hunt for that 183K ladder, and this man won't give it to them.
50, yeah, we're good.
Take a look at the counts there. Very tight at the top. Cowan and Samau under $1 million separating the two of them. Just a couple million below those two is Suvarna in search of his second 50K bracelet of this series.
There's a look at the clock in the 50K. Just level 2 here, very early. Mr. Livingston will be hopping into that one. Philip Huey, is that who I spy? Yeah.
It is indeed. Good friend of mine. I see
Great
Max
guy.
Coleman in the background
Yeah.
at the table with Liberto.
Boy, I really, you know what it is? A cash game player, game selection is a thing for us. There's not a table in the PPC that I would walk by and go, oh, seat open?
Yeah.
Like ever.
That's fair.
Pads, Patrick Leonard. Trying this PPC on for size.
Kind of a bit incognito there with the glasses and that kind of football quarterback jacket. There's Vitch.
Slightly. No, nothing undercover about Death Donkey. 3-time bracelet winner.
James Obst.
Yeah, in the foreground there on the right. There's Jeremy Osmus. He's on the hunt for a 7th item in the trophy case. Although, to be fair, many items in his trophy case, but a 7th bracelet.
Indeed.
To be specific.
On that list of players who we may see nominated for the Hall of Fame, don't think he'll get in this year.
No.
Just so many strong candidates.
It's and listen, I think a guy like Osmus recognizes that he's got a place in the queue, and it isn't at the front, right? Just yet.
I think so, yeah.
And that's not an indictment, you know. It's not a slight. It just is what it is. We got a backlog we got to get through. Meanwhile, getting back to business is Samau with King 9-8-5 double. Note 3 cards shared here for Chavukala, newly minted up to 2 million plus, but not quite as many chips as it once was with these blinds at 100, 200. He takes a pass. Cowan can afford to hop in. Badoogie we don't love, but these sorts of coordinated rundowns with a gap are of service. This flop, however, is not. Nut flush draw with the ace-ace deuce out there for Samau.
Since yesterday, like 10 times.
Come on,
10
India.
times river. Yes, 10 times on the river always.
And small bet here would take it down if Samau comes with it, which it looks like he does.
Kings versus aces. 4 times I beat him.
Oh,
4 times.
That was amazing.
Crazy,
Yeah.
4 times same hand.
This is yours, right?
Same person.
Calls 200. Calls out of the small blind 200. Big blind option.
Dusty jacks. Want to hop in, 1 jack occupied.
Santosh has done a really good job controlling the size of the pot he wants to play.
No,
a lot of limping.
No cards, dude. Not, I've never been in this. Not dead.
Not looking to play big pots with marginal hands. Samau, meanwhile, here, top pair, open-ender, king-high flush draw. Cowan, ace-high flush draw, but no additional equity and a 3rd spade in hand. And Santosh with those 2 jack blockers, which could spring into action at some point. So very interesting flop for all 3. If Samau leads here, Suvarna perhaps forced to just fold those jack blockers, but now facing 2 checks, we could see him get frisky.
That's 350.
Very interesting hand here as all 3 players have connected in some fashion with this board. It's a little ugly for Cowan as he has 3 spades in his hand, but on the strength of that nut flush draw, certainly going to continue.
Yeah, it's the nudity of that flush draw, though, where there are really no other pathways. 6-7 runner, which of course is not on our mind.
Just a clear overcall, in my opinion, from Samau. Doesn't want to play a massive pot with this hand, but far too much equity to fold.
Now look at this, the jack, case card, giving Suvarna the set.
Would think this just freezes the action.
Yeah, giving Samau top 2, but a 4-liner staring him down. Just an unpleasant manner in which to improve for him. And yet, in spite of that, he brings a barrel.
This is interesting, Ali. This is, I confess, I did not expect this.
So he is targeting what he believes to be a hand that's going to be thrown by this board development, as Suvarna did bet the prior street, but
it's kind of a mergy bet. I think he's saying that he can put pressure on something like a naked queen-high straight to fold right away. He has equity versus everything. He has that all-important king. Perhaps he feels that Cowan won't have many ace-kings just coming along from the small blind. Suvarna can certainly have some ace-king combos. But basically, Samau is saying, I stack a lot of equity and a lot of characteristics here. I'm going to make a big bet, and Suvarna here hanging tough with that set of jacks. So the pot is swelling. Notice that Cowan is immediately out, despite having those nut outs to the flush.
Pot grows considerably now. And nobody loves to see this stuff more than Kalyan Chivukala, who's not even on hand to observe. And the spade rolls right off. That would have given Cowan the nuts. Instead, it leaves Samau with the king high flush and a winner.
So Samau has made his hand. Of course, he could still be beat by the nut flush in his mind. Now he has to decide how to proceed. I would expect if Samau bets this river, it's not going to be for a very large size. Because at this point, it's going to be difficult to get called by worse hands for a large size. And indeed, he checks, basically daring Suvarna to turn something into a bluff. And knowing that it's going to be hard for too many worse hands to call a big bet here.
What is the pot?
I'm sorry?
What is the pot?
5.55 is in the pot.
Suvarna is very seriously considering turning his hand into a bluff because he probably feels that Samau has a lot of straights taking this line. But this is just going to be a quick call, I believe, from Joao Samau, who has the second nuts.
And you got to give him a little bit of credit, because this is 2.8. I'm not sure he would have earned if he had led in to Suvarna, who is clearly turning the set of jacks into a bluff. And you hear Samau saying, I can't fold this. And Santosh might feel a bit knit-rolled. And for that matter, used.
Yeah, for that size Samau, he knew he couldn't fold because he can actually even beat value, perhaps. Maybe Santosh can have some queen-high flushes. And you know, for half pot, he's just never going to let go of the king-high flush. A bit unlucky there for Suvarna, who actually had the best of it on the turn. But plenty of outs for Samau.
Jacks.
All right, next dealer. See you guys in 30 minutes.
Now Suvarna trending down toward the lower portion of this leaderboard, where he may be keeping Chivukala company not long from now. Always keeping us company is Jeff Platt, who in turn is being kept company by his frenemy, Sean Deeb.
Sean Deeb, how do you sum up the prestige that comes with this event?
For me, it's just another tournament for now, until you get deep. But yeah, day one, it's so slow. For POI, this is a terrible tournament, but being a mixed game player, I kind of got to play it. And so, yeah, I'm in here.
But do you feel like other players view it a little differently when they walk into a tournament like this?
I think when they win it, they always want to say it's more important than it is. When they lose it, it's just another tournament. And most people are going to lose in this. But yeah, you know, it's obviously the highest by a mixed event. The field is not what it used to be. You know, it's a lot younger. It's a lot new players, a lot new mixed game players. So someone like me who's been, you know, playing mixed for so long, pretty happy with the new field.
You feel like you've turned the tide a little bit, have some momentum, speaking of this Player of the Year race?
I mean, it doesn't really, previous results don't affect future results. So I am, you know, just showing up every day, playing my game. And as long as you're around, I can win some pots.
Yeah, it's a good luck guy now. Thanks, guys. Perfect.
So am I to understand that Deeb thinks the Jeff Platt curse has been reversed? And he thinks Jeff's arrival when you're out there trying to get something done is a good omen now?
You know, you never know with Sean Deeb, right?
Listen, I think we're going to need more data points before we can relieve Jeff of Reaper designation.
Although I feel like the curse may have peaked, I'd say, what, 12 to 18 months ago?
Check.
Last WSOP, maybe the Bahamas before that. Time will tell.
That it will. As this flop tells Suvarna, enjoy at least 800,000. Smashing. Queen's full.
Nice thing to see right after losing a big one where you bluff it off, just flopping the nuts.
And by the way, having a king roll off to give Cowan Broadway.
Indeed, and Suvarna continuing to play it coy.
Another one of these limp pots pre.
Now, I would expect Suvarna just plays check call here, which may save Rob Cowan some chips, as I don't know that he's going to go for another street of value once he faces call here. But let's see how this board rolls off. Oh, instead, Santosh is coming with check raise. So this is interesting for Cowan, right? Because how do you feel like Suvarna is going to play his full houses here? Is he going to check raise all of them? And if not, then you have a reasonable hand to start bluff catching with, even though you don't have any board pair blockers. Normally, you want to have some type of board pair blocker, but if you think about where the bluffs come from here from Suvarna, they actually come from hands like King Jack themselves. So it's not unreasonable to bet call ace-10 if you feel like Suvarna is going to play full houses in a different manner at a reasonably high frequency. Just lets it go, though.
Tidy from Cowan.
Yeah,
Parts
nice
ways
quick
with
fold.
300, but no more than that.
How long has Ginger been in the box for?
Yeah, he's on Ironman status.
I feel like he's been in there for the entirety of our coverage.
I guess it's weird to turn around and go no push on, 31.
Cowan's rail rooting their man on.
Raise to 600.
So Samao's chip lead now has really grown on the heels of picking off that Suvarna bluff. And you can see him leaning on that, opening up the Queen 10-8-6 Badugi.
And what a rebound from that big pot that he played with Cowan, which I thought was going to propel Rob to just bludgeon the field from there forward, but
Call 700.
not the way things shook out here.
Notice the ICM considerations here because Suvarna has a very strong hand, one that might consider 3-betting ordinarily. But because Chavukala is the shortest stack in the big blind, he proceeds more cautiously by calling. And this just shows you how big stacks are able to basically over-realize their equity because they force their opponents to take more passive actions than their hands would otherwise want to take.
King 10-4 here. Chavukala with top pair and an open ender. It's top 2 pair and a gutter for Suvarna.
And it's an impending all-in, Ali, between Suvarna and Chavukala, as both players have just flopped so much equity. I think Chavukala might just, oh no, he checks it over.
1.4 with 2.3 out there. I was kind of leaning in your direction.
Yeah, often you'll see when the stack-to-pot ratio is sub-1, the player in the big blind there just going for some sort of equity pushing, trying to get Samao to fold something in between, maybe get the pot heads up.
10 seconds.
But Samao is going to be lighting these chips on fire given the strength of hands he's up against. And I think as Suvarna, we just want to be all in here. I mean, you could come with something a bit more delicate, but again, those ICM considerations with Chavukala so short, I think just taking the pot down right here is worth so much.
3.8.
And Suvarna,
3.8 million is the bet.
indeed, getting after things.
This is actually a really weird spot for Chavukala because if he folds, maybe the other two play a big pot, but I think with 1.4 behind, he's just going to have to gamble with this one. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, which he obviously doesn't love.
And to be honest, in the face of 500 and 3.5 in front of us, the king in and of itself lacks strength. The open ender may be shared, and so he gets away from it and leaves Joao Samao all alone now.
Did he get away from it, though? Because our graphics seem to suggest so, but I thought maybe he just threw a time bank chip in the middle.
Yeah, maybe we've been thrown off because I do still see cards in front of him.
I think he still has cards, and he still has a decision to make, so his hand has been removed.
It is king, queen, jack,
deuce.
Deuce.
And he's got no backdoor flush draw. I believe he had 2 clubs in his hand.
I mean, but would you be surprised to see him muck with this action in front of him in the prospects of a ladder if Suvarna gets himself all in?
So what I would say is this, I think that if Chavukala knew for sure that Samao was going to bet call, there's a chance he would get away, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So now he gets dead money.
Oh, yeah, what do you have?
So
King
now-
10. King 10, I have king, jack, queen. Oh, you have.
Samao bows out, and Suvarna
That's what I thought you have to
looks to send Chavukala out in turn.
Chavukala has been able to find rivers at much-needed times throughout this event. Can he do it again? He needs a 9 or an ace.
Jack, queen, ace, jack, or jack no good, I guess.
Jack no good.
Jack no good, okay.
Queen would chop it.
Queen is good.
Jack, king, queen.
Yeah,
Some
queen
doubles.
is king.
Ace
Queen
nine or
is
king?
9 queen is 9 queen is one thing, please. One time. 9 queen is
Queen would be a chop card, of course. It's the aces and the
9 queen
nines
or
that
ace
you
nine.
want, Kalyan,
9.
for clean winners.
No finish. Free roll. No. Jack.
Jack or queen. Jack or queen or 10.
Kings full of
10
tens
jack queen.
for Suvarna. And now the
10 jack
best
queen. 10 jack queen.
that we can
10
hope
jack
for
queen.
is
10
a
jack
jack for the clean winner and a queen for the chop. Instead, it's the 7.
Good game.
And the run comes to an end as Chavukala proves mortal in 4th. $445,000 ultimately going home with him.
Well, what a run from Kalyan Chavukala. He was the wild card at this final table, and he held his own, finding a lot of opportune rivers, making some unorthodox plays, bobbing and weaving, though, stealing his share of pots as well.
Hey, why the fuck you came?
He will be missed.
Yeah.
Perhaps not by Santosh and the other two who are battling out there, but
Yeah, I opened it in a top pair and then I had to call that. I had no chance.
But then there were 3, Ali.
That there were.
Tough field, man. Very tough field. Man, you saw I was card dead for like forever.
Very impressive. We always put it for you, just remember.
Thank you.
All of you.
Said small. You're the big Robbie.
So a bit sad to see Kalyan Chavukala go, but the show must go on. Can Cowan win this tournament for the second time? Can Santosh find his second bracelet of the series? Or will Samau continue this run he's been on in high-stakes tournament poker?
Well, a couple of things we know is that sadness is not shared by the 3 that carry on in the absence of Chavukala. They are now assured $628,000 and change, and the next ladder is worth nearly $300,000. It's $204K. Or, forgive me, $284K. Second worth $912,000 and change. Meanwhile, Samau changing things from 200 to go to 600. Up for it is the big of Cowan, who flops top pair. More than we can say for what was an otherwise pretty hand pre-flop.
Samau will c-bet with just the jack high. There's some turns and rivers he could barrel. That 7 acting as a pivot card for his rundown.
$450 a man here as Samau took a swing. Cowan not to be evicted. Board pairing deuce is cozy for his hand.
It was a mandatory continue on the flop for Cowan with the top pair, but not a super comfortable one just because he has not a lot of paths to very strong hands on that board. No spade in hand. Still top pair more than enough. Will Samau continue to tell a story as he unblocks spade draws, for instance? So there are plenty of weak hands, but instead it's Cowan coming for a lead. This is a bit unorthodox, and he goes very small. What's Joao Samau going to do here? He has nothing at all. But facing such a tiny bet, is he going to find some sort of creative continue? Now, in theory, you need to continue so often versus such a small size, but he has literally no pair, no draw, no spade in hand, and indeed just makes the discipline fold.
Yeah, but you could see what he did have was some suspicions about a man check calling and then leading on that deuce. It almost just felt too convenient.
Yeah.
Elects to fight another day and pick a different spot as perhaps the wear and tear beginning to show on Rob Cowan. You see him exhale, sigh. Still work to be done, as outlasting 2 more players will earn you $1.37 million. And outlasting just 1 more player will earn you an extra $284K. Pretty healthy, even for a $50K buy-in, as the lion's share of the $5.25 million collected seeks homes Meanwhile, we pick this one up. King 8-5. Simao involved against Suvarna. You see the benefits belonging to Joao here. Both players with top pair. Suvarna with a little gutter. Backdoor spades.
Indeed.
Goes check, check. Clubs come to roost. Neither player with a club.
Kings and jacks, though, for Simao with the open-ender. Some merit to betting his hand, despite the lack of club, just to get a bit of equity denial against some of the other straight draws. He does have a straight draw himself. And I like the sizing, just going quarter pot. This is enough to get hands like some 7-6 hands to fold, which has relatively fair equity against you. Imagine perhaps a 5-6-7 hand, which could hit a 4, 5, or 9.
As we get down to things like three-handed play, heads-up play, you're going to see a lot more kind of hands like kings and jacks feeling more proud of themselves in these sorts of situations, because the other players are going to be opening up their ranges as well. Badugi hands are going to get played more. Single-suited hands are going to get played more.
Very true. Yeah, you're just always up against wider ranges, so you need to be more willing to fight and battle with hands that might feel uncomfortable in scenarios where there's more players involved.
Well, let's send it down to the new legend who showed us plenty of fight and now stands by with Jeff Platt.
Well, Callie, what a run, what a ride. How do you sum up what these last couple days have been like for you?
It's been terrific. I mean, to be very honest, I think 90% of the field are better players than me. So it's just I got lucky. If you see, it probably hit like 10 rivers 10 times, and I got lucky. I can't complain, but it would have been good to finish on the top. But I think I was carded the last 2 hours was like, I've never been so disciplined in my life in the playing poker. But I did what I could, and I thought I did a better job than what I do in other tournaments. And I got lucky too, so that's why I'm happy where I am right now.
You seem to always have a good time, always enjoy the experience. How important is it to you to make sure you're having fun while playing?
So that's the motto of my life, right? I mean, it's passion around me. That's what that drives me always. So I love to enjoy what I do, and especially it's such a stressful tournament, right? I mean, you have to every hand you're stressed out, and I make sure that I enjoy that atmosphere to keep it happy and going. That reduces the stress, and also it gives you a purpose to play and enjoy your passion, whatever you're doing.
Okay, promotion time, because we like you. You have a poker song, yeah?
Yes, I always felt that every game or a sport has a song when they go, whether it's soccer, cricket, or anything. But I felt WSOP should have a song. It's been here for several years, and it's more stressful environment. So I thought, let me write something, and that's why I released it. When passion meets creativity, I came up with the song to have. I couldn't name everybody. I know it's unfair to not name few, but song is like 3 minutes, so I had to name few guys. Dengrano has been my role model, so him and other few. But I hope people enjoy it. That's all it is.
And we enjoyed having you here. Congratulations on
Thanks
a great
a lot. I
run.
enjoyed it.
There goes Callie,
Thanks
4th place finisher. You're very welcome at the 50K PLO.
If you were somehow in the minority that weren't already sold on Kalyan Chavukala, that interview right there certainly should plant you in the camp of being a big fan. Modest, humble, and absolutely positive.
That's 300,000.
Riding the high right now. How can you not root for that guy? GG's
yeah,
to him.
Everything you want to see in a bust-down interview there. Total humility, understood his role in the scheme of the game. Clearly, you could see the passion on his face and just the positivity, Ali. I have to say, I'm a fan of anyone who approaches life with the outlook of Kalyan Chavukala. So it was fun to watch him operate over the last couple of days. And we bid him the best of luck in future endeavors, both on and off the felt.
Feels to me like that's a guy that very much deserves his CEO title. Would be a terrific dude to go to war for.
Yeah, you'd love to work for a guy like that, wouldn't you?
Meanwhile, Suvarna working a 9 high straight, but up against a 10 high straight here in a limp pot pre, where Cowan fired on the flop, check back the turn, and of course he'll be betting with the second nuts here with 1.4 million in the middle.
Yeah, and feels like pretty much no matter what Cowan bets here, it's going to get looked up by Suvarna, one would think. He's going on the meatier end of things. 950 into 1.4.
Same?
Oh, 1.15, excuse me. So 3/4 pot here, give or take. Now, worth noting that Suvarna just has a bluff catcher here. Unlikely that Cowan is going to bet a 9 high straight for this size. Can he ever get away versus this large bet?
Time extension.
There are plenty of natural bluffs Cowan could be using. Hands that contain a 10, a jack, multiple 10s, multiple jacks.
At this size, do we kind of lean away from the idea that another 9 high straight is going to be the product?
I think we do, yeah. It's going to be mostly 10 high straights and better for this size for value. But can't fault Suvarna for calling nonetheless.
And that's going to put a dent into his fender.
1 million.
Down to 5 million he goes.
That's key.
Yeah.
Cowan, by the way, leaning back with a little fist bump saying that's key.
I moved the button twice, did I?
Appreciate seeing a little bit of emotion on display there from him.
Yeah. Now, he and Joao are seated extremely close to each other. Are they not, Ali? We could maybe space things out a bit.
Is it making you uncomfortable?
Well, just saying they could sort of position themselves with equal distances between the three.
Speaking of distances, do we have a new shooter here in the backpack? Buddy, I think we've all surmised at this point that this must be Cowan's significant other. And as such, look, I could be wrong. I don't want to make suppositions, but I think I would fare better from here forward operating under that presumption than the one where,
well, yeah,
she's in play.
The original one we were going down was probably not a path that needed to be ventured down. But once we were there, once we were there,
yeah, no, we had a little fun with it, and then I realized Cowan could pulverize me if so inclined, and
nearly got me free for a
these are things I need to consider.
With just his left arm.
Yeah, both arms tied behind his back. I feel like he's drawn live.
You don't strike me as a fighter, Ali.
No,
you're a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah, that's fair. And I've lumped on some things I wasn't supposed to at times, which fights were. Anyway, you took me there.
As usual, I'll stay away from that one.
And this is one that most would want to stay away from. Is that crazy, Ilior?
It is, and it's Nachito Barbero as well at that table.
Is it really?
I believe it is.
Scion, one-time PPC winner. Cash game nosebleed player as well.
How about Eliel Ezra, 5-time bracelet winner? You must have played some cash with him over the years.
Pretty regularly these days. Ellie likes to play that 80 mix as he's waiting for his 300-600 game to come together in the afternoon.
Likes to sweat his final card in draw games as well.
Fantastic sweater of
Sometimes
cards. The 50-50.
dark bet, the 50-50.
Yeah,
We're never sure if it's really 50-50 or
maybe
he's taking a gander.
That's true. If you're doing business with them, obviously such things matter a little bit more. Vieira, he's all business. Ensconced beneath that common vista of him in a gray hoodie. Super Turbo Bounty champ back in 2022 was Barbero. I confess I don't remember that one.
Nacho looks very serious today.
Yeah.
Ryuta Nakai, part of that ever-present Japanese contingent that is only continuing to grow, particularly in mixed games.
Yeah, there's an academy of sorts that many of these players have been attending and then being sent out to Las Vegas. Are the best students to do battle.
Is there really an academy?
Yeah. Yeah, we actually, I thought it was just a rumor, and then Somebody pulled up the site entirely in Japanese. We Google translated it, and sure enough.
Who runs it?
That's the part I wasn't 100% sure
Is it
on.
Kihara, perhaps?
I don't know, but that story would check out.
I mean, he's kind of the pioneer of Japanese mixed game players, isn't he?
The frequency with which, when I was playing with Naoya a summer or two ago, other Japanese players would come into the room and sort of pay homage to him and, you know, be involved in a very respectful exchange. It suggested that perhaps he has godfather status.
I've heard that he's quite a legend back in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
And a legend here, no less, as he took down, like I mentioned, 2 players this year have won back-to-back 10K championship events, both Kihara and Calvin Anderson.
No easy feat. And one that I think many of us suspect had never been done before this summer, back-to-back 10Ks?
Yeah, we'd have to check the historical archives, but if it's been done, it's certainly not common, as Samao now looking for value here on this one. And Suvarna has a reasonable hand to bluff catch with. He's got jacks and 7s with a blocker to the straight. Knows he doesn't beat value.
Yeah, aces and 5s on the end as the heart draw and gutter failed to come in, but a useful enough card does. And it looks innocent. So Suvarna going to keep an eye on Samao.
He's fine. Good.
And his stack continues to trend in the wrong direction as Samao ventures further north and away from Cowan.
रिवर में है, मेरा गुड्डी था, मेरा भी 2 पेयर था, वो रिवर में लग गया। थ्री-वे में खेलना है आपको, कौन है नट्स कैसे लगाओगे 3-वे में मच्छी।
So we have a clear 1-2-3 at this stage in the proceedings. Samao in the lead, Cowan in the middle, and Suvarna trending downward right around 20 big blinds as it stands.
Cowan being clear midfield, by the way, is a spot he does not want to find himself in terms of the ICM pressure that can be applied by the man on his left, Samao.
Exactly,
Nevertheless,
right?
he does bring 400 forward.
Well, he is on the button here, so this is where he will have position on Samao, and he has a very strong hand, of course. Queen 10, 8-6 double suited.
Suvarna, ace, king, 9-4 with dusty clubs.
I expect Suvarna will call here, but it's not unreasonable to just consider using this hand as a 3-bet bluff some chunk of the time, planning to 3-bet fold if you think your opponent's going to have a number of raise folds on the button. Call, however, is the most practical and most common option. Look at this flop for Cowan, 3-pair with hearts.
Yep.
Backdoor clubs to boot.
Solid yield on the investment thus far. 1.1 in the middle. Suvarna with nothing more than the gutter and those bad backdoor clubs.
Sometimes you see hands that have weak flush draws and some amount of showdown value checking back, but this one is just so strong, Ali, with 3-pair and backdoor clubs to go with the hearts, that I like just leaning on the gas pedal here. Basically, you have a hand that is happy to get all in. Even if you're up against Jack 9, you're actually going to be a favorite.
10 seconds.
950, just too much heat.
So Cowan inching a little closer to Samao. Suvarna just falling even shorter. Not that he did anything wrong in that one.
At present, there's supposed to be an unwritten agreement between Samao and Cowan to not get involved against one another, with Suvarna's stack dwindling the way that it is. Fair?
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, there's still such top-heavy pay ladders, although look at this, Ali. Double suited aces for Suvarna.
Single suited, I believe.
Oh,
right?
Excuse me.
Nevertheless, it's still a powerhouse of a hand and worthy of the 1.7 that he brings toward Samao's open.
Now, Samao would continue here with almost any double suited hand. This one is so disjointed that he might consider folding it, but no, he does still continue. Basically, you can see he has 36% even against this hand that has his spades covered and shares the 10.
So a prime opportunity here with a good edge heading to the flop for Suvarna to stop taking on water.
Critical moment.
King 7 tray with a couple of hearts. Samau's got himself the second nut flush draw. But Suvarna, on the strength of the overpair and the ace of hearts, announces all in. Samau makes the call. And might he be booking a trip to heads up play against Cowan? 43% of the time that will be the case.
Yeah, note that Samau has more equity than you might expect, because in addition to the flush draw, he can go running 2-pair, running straight.
Santosh has aces. Hold.
Anxious moments for Suvarna. And on the turn, suddenly the gut shot added to the mix here for Samau. Equity does dwindle to 28%. Can Suvarna hold on against the 11 outer? Yes, he can. The 8 of clubs is clean.
Break time, break time.
So able to loosen his collar on the way to the break with north of 7 million at the expense of Samau. And Cowan obviously would have preferred for Santosh to bow out, but that pay ladder is going to have to wait, as Santosh says not so fast. Could a second bracelet in a single summer be on the horizon for him? That's a good step toward it. But obviously work still to be done as the players do head to their first break of the evening. And on that note, of course, we will give you a glimpse at how their stacks look in the aftermath. And here it is. 36 bigs, plays 59, plays 68 as the advantage for Samau dwindles. Cowan now on his heels as Alex and I are going to step aside. Just a 15-minute breather, but don't go anywhere. More from this 50K pot limit Omaha High Roller from the 2026 World Series of Poker comes your way after this.
Phone. Can I do phone? Yes, yes.
Yeah, can you count, sir? Yeah, I'll call.
You want Paloma?
So many good hands and so few pockets. Crazy.
Yeah.
Fuck!
Fuck!
Wow. Who has the clubs?
Yeah.
Cheese. Против маньяка такие флопы ловить.
Well, the streak of the best hand is now broken. But on the other hand, Jack 9 suited is very pretty.
Yeah, it's
so it's
pretty
like
hand. Against Ace King, you
it's
feel
not
like he has a chance.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
not like queens or sixes.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
this is like a big hand.
I agree with you.
That's it.
Raise. $2,200,000.
2.2.
Yeah.
Yes, $2,200,000.
Too much. I don't know what that is. I think it's a raise. I think it's a raise.
The open was 800, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. 3-6 is legal.
That's exactly. That's right, John.
Yes.
I think he's gonna get his queen.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. I'll try it out.
Aces versus queen.
I'm definitely expecting a queen, but I hope. Thank you. Oh, hey, wait, this thing fell for some. Oh, no,
I was thinking about like doing something weird.
All in.
How much is it?
$3.275.
Cool.
Oh. So down, please.
Oh.
Wow.
What is it? Oh, yes. Yes.
Sorry. That's all I can do.
Have fun, man. Who cares? Enjoy. Don't be sorry. You're enjoying it. This is the beauty about it.
7. Quads. Not just 1 9, 5 9s. All 9s. Yes!
Oh,
Fuck yeah! Let's go! One more 9! Yeehaw! One more 9!
just no spade. That's it. Oof. Jesus Christ.
Always a sweat.
Yeah,
Always
he's
a sweat.
going to survive it. Watch, he's all over.
Ace of hearts.
That's incredible.
Please, ace of hearts.
He's done spade.
Ace of hearts. Please. Come on, deep breath, dealer. Ace of hearts. Yes! Let's go! Yes! Let's go, man! Let's go! Yes! Oh my God, yes.
I'm all in.
All in.
Sorry.
Oh, ace. We're ahead. All right.
Yeah.
Ace from space, dealer. Okay. Ace 5-3. Ace 5-3. Ace 5-3. Ace 5-3. 5-3. Ace 5-3. Don't do it. Oh, we're good. Okay, fine. Okay. All right. And I'm done. All right. 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs. Okay. Come on. Come on, Am. One more card. One more flippy card. Let's go. One more flippy card. Come on. Ace from space. Ace from space. Nine. Let's go, Am. Let's go. Let's wrap this up. Let's go.
Congratulations. Wow.
We like that.
All in. Call. Yes.
Another 9. Come on. 9. Another 9. 9. One more 9. One more 9. Hold. Ace from space. Ace of hearts. Ace of hearts.
Holy smokes.
Welcome back to Paris, Las Vegas for continuing coverage of the $50,000 pot limit Omaha. Ali Najad alongside Alex Livingston. We're just 3 remain of our original 8 that began the journey here today. Coverage picking up with 5 players. And there you see the remains. Jockeying for a bracelet and $1.37 million, let's call it. And the stacks being diluted by the onset of 100 and 250, the blind level.
Calls 250.
And you can see the stacks starting to even out as Santosh Suvarna has made a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, found himself a key pot just before the break.
Calls 250.
And not breaking with what we observed much of throughout the course of 5- and 4-handed play here is Rob Cowan limping on the button here. 9-5-4-4 double.
Yeah, I like the decision to limp. It's a hand that's actually too strong to fold. Some players might think you can fold this one, but with the connectivity and the 2 suits, you want to play it, but it doesn't really want to raise and face 3-bet unblocking hands that would do so. So limping is the most practical option.
Nobody holds a card over a 9 here as we take the King 7-6 board.
Well, what's the statistical probability of that, Ali?
I would imagine
Let's
not high.
outsource that one to our math guys in the chat. No player with a 10 through ace, indeed.
A gutter and an open ender both knuckling over to Cowan, who puts his 2-way straight draw to work. No one with spades.
And it's a bit of an aggressive bet from Cowan also with no spade in hand, but just using this hand as one that can bet fold, thinking he's not going to be wasting that much equity the times he gets check raised, and just taking it down.
Always a nice result. Uncontested takedowns like that, especially with a light hand. And a heavy payout on tap.
Indeed. Just shy of 1.4 for the winner.
628,000 and change. That's what we're all guaranteed. 912,000. If you book a trip to Heads Up Play, a difference of 284K roughly. Samau Not content to limp, takes it upstairs and takes 2.5 bigs in the process. Walk me through, Alex, if you would, kind of the key distinctions between a no-limit hold'em tournament that gets down to three-handed play and a PLO tournament, if any.
Well, one distinction would be that you don't see that much limping from the button in those no-limit tournaments. You see it sometimes, but it's happening a lot more often in PLO. Another distinction would just be that because the equities run so close and because you don't have this ability to just move all in, you can only raise the size of the pot, the chip leader has a bit more of an ability to wield ICM pressure. So if you get into a scenario where, for instance, one player has 75% of the chips in play and the other two are sharing the other 25%, that player is even more powerful than they would be in no limit.
You see similar depths between Cowan and Samau, who certainly have the bulk of the power. Blind versus blind.
And Cowan, by the way, decided to limp this one. I think he was going for limp re-raise with a hand of this ilk. Feels like too much hand to want to just limp call. Your options would be limp re-raise or just raise yourself primarily. Although, you know, you have some ICM considerations with Santosh still the shortest stack. Samau didn't take the bait.
Taking a peek at reigning World Series of Poker main event and PPC champ Michael Mizrachi here in the 50K PPC. Looks like Chad Evesledge on his right.
So in addition to 4 previous titles in the PPC, he also has a 4th place in this tournament in 2016. And of course, that main event title to his name in the Hall of Fame is the Grinder.
Yep. Involved here against Dara Tahirpur. Limit hold'em streets.
Chad Evesledge looks a little light on chips, but not light on skills. One of the best all-around players in the game right now.
Grinder, by the way, showing the bluff there as he had a busted open-ender. Just
He's kind of got that old school mentality, Ali. Just a bit of advertising, showing you bluffs here and there. Kind of loosey-goosey on the early streets, but he's going to produce the goods a lot on the big streets.
Well, you know, the wings under which he came up were very much old school in nature. And he has taken on much of that affect. And it's a delight to still see it. It's a dying breed.
It is. And look at this, by the way, a non-pot 3-bet from Santosh Suvarna.
Yeah.
This is unusual. So this is a sizing you would see a lot in Hold'em, and it would be with kind of a polar range off of this stack depth, something like, you know, 9s plus or 10s plus with some ace-king and ace-queen suited for value.
Are you surprised at all by the hand that he has chosen to do it with?
A little bit, and a bit surprised by the sizing, but we can see here it's a relatively fair fight. Samau does have the best of it for now.
Queen 5 tray, Suvarna with a pair of 5s and a wheel gutter, backdoor hearts. Still not in the lead, however, against jacks, but note the equity advantage.
Now that he's gotten here this way, Ali, I actually think his hand is a very reasonable one to just pot. And the reason for that is that he has backdoor nut hearts, he's got a front door gut shot, he's got a pair, so he's got plenty of 2-pair outs. It's very hard for him to be in terrible shape, and he can deny equity to hands like the one Samau has and plenty of other hands. This is another option, playing a little bit more finesse, using this hand as a bet fold. I think his combo is kind of close between the two, with that all-important club in hand as well. And for Samau, it just feels like we can't continue here. We can see that for now he actually has the best hand. He is going to come with bluff raise.
This is really remarkable stuff.
So he must feel that, and he goes with just the min raise. So what he's suggesting is that he thinks Suvarna is using this size with a polar range that consists of some monsters and some bluffs, and he thinks that for this cheap price of 1.7, he can shed those bluffs. In this case, Suvarna actually has something kind of in between, as he has too much equity to fold right now, and this pot is just taking us in all sorts of unexpected directions.
That it is, as Suvarna calls the raise. One wonders whether or not 3-bet potting it pre-flop had something to do with Samau dressing down the follow-through. Clubs come in on this turn. Suvarna picks up another path to a straight. And Samau really hates this card after you raise and get called because he has no club in hand.
This is a classic spot where the first player to try to bluff at this pot is going to win it. Samau, as you mentioned, Ali, no club in hand. His opponent, Suvarna, has just 3-bet pre and bet called the flop. So difficult to continue to put chips in with red jacks.
Well, you know, the difficult certainly doesn't dissuade this man as he's dancing some samba. $1.5 million, though. This is lean. But when you look at the fact that they're only playing for 3.6, it's certainly significant from Santosh's perspective.
I must admit, this entire line by Samau was unexpected to me, but really showing that he has a good feel for where Suvarna is at in the hand. Perhaps he felt that a number of the hands that contained club draws as Suvarna would have either bet bigger on the flop or moved in over the min raise.
Well,
so discounting some of those hands.
I suspect that many of the other high rollers out there, perhaps even those that are busy playing the PPC, are keeping tabs on this and on Joao. And when they see things such as that, it is going to be filed away in their archives as they have to navigate against Joao moving forward this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. And note the sizes he chose on both the flop and turn decisions. On the flop, he went with just min raise, so he felt that Suvarna had some monsters and some weaker hands. He could just risk a small amount. And then on the turn, he also employed a small sizing. He knows he's never getting a flush to fold, but felt he could shed maybe some Queen X hands and just hands like the one that Suvarna had. Well done.
Cowan trying to limp in here with ace king 6-5, a finger wag from Samau as he begins to play big pot poker. And if I showed you that last hand in a vacuum and I asked you, how do you think this guy's running over the last year? I suspect that your answer would solidly be damn good, because it certainly tracks with somebody who isn't seeing ghosts of late. Freewheeling are those chips. As we take the Jack-9-7 board here, bad side of a gutter for Cowan.
But that one was all red line, Ali.
Yeah. I mean, he could have asked for all of Santosh's stack, but nevertheless
was able to get the job done for a cheaper price and gets it done again here with just sevens. And a bit of a smile now on the face of Joao Samau. Things have been going well for him of late in that comfy-looking Aria poker hoodie.
Sat behind that comfy stack.
Indeed.
More importantly. When you say of late, of course, we're not confining that chronology to simply this final table, but rather the tear that you point out that he's been on in the high rollers. Of course, taking down that huge 150K in Paradise in 2025.
Indeed. Success all around the world for Joao Samau. Now, you're a mixed game player, Ali. Did you catch that hand that Robert Cowan was forced to fold on the button? 7-4-3 deuce.
Oh, yeah.
Does it give you any
absolute
ideas?
Dream in deuce to 7.
You start sweating those cards, the free look at just the pat wheel.
Yeah. That's where you squeeze the two-sider and then go ham pre.
Oh, yeah.
And hope to find the 5. But of
Put
course,
in
it's always
bets.
the 4. Yeah. Does this gentleman have chips on the rail? Here,
Poker chips or potato chips?
No. A small stack being shuffled? Is he on break? You know you have to leave them at the table, sir. You can't. Maybe they're cash.
Need to get another look. You're always looking for something on the rail, aren't you, Ali?
Of course.
We have front row seats.
Didn't seem like that gentleman's cup runneth over, by the way, unless they're really big chips. Meanwhile, running over this table is Samau.
I've been missing your segues today, Ali. I have to say you were
I'm back.
More dialed in yesterday with those. Maybe another Celsius?
You know, I haven't even polished this one off.
Oh, my goodness.
Allow me.
I knew you were doing something wrong.
Here we go.
And excuse us, as you can hear, Ali slurping down that Celsius.
No, that was ASMR, bro.
Okay.
I'm here for, oh, hang on.
Ace, Queen, 10-4, single suited to the 10. Cowan believes, correctly so, that Samau is starting to get after it and raise perhaps too many pots on the button given the stack setup, and he assesses the situation well, knows he has the best of it. Suvarna cannot fold, Ali, because this is the sort of hand that is very live against a squeezing range. I know it feels uncomfortable, but you've already committed 550, just 2.5 million behind. You've already sort of indicated that you're going to need to be willing to play a big pot. And with the 550 of Samau now dead, you're getting an even better price. I would be surprised to see Suvarna fold this one. Yes, he just has 6 high. The pot odds are just so compelling.
Yeah.
Here he comes. And this is what happens in PLO is oftentimes once you put some chips into the pot, you're forced to put more chips into the pot, especially with hands like this that are going to have relatively reasonable equity against high card heavy 3-betting ranges.
We're okay with Santosh's flat pre-flop versus the open of Samau with this particular hand, or has he kind of now found himself committing chips and looking up at a board that he doesn't connect with at all in a spot where maybe he wasn't supposed to?
You could make a case for folding to the initial open, though the sizing used by Samau is small, and we know he's opening very wide. So, you know, kind of a close first decision, I would say, and then a clear call the second time around. Definitely could have folded to the initial open. Once he did, obligated to call the re-raise.
That is a painful departure of tokens for Suvarna, down to 1.2. Massive bite taken out as Cowan takes custody. 14.5 million in front of him. Stage certainly feels like it's set for a Cowan Samau show off, or showdown rather.
Show off.
Yeah, the two of them have been showing off thus far. Meanwhile, we show you another look at the grinder. What are we playing now?
Stud 8 or better, it looks like.
Okay. Are we all the way down to 6th Street here? Grinder's board reading 7-7-9 deuce.
Grinder going to scoop this one with aces up, Ali.
Yeah, he had wired aces. Elior was on the other side of the exchange and hit running jacks on 5th and 6th. Kept an eye on Grinder as jacks could have been good for high. Unclear if Sion had improved to 2 pair, but no matter. When ace is up, gets shown off by the man who is really just
a
out there
legend.
doing his thing. I mean,
the only word.
I don't pretend to know how he manages to do what he does. But you can't argue with the results, can you? There's a certain point at which, no matter how much of a naysayer you may be in a vacuum, you look at certain pots and spots, you know, there is clearly some method to what the grinder is up to out there. Meanwhile, Suvarna bringing the all-in method in the face of the Samau 850.
Cowan will be out. Looks like he's actually considering calling because he knows that it would not reopen the action for Suvarna and it would be for Samau, and it would be a protected pot situation. But his hand just too weak.
He agrees.
Okay, calls the all-in.
Well, we were talking about deuce to 7 triple draw. This is another one of those hands. It's tantalizing in that game, not so much in this one. However, Samau pricing himself in, and what is he going to be shown here?
10 high good.
Santosh has
10-9-6-3.
He's going to crush.
Single.
We call that a value 3-bet, Ollie.
Yeah, I don't think Suvarna expected to be in great shape, but yet here he is, a near 3-2 favorite.
We want that. Still rather Santosh.
Now steadying himself. Ace 10 8 and a couple of spades. Gutter and the flush draw, that which threatens Suvarna's tens. 11 outs to fade.
You need to grow up.
Jack on the turn.
Spade or a 9 only for Samau.
There's a good many of them
available.
And a board pairing ace secures the double for Santosh.
It's a critical double there for Santosh to stay in the ball game. Back over 10 big blinds. And I just want to go back to the point we were talking about before that all-in collision, Ali, where you were talking about how, you know, you watch Mizrachi operate and sometimes it seems like on the surface some of his plays might be technically flawed, that sort of thing. It really seems to me that the very best, the people with some of the very best tournament results, you can make that case for. Somebody like a Bryn Kenny plays a very unorthodox style, does a lot of things that people might say are spewy. Jesse Lonis comes to mind as somebody who doesn't sort of fall in line with what the general population perceives to be a good play. But all those players have such feel for the game, and I think the big thing is they all have such awareness of their own image and awareness of how everyone at the table is perceiving them.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the keys. And also, they're fundamentally sound enough that when they do get involved in spots with hands that maybe weren't supposed to be there, they're able to get away appropriately and they're able to maximize the value when the opportunities present themselves. 7-7-9 and a couple of diamonds here. This one was limped by Cowan. Somehow was dissatisfied with the price point, so he took us up with the kings. Finds himself still playing the kings. The 9, however, is connected with him as well. For Cowan, it's an open-ender.
450.
Interesting spot is Cowan because these paired boards, not great for open-ended straight draws. Also 2 diamonds present, but he does have backdoor nut hearts. Plays it as a check call.
Another 900,000 into the middle.
An offsuit 5 would be an interesting card as it would make him a straight and it would give Samau maybe some opportunity to bluff on some runouts with full house blockers.
The offsuit 4, close, but oh so far.
Well, I suppose with the 2 kings, Samau would never really need to bluff that run out. So my imagination going wild. Let's see if he plays pot control here or comes with another value bet, given the fact that Cowan can peel many worse hands than 2 kings on the flop.
1 into 2.6. How much love loss does this create for the 8-6?
Feels difficult to continue here as Cowan. You always have to think about the range of hands that makes it here, where you are in that range. And he is pretty far down. He gets here with plenty of 7x, 9x, combo draws, even just flush draw plus pair.
So curtain is drawn. Joao very much has been getting the better of the table since the onset of 3-handed play.
And one of the difficulties of playing against Joao Samau is you just feel like he's always so locked into what's going on. He's not an easy player to make a move against because you get the impression that he might sniff it out.
He's very dangerous.
His hand now quite weak in this game, much stronger in Omaha 8 or better, however, getting a great price.
Yeah, Badugi, ace, deuce, 8, king.
I'd like to see Santosh jack this one up against what should be 2 weakish ranges. He does.
Yeah, cool million.
Now Cowan's hand too strong to fold. But I think we'll see Samao get out of the way with what should be quite a dominated type of holding.
Keep it.
$1 million ahead. Bring us to the 7-7-4 board. Cowan with trips and a gut shot. Far and away the best hand. 99%.
And this could be disaster for Suvarna if he keeps his foot on the gas, which he will for at least one street.
750.
An 8 would be such a tragic card for Suvarna, as he might be tempted to semi-bluff raise all in, but he would draw dead against the full house of Cowan.
Mm-hmm. Little does Rob know what great shape he's in. Calls the 750. Pot grows to 4 million. Suvarna's prospects, however, do not, as he fans on this Queen of Heart turn.
Check mark by Cowan's name, indicating that Suvarna does indeed draw dead. Now, he has no pair, no draw, so he may save himself this 1.2. Tempting just to put the rest in as Cowan to try to deny equity to something. You don't know that your opponent necessarily draws dead.
Bet is 750.
So here he comes in the absence of another barrel from Suvarna. 750 designed to tempt, but Suvarna's specific hand just has nowhere to go but into the bin as Cowan goes north.
So well played from everybody there, in my opinion. All the decisions made a lot of sense.
But they only made chips for Rob. I like this lady. Seems like a...
Quite animated.
You know, maybe some heckling going on out there.
700.
I could have bet that turn. I'm not impressed.
It's sort of getting to that beer level type of hour.
Well, you know, for me, it's the Celsius level.
I see it.
As Suvarna...
You've been nursing that thing
goes
for
up
hours.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't throw a nipple on it, but it will get polished off. 1.2, by the way, is Suvarna looking to avoid being polished off here.
So this is interesting because Rob Cowan has the type of hand that would love to see a flop multi-way, but given that Samao raised to 700 and Suvarna's all in for 1.2, if Cowan were to cold call, Samao would have the option to now re-raise, and Cowan would really not want to commit so many chips, although he does have just a hand that does kind of well against everything.
And the thing is, he can't count on Samao
1.1?
1.2.
abiding by some sort of implicit collusion attempt, which, you know, I'm sure there's a visceral reaction to that word out there in the chat, but this is a genuine concept whereby a couple of players will seek to put 8 cards to work against Suvarna on the square, allowing one another to get to the river.
Yeah, but and like you said, he can't sort of rely on that because different players have different approaches in these spots, and Samao may just decide with a certain subset of his hands, certainly, that he'd rather shed Cowan's equity and take it heads up against Suvarna. I think this hand may be just enough hand that Rob is going to flat call this and sort of deal with it if he gets squeezed. He's going to just have to go call.
Calls 1.2.
And I don't suspect that Samao is going to squeeze this particular hand. Tri-suited to the ace.
No, but he's certainly not going to step aside for the extra 500.
Surely not. Position.
Note hearts would be a real issue for Cowan.
They would, but again, in a situation like this, there's a little bit less bluffing that happens just because we're dealing with a dry side pot as it stands.
We have one player.
So 3.85 into a main pot, which is now complete. Cowan and Samao with an active side, which, as Alex pointed out, is currently dry. And that reality will lend to the two of them maybe playing a little bit more straightforward. Suvarna finds top pair and the nut diamond draw along with a Broadway gutty. Far and away the best of things. Note the Broadway wrap here for Cowan. And diamonds of his own, which are no good unbeknownst. Nothing more than the ace for Samau.
Beautiful spot for Santosh. Got called by both players and has well over 50% equity here. 61 in front of him. Samau can consider a small bet here just to try to deny some equity.
The bet is 800.
Precisely what he's doing here.
Yeah. And Cowan can't go anywhere here. He's got the Broadway wrap with the diamond shot.
But he also has his concerns because he knows that no matter how aggressive Samau may be, a dry side is something that we're not looking to shovel chips into unless we have a good bit of equity.
Was there some sort of interaction there between Cowan and his rail?
There's
missed it.
42.15.
There's a 3.85. 3.85 in the middle.
Cowan asking how much is in the middle before making up his mind. In the face of this 800.
$4.2.
Okay, raise the 4.
Oh, look at this. Smack that 800 up, Mr. Cowan.
You're going to win.
And a beastly response. I confess, we're really seeing an appetite for battle between Cowan and Samau, and it is going to be a treat as this one carries on.
Not the move I expected there
Not
from
at all.
Cowan, but instantly shedding, of course, the weak ace of Samau. Picking up a small side pot is Rob, but in bad shape to eliminate Suvarna.
Just 10% equity. Snacks on that 800K barrel, but I wouldn't go assuming that we're going to be able to down this 3.85 as the turn is of no assistance to Cowan.
Yes, please. Wasted two time back.
1 queen and 2 tens would be the only tragedies available for Santosh, and the 7 of diamonds will give him the nuts. And yet another lease on life.
And his rail goes wild. So Cowan still was able to pick up some extra trips from Samau there with that check raise.
There was a side pot.
For you, it's worth a lot more than 3 blind.
Samau, by the way, in Cowan's ear there. Why raise? Why'd you do me like that?
Questioning the decision.
Not that it mattered. Both boys were running into the nuts regardless. So Santosh, big pickup for him. So you see the state of the union. 3rd place payout looks for a home. Nobody wants it. A second would be worth considerably more, 284,000 more to be exact. Or to be approximate.
Yeah.
Perhaps. The better way to describe it.
More of an approximation.
Yeah.
We're not going to get the calculators out and get down to nickel and diming everything.
Exact is not really where my head's at right about now. You know.
Nor is it ever.
Fair. Limp pot. King 6-5 rolls off. 2 pair here for Cowan. Top and bottom. 2-way straight draw for Samau, direct left of him, and then you see Suvarna with kings and 5s of his own.
Yeah, and you'd prefer, in some senses, to have the king 5-8-8 because you have these future straight blockers as well. Though we can see, of course, Cowan's hand having more equity than Suvarna's. The utility of those 8s, important. The backdoor flush draw as well. Oh, this is just potted from Suvarna, so I expect just an all-in here.
Yeah, just 350 remaining for Santosh. And Calvin knows that there's some frequency with which boards that contain this texture are going to be boards that Suvarna leans into with a big draw.
Yeah, Cowan doesn't love this spot, but at this stack to pot ratio, kings and fives with 2 live overcards, just going to be too much hand in a spot where Suvarna can have some draws. Maybe, oh, he folds. I was a little surprised by that because Suvarna can have some hands like 5, 6, 7, 8, I would think. Some flush draw plus gut shot combos, but perhaps Cowan just thinking that when up against a value hand, a king 6, a 6, 6, something like that, he's just in such bad shape. Makes a bit of a conservative fold. Not totally unreasonable, but we can see in this case, he was up against a hand he was doing quite well against.
And I think to carry on the point, when you're not up against value, you're up against heaps of equity.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, there's another glimpse at the grinder. We'll continue to keep tabs on him as he seeks PPC title number 5. It's going to take several days to get there, of course. Playing deuce to 7 triple draw here. Is Rocky padding against the draw 1 of Dara Taharpur. Oh, and it looks like he's going to take one down, showing 9-7 low. Dara paired deuces on the end.
Not there, I'm talking about.
Grinder, by the way, patted that one from the jump.
Okay.
9-7, 6-4-3 specifically.
Makes sense, you know.
The gutter.
I mean, you could draw to number 2, but it's a very dirty draw. Often going to be played as a pat hand.
Agreed.
Raised to 650.
10 seconds.
Samau with ace queen and a suit. Goes to work from the puck.
10 seconds.
Wow. This is a loose call here from Suvarna out of the small blind.
Yeah, 9-9-8-4. We're not taking this date on account of looks. This is more personality driven.
And I would expect Cowan comes along with the double suited ace high hand. We can actually see against these two hands, Suvarna's in nice shape.
So Cowan climbs aboard, 2.2 in the middle as a result. King Jack 5, not in Suvarna's zip code, nor for that matter Cowan's.
Check.
So now with the Broadway draw, 2 checks in front of him.
How aggressive does he want to be with the chip lead with just that ace high straight draw? Could go for some type of small bet here, something like 700,000 to 800,000. One thing that happens when you bet small here is you actually put Suvarna's hand, not his exact hand, but his range in a bit of a tricky spot. He goes even smaller. So the idea is that Suvarna is going to have a lot of marginal hands that struggle to know how to proceed because they have to worry about Cowan behind.
Excellent outcome there for Joao. You've played long enough, Alex, against a broad enough array of players from various corners of the globe. Do you tend to see the trend stylistically tethered to certain pockets? You know, the Japanese players employ a certain vibe. The Brazilians come with something different altogether. The Eastern Europeans, you know, are these real things?
I think to some extent they definitely are. Though within a lot of those countries, you'll have different groups of players who may play different styles.
Okay.
So you'll have several different contingents from the same nation or area of the world.
So you would say it's more tethered to the specific cliques or study groups?
I think so. I mean, and these things evolve too. I think historically there was a time when Brazilians were just seen as recklessly aggressive, whereas
100%.
now they're seen as still very aggressive, but in a much more measured fashion.
Mm-hmm.
The Japanese players, as we've been talking about, they seem to have this way of kind of giving off a tight image at the table, but then bluffing a lot. Something that I've noticed.
Fanny pack goes a long way to that end. Very
Kihara
technical
is
players.
a very tough cookie to crack.
100%. Tough to make them crumble. Meanwhile, Suvarna baking up a batch of jacks here. Wow. Not a whole lot in the opposing ovens.
Yeah.
Broadway gutter fails to come in for Cowan. Nobody with backdoor clubs.
And it's actually quite a principled check from Suvarna. You often want to take some of your weakest three of a kind and check it back on the flop as a way of protecting that check back range. And, you know, your weakest Jack X are the ones that can kind of get the least amount of money and good across multiple streets. Now facing 2 checks, taking the opportunity to go for value and protection on this dynamic 5 of clubs, which brings a flush draw.
So a delayed barrel there, predictably. Sending the pot the direction of Santosh.
Question for me in chat, am I playing events? Yes, you might not know it, because if you look at my Hendon Mob, there are not many results so far this series. I've bricked my last 17 bullets, but I'll be jumping in the 50K fresh as a pony tomorrow, Ali, after a couple days of commentating.
Personally, I may not have come with the verb play. I may have invoked something to the effect of participate. You have been participating in events. Playing, not so much.
I've purchased tickets and I've been dealt cards.
Yes.
I have not often made it to the pivotal moments of the event. I have not been featured on these tables. I've been only on this side of the booth as of this point.
Yeah, most of your pivots have involved a 180 away from the table.
Indeed. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But, you know, I'm trying to build up a little bit of momentum and confidence going into the tournament tomorrow. I had a nice front 9 out at Paiute this morning.
Okay. Windy as always, I would imagine. Allergies kicking off.
It was windy. It was hot. I was fresh off of about 3.5 hours of sleep.
Under on fresh.
And unlike you, I downed my Celsius very quickly after arriving in the booth tonight.
Careful, my friend. Heart palpitations. I mean, there are side effects.
Indeed. And 10-9-8-7 double suited for Suvarna. Definitely the type of hand that can come with a 3-bet. You want to have a range of different hand classes that 3-bet, even off of these stack depths. This hand so well connected.
Yeah.
Note the equities. Almost a dead flip against the ace, queen, jack, 6.
And if you just become one of those players who exclusively 3-bets an opener, who has potted it with things like aces and big Broadway double suited hands, you will get abused post-flop, as players will get stickier and seek to take pots off of you.
And a very natural follow-through for Suvarna here, who's flopped 10s with the 10-high flush draw. He's going to have plenty of aces that take this line. This hand has enough equity to just get it in right now. All in feels like the most compelling option to me.
1.3.
Okay.
Instead, he sizes down, and I wonder what Cowan's going to make of that, if anything. He doesn't have any clubs in his hand. He can expect that the repot from Suvarna, especially off of that rather lean stack, is going to be a lot of double-suited combos, a lot of this Broadway interaction, and his ace-queen at present, along with the gutter, not performing particularly well. And why would you just bet 1.3 unless you really wanted to keep me involved?
Yeah, so when you downsize like this, what you're saying is that you either have a really good hand, something like aces with a club draw as backup, or you have maybe some type of hand that's going to bet fold. This would be even more true if he used an even smaller sizing. For 1.3, it kind of looks like he's committing himself. So for that reason, I would have preferred to just put in the full 3 million and not give Cowan any extra incentive to perhaps peel a hand like this. Tricky spot for Cowan, by the way, as if he believes that Santosh has the really strong hand he's representing. Ace, queen, jack, 6 is not in a great spot. And indeed, he does lay down. Credit to Santosh. Now, I don't know if it's too early to start giving people timeouts.
Oh, what's going on? Talk to me.
Well, there was a concentrate on the play at comms. You know, that's innocent enough.
No, yeah, that's fair play.
That's fair play.
Yeah, where was it, though, just out of curiosity?
Tova, SW, we'll just keep our eye on that name. Unofficial warning.
No, if that's Tova Tolva's one of the good guys.
Oh, he is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I've seen him on streams in the past.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I can't remind Tolva who the boss is around here.
Right, just the...
Yeah, what do you
let him
think?
know
Like a
you
little-
have the power.
Like a little 60-second. Just a gentle...
Just a little tickle.
You know what I mean? Something he can tell his friends about.
Aces for Cowan as I concentrate on the play to remind you that he is going to be squeezing here, and Samao is going to be in a bit of an uncomfortable position with ace, king, queen, 5-nut suit. I suspect that it's going to go 3-bet from Cowan and call from Samao, but let's defer to these guys.
Repot.
Oh.
Third scoop.
Samao repotting, hoping that Cowan is not this strong, and Suvarna's going to get out of the way, and this could be a pivotal hand in the tournament, Ali.
Yeah, I was going to say the third scoop being taken even further up as we pitch toward 8.45 million. Stall warning on the stick shaker in Cowan's cockpit. But with aces, a king and a jack, and spades, we're not going to parachute out.
That's fucking...
Boy, this is
You've got aces, aces.
the kind of spot you just really don't expect to find yourself in.
Cowan said it all right there.
This is big.
This is really for the tournament.
3 yards will come.
It would
3
feel.
You had on the flop. No, no, no.
22.7 million in there. Samao opened. Suvarna flatted that queen, jack, jack 3. Cowan went 3 scoops. Samao went 4. And here we are with Rob's back up against the wall. 8, 9, 10 board. Aces still good, but you see Samao on the hunt for jacks. 3 occupied. Only the heart jack is available.
He's saying no. Yes. That's a good one. Takes another out away.
Spades, a non-issue.
I have 3 jack also. But 1 jack is live. Spade.
1 jack is live. You hear Santosh say he's clocked it.
Yes!
And that's not it. Queen on the end to give Cowan the nuts for good measure. It is one of those cards where you just hold your breath for a second, double check. The board looks spooky.
And really not what you want to hear as Samao, Santosh telling you on the turn there that he folded 2 jacks.
Yeah, not at all.
Massive pot there for Robert Cowan, who skyrockets into a monster chip lead. And Ali, I had talked earlier about the position you're in pot limit Omaha tournaments when you have a massive chip lead, the ICM pressure you can put on the other 2. I think we're about to see the Robert Cowan show now.
9.9? No, 10.9. This is 5. 5, 7, 9, 10. 10.9.
So Samao was really relying on Cowan having some lighter squeezes there, some ace, jack, jack type things, some similar hands to the one he himself had. He blocked some of the value range with ace, king, and queen, but he found himself with just 26% equity pre-flop, which is somewhat rare in PLO. Was not able to get there, and the tournament now has a completely different shape to it.
And it's a shape that Rob Cowan is all too happy to get behind. Looking very in shape right now. Flexing with heaps. There you go. You got to admire Joao Samao. You know, he is one of those players that's going to live and die by that sword. You know, he's not one that just complains and laments his bad luck in the spots. He just accepts that sometimes it works out and it just propels him. And sometimes it sends him down into a 5 million, 4.3 million chip stack that he's going to have to try to bounce back off of.
Yeah, he felt that Cowan might have been getting out of line there and that he had some fold equity on that 4-bet. In this case, he was not correct, but he will bounce back and just play the new situation. The best tournament players in the world, Ali, they're able to disconnect from the emotion of what just happened and just logically assess what to now do in their current situation.
Well, disconnecting from this exchange is Joao, as Cowan putting the newfound stack to work as a flat from the small here. Swing and a miss for him. Same story, of course, for Suvarna. Ace of clubs of use.
That was 1.1.
Nothing more relieving than finding the C-bet that light and just being gifted the pot.
So that's a tough one, though, for Samau to shake off, because it feels like he didn't need to make that play at that moment. He had to be so confident that Cowan was light, because the times he's wrong, he's going to have relatively weak equity.
Looks like we got Millie Maker action also taking place. This is day 2D, the field big enough to have multiple day 2s. Julien Sipon among those who have worked his way into that. It's a bracelet holder, granted, cyber version, but bracelet nevertheless.
How about Sheena Okamoto, back-to-back winner of the ladies event, and did she finish second or third the next year?
I don't recognize her without a cold shoulder, if I'm being honest. That's kind of the trademark.
Okay.
She's got one sleeve off to the side. Jessica Vierling, she too involved still.
She made a deep run earlier this series, I believe, a final table in perhaps the 3K no limit, I want to say.
Seth Fisher, another man with accolades dating back to 2020, the GG Masters.
So Santosh now finding himself in second place. His strategy is going to change a little bit. He wants to try to outlast Samau, find himself heads up.
And by the way, there was a time where if I would have described this chip distribution to you, you would have been well within your right to suggest that would be an improbable scenario, and yet it's the one in which we find ourselves, and Suvarna here for it, of course.
Stabbing, no pair, no draw.
And unlike last time out, Cowan showing adhesion. Turn showing a second spade and a second king. Suvarna with an absolute dust bunny.
But he's kind of got a look on his face like he wants to do something, Ali. Wow.
You know, this really not the one that we would expect to barrel not once but twice, and yet here he is, 575.
I'm shocked, but I think it just might work, right? I mean, Cowan has neither flush draw on a double flush draw board. Yes, he still has the wheel draw in the tray. What does he give Suvarna credit for double barreling? Wow. Santosh.
Taking a walk on the wild side there and doing so profitably as he snacks on Cowan. I'll tell you what, you know, Rob, we've observed him. If he doesn't believe, he's not simply going to flat. He's a guy that'll dress you down.
Indeed. You know, it wasn't a foregone conclusion that Rob was just going to fold to that double barrel. But Santosh putting a little bit of separation between himself and Samau. This is where I think Santosh, if he cares about the ICM, needs to play a little bit tighter, a little bit disciplined. But we know Santosh, and I think he's playing for the win, Ali. He may not care as much if he gets second or third. He wants to win this tournament, and this open with the 9-8-5 deuce double would indicate just that.
I mean, listen, Santosh is a man of many means, and that allows him to be unencumbered by the ICM. That said, he is a man who has, as you pointed out, improved, and a lot of that improvement comes from the tutelage of those who would point him in the direction of such realities. But he reserves the right to just crumple it up, throw it out of the window, and stick these boys in a blender in doing so.
Yeah, I think if you told Santos that he could either have a 38% chance of winning and, say, a 40% chance of coming second, or a 40% chance of winning and a 20% chance of coming second, he would take the latter option. He wants to win this tournament. The difference between first and second is far more important to him than the difference between second and third, money aside.
Yeah. And here he goes with bottom 2.
Nothing? Nothing?
Actually, a very principled pot-sized bet on the flop from Santos there with bottom 2 at that SPR.
Yeah, the double suited on the puck, pot size open.
Good hand.
Yielding fruit immediately. Somehow takes his turn to provide provisions.
Santos reminding Robert Cowan, look, you might have won the biggest pot of the tournament so far, but I'm still here, buddy. And he's feeling himself a little bit right now after those couple of pots. But it's Cowan who remains in the driver's seat, the beneficiary of that 4-bet shove from João Simão when Cowan himself had aces. And perhaps Cowan has crafted an image over the years that helped him get Simão to make that play.
João limping. Suvarna allowing it. Just 10 bigs back for the Brazilian, who looks up at 10-4 deuce. Totally whiffs. Suvarna with the 4. Both players checking. The 8 now bringing the gutter Simão's direction. Open-ended is Suvarna.
Check. 2 diamonds now on the board. Simão with the only diamond between the two, and Suvarna leaning on the strength of that open-ender, applying pressure to Simão. And Simão beginning to show maybe a little bit of visible frustration, Ali.
I mean, he's only human at the end of the day, even though we see him don the cape and do superhuman things.
Suvarna, excuse me.
No, go on.
I just think he just looks so relaxed right now, doesn't he?
Yeah. My read is the bladder is empty.
The bladder's starting to fill up over here, as I may need an impromptu break, but I don't want to miss any pivotal hands.
Well, my Celsius can is empty. I don't know, you know.
Finally. I mean, do you want a cookie?
I don't think, well, this was more an offering to you. But 12 ounces, you know, I'm not sure this is going to cut it.
I just realized I failed to touch these. What are these called again?
That would be the spicy tuna crispy rice from Nobu, which, you know, hours later aren't really looking as good as they did when they were freshly delivered, Alex.
Do you normally only get 2 with an order?
That is correct.
Live and learn.
This isn't Cheesecake Factory, buddy.
No.
You know. But this is a nice development, however, for Suvarna as the wrap comes in. No waiting.
Shout out to the GG staff, by the way. I'm quite happy with the allotment I was given on a order from Nobu. Basically, whatever you want, however much you want.
You know, when you need to wonder why these are now my pastures, there are ways in which they are greener, my friend.
Indeed.
What's that? You want Nobu, Ali? Yes, yes, I do.
Yes,
Let us know.
I do.
Be careful.
Although, as we discussed prior to going on air, not all Nobus created equal.
That's an important point to make for those unfamiliar. There are multiple outposts here in Vegas. Caesar's still the king. Paris, I would say, is number 2, and then the really lesser visited Virgin Hotel outpost.
I wasn't even aware of that one.
Nobu. They may have even shut that one down. I'm not sure if that one's still up and running.
I'll tell you, the Nobu in Bahamas is quite the scam.
Yeah,
they're running a real racket over there.
Bahamas in general is a scam, if I'm being honest.
I mean, that Nobu, the quality of the food is not what it is over here, and the prices are insane. There is a nice Japanese restaurant, though, downtown Nassau that I've been known to frequent. Oku.
Oh, really?
Yeah. next time you're
You've
there.
gone off campus.
Oh, yeah. I'm an off-campus kind of guy everywhere I go.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I like to
Wow.
explore.
That's adventurous.
You? Not as much?
You know, when I'm in Atlantis, I just accept my
Yeah.
fate.
Have you been over to the Four Seasons? There's a couple of really nice restaurants that way.
Yeah, you know, I've been told, and as some may be aware, this year's World Series of Poker Paradise is going to be taking place at Baha Mar.
Ah.
So we'll have
Okay.
that opportunity.
Here, there's some nice restaurants over there. As Samau with the 2 queens, does he feel he's so short on chips at this point? Is he just going to play this as a 3-bet shove?
Well, he's been doing a lot more serving up chips than dining. But he's going to try to reverse course with the 3-bet here.
Interesting spot for Suvarna. He's got an ace-king holding, but non-nut suit. And he has to worry about the fact that Cowan is still in the hand.
But how worried does he need to be about Samau's 3-betting range here, given Joao's stack depth and the urgency associated?
Yeah, he's going to be ahead of that 3-betting range, I would think. And, you know, it's going to be somewhat close. I think just cold 4-betting this is quite reasonable, given how wide we expect Cowan to be opening the button. There's some funny, he goes with the small cold 4-bet. I like this.
Ace king.
It's enough to shed Cowan, and he just gets it in against
Ace
Samau.
king queens.
Dama, dama.
So here we go.
Queens है मेरा ace king.
Off to the races, courtesy of Suvarna's appetite for a Brazilian pelt. Shy of 5 million in the middle. Critically needs to go the direction of Joao Samau.
Eu tenho dama, dama.
He's only got like 3.5 minutes.
The flop will bring focus.
Rap,
And it'll bring a queen as well. The Broadway rap against top set.
So still a fairish fight.
Hanging on for dear life is Joao, and now icing it on the turn, courtesy of the board pairing jack as Suvarna draws dead. Always nice to exhale.
Yeah, lets out a little smile and a fist bump.
What I love, though, is that smile was ever present, even before the jack paired up. Hard to root against Joao Samau, just an awesome guy.
They're having fun here, Ali.
They really are, and you know what? It's the kind of thing, three-handed no limit tournament, you're not really seeing this vibe. It is PLO that brings this out of the players.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. You've got no limit hold'em, you've got PLO, you've got mix. In my opinion, the players have the most fun and the attitude is most relaxed in PLO.
Well, I think so many of the spots sort of play themselves and you're simply a passenger and you don't feel kind of culpable. You know, you're just like, well, the spot is the spot. Let's see what happens. Run them enough times with me in the lead and
yeah,
it'll work out. You know, it doesn't need to be in this specific spot.
Let's see what happens here as Mizrachi just finds himself involved in almost every hand, it seems, at least when we pan over to the table.
Well, the VPIP is not low in that seat. This much we know. 7-card stud high the game right now. Ryuta Nakai completing. Mizrachi then repopping it to 8K. Nakai sticks around. Off to 4th Street we go. Mizrachi barreling once again. Believe his door card is a jack. Turn looks to have been a queen here. Nakai has made open 10s, by the way, on 4th. There it is. Okay, so no, it's Jack 5, 3, 10. Note 3 clubs for Mizrachi. We do not have any RFID out here at this PPC table, so we are just working with the intel being provided us. And what is Mizrachi working with? It looks like a king high straight. And Nakai had aces up, we're being told. Boy, I've been on the receiving end of a few of those. 375 now in front of the grinder as Nakai gets the experience. Back now at this 50K PLO where the rail has filled in. Ace, queen, six, deuce. Try suit. Cowan limping.
Calls 300. And option check.
Invitation accepted by Samau, double suited. And Suvarna will check back with three wheel cards and clubs. So, three-way affair. Jack 5-4 rainbow. Wheel wrap for Suvarna. Just this gutter for Samau, which checks over.
That is 800.
Do you mind to put the volume here? Because I just have one time back. I don't want to risk
Barrels
to lose it. Thank you.
800, and that'll be that. We're going old school wired earbud there on the rail. You know, I mean,
Calls 300.
maybe he's not trying to hear what she has to say.
Certainly possible.
Maybe he's not even listening to anything. It's just kind of a passive-aggressive gesture.
Yeah. Just a prop. Have you ever done that? Put in the AirPods or the earbuds just as a prop?
100%.
Not surprised.
Bluetooth off, nothing playing.
Just nothing, just dead noise.
Just noise-canceling features.
Now, Cowan with 4 clubs in hand and that critical 9 would expect him to get aggressive here. There's a bit of a heuristic in PLO that when you have more of a suit, you have less equity with that nut flush draw, but you also have more denial to continues, and you end up often taking a more aggressive line.
Cowan with the takedown.
Just feels like we could be here for a while, Ali. Could be a bit of a grindy affair at this point.
Well, I mean, Pot Limit Omaha tournaments, as it gets shorter, actually become more grindy, do they not? It's just a kind of a reality of the way the game gets played?
I would say one thing you see as stacks get shallower is that hands that would raise deeper become limps.
Right.
So because of that, you kind of create this artificial stack depth. But Suvarna has a very strong hand and just elects to take the aggressive option and steals the blinds. Ace 7-6-5 double suited. Give me that hand in a cash game. It's going upstairs no matter what the action is in front of me.
Take note, those that play with Alex.
I just can't help myself. Certain hands, my pet hand in cash is 7-6-5, 3 double suited. You give me that hand, I will pretty much 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, or 6-bet, no matter what the action in front of me, because it's one of those hands that when you get up against 2 strong ranges, usually does all right.
And you said you do coaching as well?
Well, those are unrelated. When I'm talking to my students, do as I say, not as I do.
I don't think that one makes its way into the seminar.
The Queen-Queen 8-6 double, however, will make its way into the pot in the form of a pot-sized open for Samau. I think just a clear call in position for Suvarna.
Yeah, Jack, 10-9, no suits, but still attractive attributes for another 600.
Look at this flop.
9-9 queen. Suvarna with the smash job, he thinks, but somehow has hit it even harder with queens full.
This is going to be devastating for Suvarna, barring hitting that 4th 9.
By the way, that is Joao's wife, I believe, on the rail.
She'll be very happy with this development then, Ali.
Well, things still developing here as Samao all too happy to let Suvarna get himself into some trouble. No bite, though, from Santosh. Are you surprised, or he thinks he's doing some trapping of his own?
I think it's the latter, Ali, because with 2.1 in the middle and only 3.2 effective behind, Suvarna realizes he can get the money in across turn and river anyway, so he disguises the strength of his hand. In addition, he has the type of 9 that is less vulnerable, given he's got that open-ended straight draw to go with it. So both players kind of playing it coy on the flop. Samao now activating, would expect Suvarna just to play call here in position, keeping his range wide. Oh, no, he just goes for it here. So this is going to be a double up for Samao unless Suvarna can find a 9.
4.35 million is the raise.
I think it's Maryland. All in.
Players all in. Okay.
Queens.
Dream here for Samao, as all he needs to do is fade a single out and get himself a full double up to 8.5. Cold deck here for Suvarna.
One outer. 9. Spade 9.
See Joao's wife trying to ward off the evil that would be Nina. Oh, nice 80s music video dissolve there, by the way, in the control room. As the 10 on the end fills Suvarna up. No matter, of course.
But it kind of looks like a 9 sometimes when it first comes off, the 4-sider.
3 million? Correct. 3.2.
Oh, interesting, Ali. We now have statistics on the players as the graphic just appeared for a moment, but GTO Wizard providing us with some VPIP PFR 3-bet data. Haven't seen that before. I enjoy it. Some of these numbers, of course, become manipulated certain directions based on whether you're heads up, 3-handed, 5-handed, 7.
Sure.
As you can get involved as well on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Tune in on Twitch, but we won't be chatting with you if you do. As Ali has made perfectly clear, YouTube our preferred method of interaction.
Now, unbeknownst to you, I did receive a directive from above, Alex, after my salvos were launched. It reads as follows. Quick note, not looking at Twitch chat is fine, but we ask that you not be too negative about it, as we'd like to grow that stream/platform. Thanks. So
that's very fair.
Probably should have shared that with you when it came in.
You should have let me know. I'm opening Twitch chat right now. I'm going to have a quick interaction with them.
He's not, guys. He's just doing online banking.
He's just, you got to share this stuff with me, Ali. We have these running gags. I run with them.
Yeah.
Hopefully I won't be running out the door.
You're going to be gagging on a pink
This will be
slip.
my last stream here with GG. But shout out Monkey May in Twitch chat who says, "Hi, Alex." Ald Irish says, "We are not trolls." I'm seeing some welcome Alexes. Thanks, guys. It's nice to see you. Don't know how often I'll be here, but we really appreciate you being here with us. We do.
You're soft, man.
Well,
you know, you really caved
the
there.
directives, they just...
Oh, but you know.
They're scary when they come from above.
Also scary is going to be the aggression that Cowan might be confronted with here. Second nut flush draw and queens up against middle set. Suvarna limp called the raise. Blind versus blind.
All in.
Players all in.
Has checked, and now he's going to rip it into Cowan. Rob always was prepared.
Set or flush draw है.
Critical spot here as this represents
मेरा set है उनका flush draw है.
a situation where Suvarna could almost overtake the chip lead.
12 million in the middle. Cowan with problems.
3 queens in his hand, so only 1 remaining queen or the diamonds for Cowan. No other backdoor routes to victory. Running aces, I suppose, would do it.
Come on, diamond.
Yeah, that would be a real dirty way to get the job done. Instead, the 10 of clubs now relegating Cowan to the unavailable queen, as only we know, and a smattering of diamonds. All else, and Suvarna is going to find the double.
What a player.
Somehow coming over to show a little love to Santosh.
And
what a player, you know, what a player could also have been read into is just die already. But no, you know, it's not really the spirit.
And what a three-handed battle it's been, and what a poor time I chose to delve into Twitch chat as a massive pot was brewing.
You see the perils of delving into Twitch chat?
Excuse me, as I should have remained focused, as always, on the action. And when I say as always, I mean only when a big pot is being played.
Well, listen, far be it from me to suggest that one should, quote, always focus on the action.
Yeah, no,
that's not been the hallmark of my career.
That won't be happening, but we always want to catch the big ones. We got there soon enough.
And,
I mean, this is really cool, though, for Santosh. 2 50Ks, and of course, he's not even the chip leader now. The job is far from over, but if he were to pull it off, for Santosh Suvarna to win 2 50Ks in the same WSOP would be legendary stuff.
Be careful outside.
He's just gotten so much better at poker from when he appeared on the stage. What was it, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago he first appeared, Ali? Even more recently than that?
I want to say even more recently, maybe 4 years.
4 years, I could see. And now he's coming out raising. And this is really anybody's ball game. Samau at 8 million, Santosh at 12, Cowan 13.
Jockeying all over the place.
Chat, let us know who you're rooting for. I suspect there's going to be a lot of Suvarna fans in there.
How can there not be? 10-4 deuce and a couple of hearts. Samau, 10s and 4s, top two pair, along with a wheel draw.
And the nut
flush draw. I mean, this is the world.
Hard to imagine a better flop, but Suvarna knuckling back. And will Samau now take the betting lead with this host of characteristics? No, just playing as a check, trying to invoke something from Suvarna.
Who has picked up a gutter. Doesn't pick up any chips.
Indeed, chat overwhelmingly on Team Santosh. As the ace of spades hits the river, Suvarna improving to top pair, and perhaps now Samau will go for value. No, check, check.
4 hearts, everything. 3.
Ace 10 2 pair.
So Samau played it sort of tricky on all streets, and Suvarna never took the bait.
Trap. What a player, check on streets.
You know, there's a little bit of the goo when it comes to the what a player, but I think Joao means it. He's observed the development of Santosh himself at all of the events that they find themselves involved.
Tell us about the goo, Ali, as I'm familiar with the term, but maybe some of our viewers might not be.
It is the basis of all life. No, it's that's not what I'm talking about. The goo, as it's been christened here locally in Las Vegas, is kind of the shoe shine. It's when disingenuous complimentary things are delivered to a player, often in a post-mortem, things like you played it great, whatever, even though they may have butchered the spot, to continue to encourage them to partake and offload, you know, chips.
And is it a term that has come into play by Richie Sklar? Does he have any?
You know, I'm not sure if Sklar was the genesis of goo. I know he brought us George.
He did, yeah.
But yeah, that realm is certainly the one from which it comes. The 3-600 mix,
right?
Characters.
Cowan here, 6s and a king high flush draw has the lion's share of the equity. but may not want to press. 2 10s on board, indeed, checks back. This is something you'll see a lot from non-nut flush draws with non-nut pairs. They want to do a lot of check and absorbing. Betting is going to fold out the hands they have crushed and get unwanted action from the hands that crush them, so they function well as checkbacks. He now makes the check mark. But Samao is going to come out firing with that all-important Queen of Diamonds blocker in hand.
Just trying to get after the 2.1 that felt up for grabs. Of course, as only we know, far from it.
And will this be a one and done from Samao in the face of a call from Cowan?
4th diamond coming off.
Interesting card. He's got additional blockers to full houses now. Does he want to try and get something like kings with a diamond to lay down now? If he uses a small size, he could represent. He's value betting something like a weak flush, maybe even 5-6 with a diamond. Are these thoughts that are going through his mind, or is it just shutdown time? And he goes pot.
3.3.
So this bet is designed to get much stronger hands to think of laying down. He's actually trying to get hands as strong as the one Cowan has to lay down, because when he uses this size, he's now really saying he has at least an ace-high flush with a pair blocker or a full house, I would say.
But not unlike all of that suspicion which we observed percolating through Samao when the tables were turned in a similar situation earlier here at this FT. You can feel Cowan cognizant of the fact that he could be getting abused, and in fact, that is exactly what went down as Joao successfully bluffs.
Really cool hand there from Samao, as he had options on the river. He could have used a smaller size to target weaker portions of the range, but by going pot, shed a hand that would have always called a smaller bet. Excuse me, Ali.
Well, one cannot say the word cool and not bring you an image of Nick Schulman, perhaps the coolest cat in all of poker, and one who is getting prepped and ready for the night shift, as we'll be covering the main event on ESPN all the way through.
Yeah, you know, Nick, so good on both sides of the felt, we could say. Love the work he does in here with you, Ali, and then on the table, an absolute menace as well, as he's picked up a bracelet already this summer, in addition to a couple of other final tables.
Yeah.
Not somebody I'd want to draw tomorrow. Hall of Famer, very well deserved.
Bryce, by the way, picking up some healthy habits, it looked like there. Some clean eats.
He's a healthy guy, you know, Bryce. He's doing the things away from the table, the meditating, the yoga, the studying.
I didn't know that, by the way, the meditation and yoga.
At least the meditating, I'm sure that he does. I'm not sure about the yoga. David Baker?
I mean, if I have to profile a player who's going fork to grape, you know, I just feel like that's not a loose stack. That's, you know, just the read. That is ODB, of course, 4-time bracelet winner. Just after we saw the Grinder's brother Robert, a 5-time bracelet winner, also out there. Stone Minefield, that PPC.
ODB always in the who loves it more conversation. Somebody who you'll see grinding here at the WSOP each and every day.
Sure.
Doesn't matter the buy-in, doesn't matter the game.
And you know, that 25K fantasy draft that Daniel has been holding for a long time has gone a long way to kind of incentivizing players, motivating them to get out there and get after it if they draft themselves, especially for their teams.
I've got a real strong showing this year with 2 fantasy points after going for 61 in the draft.
Wow.
I'm sure my backers in ODB Fantasy are really happy that I'm sitting here with you in the booth, Ali, and not maybe firing a bullet into that 1K PLO.
Yeah. You're like poker's fart coin. Just a real...
I'm an absolute disaster, but big things are around the corner, as I'll be jumping in that PPC tomorrow if I can get the words out.
Certainly hope so.
1.4 million.
It's a wrap and a pair for Suvarna against a superior wrap and an inferior pair for Cowan.
Very similar hand composition. Advantage Cowan on the wrap, but not the pair, as you pointed out.
Yeah,
Suvarna 1.4 here after flop went check, check.
you look at these hands and you feel like you'd always rather have Cowan's hand because it's drawing to the nuts and has better playability, but the 4 providing Suvarna actually 68% in this hand. Oh, Cowan applying pressure here. No, he just called, excuse me. By Suvarna's reaction, I thought he was facing a raise. This pot is swelling.
4.9 in the middle. Suvarna was the attacker pre-flop, running queens, not providing any improvement to either player here. And for Suvarna, this is a tough barrel to find, isn't it?
It is. Now, he's not going to feel like his 4 has a ton of showdown value. He unblocks clubs, which is kind of nice because he's trying to target a hand like a superior pair with a flush draw to fold the river if he bets. But it's just dangerous, isn't it? Betting into that second queen, hitting the river. There are worlds, actually, where this could go check-check, where Cowan could decide he just doesn't have the right class of hand to bluff with, having blockers to the draws he would want Suvarna to have. But is Rob Cowan the type of player to just give up on his queens and 3s in a pot of this magnitude?
Remember, Suvarna opened this one from the small, came off the throttle on the flop, then got after things on the turn, but checked the river, and you see Cowan immediately aggrieved at his decision not to barrel.
And I can understand why he didn't barrel, because he had those cards in hand he would want his opponent to have, but once he sees the 4 revealed, he's just beating himself up internally. So is this Santos now with the chip lead, Ali, for perhaps the first time all tournament? Is that fair to say?
I can't recall an occasion on which this man hadn't simply been lurking behind the likes of Samau and Cowan, who had been occupying top slots for the bulk of the play on the day, and yet that does appear to be the designation here after Cowan didn't snatch up that last pot. So there he is with 13 million and 8-7-6-6 with a couple of hearts from the button. Comes with the limp.
And it's Cowan who moments ago held the chip lead, who now finds himself the shortest stack. So this has been an exciting seesaw affair. We've been 3-handed for quite some time. 3 very different players. Different playing styles. Cowan electing to raise non-pot here, just 900,000. Could have gone 1.2.
Suvarna pays the toll. Cowan has his holding revealed. Ace 10-6 board. Bottom set for Suvarna here. Outflopping the jacks. 9-7 turning into a gutter.
And I would expect Cowan to do a lot of continuing on ace-high boards as the pre-flop aggressor, facing limp call from Santos, which could be quite a wide range of hands. He's going big. Full half pot.
Yeah, dipping his quill into the ink as story time begins to the tune of half pot.
And with position, I'd like to see Santos just call here, keeping Cowan's range a little bit wider. I love the way Santos is playing this.
Calls 1.2.
Doesn't want to announce himself, and this 3 of hearts looks innocent enough. He does have 8 high hearts. And if we're Cowan, how hard do we want to lean into this ace?
I think if Cowan had turned a flush draw on this card, which he hasn't, there's a chance we would just see him pot it, hoping for that combination of pot and fold equity. But without it, it becomes difficult to continue here. He also interferes with some of the cards that Santosh would have in his own hand with some of Santosh's lightest flop peels. Indeed, he does knuckle it over, and what's Suvarna going to come with here? He's turned a flush draw, goes for just under half pot, and surely this will just end the hand.
Cowan waves the white flag and waves goodbye to more of his chips as he suddenly finds himself sub 7 million.
India jeetega, bhai.
Like, what would it take to piss Santosh off? You think, like, he just gets pulled over, guy writes him up for a speeding ticket, and he just thanks him and goes on about his day?
I can't see that really shaking him too much.
Yeah. Parking ticket, no.
No. No.
Bad day in the markets, also feels like it wouldn't.
I think you'd have to do something really mean to either Santosh or a member of his family for him to get angry. And I don't think anyone would really want to do anything mean to Santosh.
Well, you know, there are some crime syndicates that
mean people in the world,
certainly,
I suppose.
You know, ransom-based efforts. 6-3 deuce board here, three-way pot.
I shouldn't say nobody, indeed.
Limped pre. There's the revelation for Cowan. He's flopped the joint here with a redraw.
And does Suvarna have the sort of hand that might start stabbing? It's supposed to be his type of board, checking his option in the big blind. He's got that gutter, but no, showing the restraint. Note the check back from Cowan with the super nuts.
Nobody with backdoor clubs as the 8 pairs somehow.
And Suvarna very disciplined here, turning the double gutter. Still not putting any chips in the pot. Cowan surely now, I think with the presence of the club draw, is going to want to start to get value. Goes full pot, trying to represent like he could have some sort of turn draw, when instead he has a flopped slow play.
Surely Suvarna doesn't have heroism on his mind, courtesy of this big stack.
I wouldn't think so. And Cowan might be a little annoyed actually here because he would have expected checking back flop to just receive more action by a lot of different holdings. Never terrible just to pick up the pot, but having it go fold, probably not his preferred outcome with such a big hand.
Well, he had higher hopes
good luck, guys. Thank you.
for chip acquisition, but no compliance from his stablemates.
Oh.
Swinging.
New dealer change and Cowan giving an accurate answer to how things are going. Swinging indeed.
His stack like an open marriage.
I was wondering if you were going to take that one anywhere.
You know, I tried not to, but then I realized
you couldn't help yourself. We are who we are, Ollie.
That's right, Alex.
Well, and you're too old to change who you are.
My personality is pretty brittle at this point, immalleable, dare I say. If I was going to have repaired the flaws, I would have done it by now. I'm not really part of that self-help, crew.
You're not a big therapy guy?
Well, Queen 10-8, a therapeutic development here for Suvarna.
There we go.
Spades and a queen high straight. Note, 2 paths to a straight for Cowan here, including the Broadway gutty. Key ace of spades could come into focus.
Absolutely. He's got the type of hand that you could see betting across multiple streets depending on the way this one develops. Suvarna just playing it coy, going with just check call with the straight and the backup.
Now backdoor clubs acquired.
And I wonder if Cowan will look at this as maybe now, is it a reason to just check and realize his equity with the club pickup? Or is it a reason to continue putting his foot on the gas, still blocking some of the strongest hands? He's got the ace of spades, he's got that jack. He does,
and I think he's got the sense, by the way, he does check back and he does not get there, that Suvarna annoyingly has kind of taken on this passive play And he doesn't want to be complicit in gifting more chips in that direction.
Yeah. I think you're right, Ali, and it was a pretty quick check back, which kind of indicated he felt like he had an idea that Suvarna might be in the weeds, lurking with a strong hand, and he just wanted to realize the new equity of the club draw. Also, the utility of the ace of spades. He keeps that by checking back and being able to bluff spade rivers.
3250.
3,250,000.
Time extension.
Oh, what is this?
This
is unusual.
This is some combination of, dare I call it, frustration and ambition, or is this just sage PLO? You tell me. Ace Jack 7-3, just a min raise, a big dedication when you have just 3.4 back.
Well, it's very non-standard because straights in Cowan's shoes, you would have expected to bet the turn. And by min-raising, he's now representing a straight. So he's telling this story of, I checked back a straight, now I'm min-raising you. What he's relying on, though, Ali, is just that Suvarna has a bluff. He can't call the bluff with ace-high because Suvarna's bluff will have some type of pair to go with it. So he's just thinking that Suvarna's bluffing often enough that he can get this through, even though he's not really representing much, or he's representing a very sort of specific class of hand.
And if you think Cowan was frustrated by the things that he's been enduring of late, the fact that Suvarna just piles on top of him is only going to make matters worse. And Rob, just sick to his stomach. He has ace high here. What,
has he not folded yet?
I thought
No.
he did.
Time extension.
There it goes.
Total. Launching.
You know what would bring me great joy is like a flash mob routine in Bollywood spirit out of this crew right here after the pot, you know.
Yeah.
Just, you can see it.
I can see it. So a bit of a hand funeral there for Rob Cowan, not releasing immediately, facing the all-in there from Santosh. And he finds himself now, Ali, down to just 10 big blinds. And that one, it feels, was avoidable.
Tell you what, you could shrink a cashmere sweater on Cowan's head right about now. Very steamy in that seat. Ace Jack 10-5 single.
Raise.
Just north of 10 bigs left. And
1.2 million.
he hoists the sail.
Oh, wow. And he's just run into it as Samau has the two aces. And not only that, but he's got a jack in hand. Suvarna's got two jacks, making Cowan's hand have even less utility. A couple of hearts also dead in Suvarna's hand.
Yeah, and I don't think Suvarna's going to have a real affinity for these hooks. And out he goes. Boy, Mike Cowan be not far from the similar fate.
I don't think Cowan can fold here, Ali. It's just, even if you think you're up against aces at a pretty high clip, ace jack 10-5 nut suit, too much equity against that range. And he has to play this kind of close to just chip EV as he's the shortest stack. There's also a dead 300 in there from Santosh, not insignificant. Oh, wow. And I'm quite surprised to see that fold. Against the specific aces that Samau had and with the dead cards of Santosh, it was closer. But against the range, I think you just need to go there as Cowan because, you know, you're still by far the shortest stack. It's not like there's these ICM reasons to just fold there and try to ladder. You're the one who needs to do something. And with a third of your stack committed there already, pretty much, I would have just been compelled to put the rest in, but he's going to live to fight another day.
Like a derelict ball of yarn. Things unraveling.
A derelict ball of yarn. has been announced.
Yeah.
In the booth.
I mean, you see it though.
I just don't even.
I think Cowan's really
I
out
don't know
of
what
sorts.
you're talking about, Ali. A
You know,
derelict ball of yarn.
Yeah. Just kind of one that's free rolling across a hallway. You know, just unraveling. That's
okay.
I don't have to connect these dots, Alex.
Well,
Suvarna connecting for nothing more than a 6 here against Samau, who fires 400 and takes this one. But I go back to Cowan, and I confess, I really do feel like he's out of sorts. I think the beats and the L's have just mounted up, and I think the prime position that he found himself in, not far removed from this moment here, which is a very different reality than he was maybe.
Yeah, maybe the pressure got to him a little bit, you could say. He had such a big chip lead at one point after Samau got in with that ace, king, queen, 5, and it's just nothing has gone his way since. But can he regroup? He's going to need a little good fortune to go with that regrouping as he finds himself right around 2 million in chips now. Double suited Drugel for Samau, who lets it go.
Suvarna announcing pot just in and of itself is going to be aggravating for Cowan. But Queen Jack 10-10 will alleviate this aggravation potentially. But Doogie, but
double suited.
Very strong holding against Santosh.
Queen Jack 10-10 against Queen 6.
I think it will make it straight.
3-2 favorite.
Small cut.
We've got a good spot to double.
Big cards.
Yeah, we got the turns.
Big cards.
It's part of the game.
Big cards.
Não, lá é as baixinhas.
To the flop we go. King
5,
7
5.
tray. Cutter for Suvarna, who instantly points out.
A 5 would end it. Backdoor flush draw for Suvarna as well.
That's a great card.
That's a beautiful.
Only the 5 now. Good card there for Cowan.
His rail trying to help him stabilize and pull in this 4.1, and they've done it. 5 adjacent, but inadequate. Is that for clubs?
And a little smile on the face of Joao Samau, who was just pretty close to getting heads up there.
Sure.
And might this be the momentum boost that Cowan needs to get back in this fight? Just like Samau did. He needs to psychologically reset. He's no longer the chip leader. He needs to come to terms with that and just play this position. And trust the intuition that has gotten him so far, both in this tournament and throughout his Pot Limit Omaha career.
What's the grinder up to now? Raz?
Probably in the middle of a pot, as usual.
You know, the VPIP is extraordinary for Mizrachi. Looks like Ilior involved in this one. 6th Street action. Dara Tahirpur, the other involved party, being told. Are we showing down? Mizrachi with a 10 low. Looks like a 9 low for Dara. More urgent matters involving these 3 here in this 50K PLO. Back on your screen. Suvarna limping. 755 trade double. Cowan double suited himself. Ready to start piling his chips toward the middle.
I like the way that Santosh has been playing these buttons with a lot of limp calls with these hands that don't want to raise and face 3-bet. And expect him to call here as well. We can see it's a very fair fight between these two hands, and the pot is escalating. Just about a pot-sized bet left for Cowan. Winning this one could really bring him back into the fight.
We have to fight. Right? 3-way, we have to fight.
It's nice to see Rob smiling, but obviously he's lamenting the man who has really become his nemesis out there.
Ali.
And 7-5 is a 9-high straight against top pair and a heart draw.
The money's going in.
That it is. Sub 1 SPR. And Cowan backs up the truck. Suvarna makes sure it's a completely empty clip.
Hearts. We need a heart. Yeah.
A heart or running full house needed for Cowan.
It's all right. It's all right. Turn him dead. Flush draw.
Can also go Jack 10 for the Queen High straight.
No, we've got the flush draw.
He's got no bluffers. 9!
Just take a fucking heart. Bang.
Heart. Heart! Heart! 10 or a heart.
The 10 now.
Yeah, the Jack delivering a gutty to go with the hearts to that which keeps Cowan intact here. Anxious moments on his rail.
Come on, Trench. Heart.
Will this 8.8 go his way? No, it will not.
Good game, Bharat. Good game.
Needless to say, a deeply disappointing third-place finish for Rob Cowan, who has so much talent and a win in this very event just a few short years ago, but not meant to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Still such a strong result overall for Cowan, who continues to add to his PLO tournament earnings with that third-place finish.
$628,000. Nothing to hang one's head about. And I'm not so sure too many people would have fared much better than he did, just given the way the deck paid him a visit today.
But how about this heads-up battle now, as Santosh has his eyes on his 4th career bracelet and his 2nd in a 50K buy-in of this series.
4th career bracelet opportunity as well for Joao Simão.
Brazil versus India, Ali.
Yeah, the stage is now set for heads-up play. Healthy chip lead for Suvarna will be taken in to that battle, as Alex and I are going to step aside, some admin duties, and we'll be back very shortly with Heads Up here in the 50K.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculations behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision, and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
Gentlemen, standard house rules, no crying, no folding, no feelings.
Oh, okay.
Class is in session and we are not grading on a curve. It's to you. Let's play.
Go fish.
Go fish?
Go fish.
Check the pot. Poker legend Daniel Negreanu? The pot. It's boiling over. We got next game in 3 days. Daniel, don't forget to wash your hands, okay? You're bluffing.
Is it working?
So here's the thing. Aggressive play, it's better with a big stack. All right, guys. No limit hold'em, small blind, big blind, button on Joe.
Let's go.
The World Series of Poker Academy. We can get you there. Real life Daniel Negreanu not included.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
I'm Vibhu Norby, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Salon Foundation. Yeah, so international payments is a huge problem. If you come to go play a tournament in the Bahamas, but you're a citizen somewhere else, how do you get money from one country to the other? How do you get money out when you win a tournament? How do you get paid out? Today, the old system is really inefficient. There are a lot of fees. The money can get locked up. Solana makes it easy and instantaneous and free. This is really the power of digital money. I can send someone $1 million or $1, pay a fee under 1/10 of a cent, and it shows up in your wallet instantly, no matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter. So we're really excited to work with World Series on not just this brand partnership, but how do we enable the poker economy with digital finance and digital money? That's really the next step, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff come to life later this year.
Sorry, that's 1.1?
1.2. 1.2.
Time extension. Time extension.
Calls 1.2. Okay, calls 1.2. We have one player who is all in. There's still action on the side.
seconds.
Check. The bet is 800.
Could you please talk quietly, please? Excuse me. There's 42.15.
There's a 3.85. 3.85 in the middle.
$4.2.
Okay, raised to 4.2 million. Okay, fold. You're going to win this side pot right here.
मैं दूं nut flush है. देखते हैं.
It's got us in bad shape there. Wrapping a dead flush. That's all right. Queen Jack 10. Queen Jack 10. Some running sixes. Just talking too loud. Yes, please. Wasted two time back.
Almost.
The pot's already in the middle.
$2.9.
2.9 million is the bet.
All in. 10-7. मेरा straight है, उसका flush draw है.
Heart. We need a
हमारा
heart.
straight है.
Yeah. It's all right. It's all right. Turn him dead. Flush draw we have.
So 5-7.
Yeah. No, we've got the flush draw.
Alright, he's got no blockers. 9!
Just take a fucking heart. Bang.
Heart. Heart! Heart! 10 or a heart. 10 or a heart. Heart. Ace of hearts.
Come on, Trench. Heart.
India!
GG.
Good game, Bharat. Good game.
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculations behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
Gentlemen, standard house rules, no crying, no folding, no feelings.
Oh, okay.
Class is in session and we are not grading on a curve. It's to you. Let's play.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Check the pot.
Poker legend Daniel Negreanu?
The pot. It's boiling over. We got next game in 3 days. Daniel, don't forget to wash your hands, okay? You're bluffing.
Is it working?
So here's the thing. Aggressive play, it's better with a big stack.
All right, guys. No limit hold'em, small blind, big blind, button on Joe. Let's go.
The World Series of Poker Academy. We can get you there. Real life Daniel Negreanu not included.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Say it to gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Eight have become one as we bring you back to Paris, Las Vegas for the conclusion of the $50,000 pot limit Omaha, one of the more prestigious events of the summer, as 2 players with 3 career World Series of Poker bracelets are going to square off, battling for a
final
fourth.
table where we are heads up for the title, heads up for a first place prize of more than $1.3 million, and heads up for this World Series of Poker bracelet. It would be the 4th for both of these players. So it's Santos versus Joao for that bracelet and that massive first place prize. Chris, let's get those cards back in the air. Here we go.
Remember that we spoke who will get the first bracelet first?
Apologies, by the way. I should have known Platt would be on the case there. As we welcome you back, Ali and Alex, here in the booth. But the real duo that we're focused upon is Santosh Suvarna against Joao Simão. India versus Brazil for the accolades. $1.37 million.
And a bit of a bromance has formed between the two across this final table, as all smiles for both with over $900K locked up.
Great vibes in both seats, it must be said. $456,000, by the way. That's the differential in terms of second and first place payout. The lockup, $912,000 and a tickle. As we get back underway, blinds 150, 300.
Simão starts things off with a limp, and it'll be interesting to see if he uses a lot of limps and tries to play small ball against Suvarna.
You know, I would imagine he's not going to be unilateral in his approach. He's the kind of guy that wants to keep you on your toes, but only time will tell. Middle pair here for him. He does sprinkle. Min bet gets through as Suvarna has no further appetite. First blood drawn by Simao. In terms of the tail of the tape, 37 years of age is the professional poker player whose wife Louisa has been nervously looking on from the rail. His career earnings north of $8 million. As mentioned, 3-time bracelet winner for Suvarna, 46 years of age. $22.6 million in career earnings for him. Also a 3-time bracelet winner, but his third came earlier this summer, as you mentioned on a few occasions during the broadcast, and he wants to add himself to the 2-bracelet crew, which includes Naoya Kihara and Calvin Anderson, who just the other night binked the 10K. Was that the Raz? Did he want? No, the Raz was his first. Was it not, Alex, for Cal?
It was Raz followed by Horse. Of course, that was his 7th overall bracelet, I believe, for Cal.
I would say he's the most quiet of the 7 bracelet owners.
Yeah.
You know,
I would agree. Just goes about his business. And by the way, doesn't usually play a full schedule. He kind of sticks to the games he feels most comfortable in and just comes in and crushes those, frankly.
And no doubt sticking to this flop will be Suvarna with top pair and 9 high spades. Just the gutter for Simao.
Very reasonable to play this as a check back, and he does. I like this play from Suvarna. Suvarna has done a number of things that indicate to me he's put in some time studying the game, thinking about things from a theoretical lens, because he has this hand that can absorb aggression very well, but doesn't really want to bet and face a check raise. And I would expect he just continues to check. He does.
Board pairing Jack, followed by an 8.
And perhaps on some rivers with just king high, Simao would have gotten after it, but now maybe he feels he has a bit of showdown value with that 8.
2.1 out there. Is this a single big? Yes, it is. 300,000. Sets his own price to get to showdown. Unclear whether or not Suvarna would have an appetite at a higher price point.
Yeah, kind of an unusual bet there from Simao. I suppose it was very thin value. Can't imagine he ever bluffs off a better hand. While we were on break, Ali, I got a text from an old friend of mine and somebody I used to play PLO with, Arvind Doc Gupta. Not sure if you know that player.
Dr. Gupta?
The Doc?
I don't know Dr. Gupta, but what did he have to say?
Well, he was well known in the Rock PLO streets at Aria, longtime regular player there, and he said...
Was it a prescription?
Well,
what was he providing?
He was providing entertainment, and he was a regular player in the game.
Okay.
His chips were moving. We were having fun. He was a very active player. We always had fun games when he was involved. He could build up big stacks, by the way, and he was one of those players, you know, the stacks could rise, they could fall. You never knew what was going to come. In any event,
what did the text
digress.
contain?
He just wanted to let me know that A, he thinks we're doing a nice job on comms, and B, he's known Suvarna for quite some time. He said that he's known Suvarna before we saw Suvarna explode into the high-stakes scene.
Okay.
Maybe as much as a decade before that. So it's just worth noting that Santosh has been playing poker for quite some time, but perhaps on a smaller scale in India before he became well-known on the high roller scene.
So more when he was on special teams, kind of the punter on the team.
More localized.
Yeah.
We could say the minor leagues.
It's fair to say now, really, truly, when he showed up, there was a game that was far different than the one that we're bearing witness to here and now. But that's, again, just what makes his ascent so impressive, as he is impressed enough by this ace and gut shot, along with some backdoor spades to pot it.
Interesting find here. So I suppose the idea is that you can sometimes get a hand like ace, jack, jack, 9 to fold.
Risky business, though, versus the open raise on the button from Simao. Standard procedures would have involved the check call.
Yeah, check call far more standard with a hand that has a couple backdoor flush draws and can absorb aggression. I think you can get some better ace-x to fold there, but the ace-x that has live overcards without a pair in hand might be difficult to shed. Seems like every time we turn our attention to the PPC, it's to this man.
Well, I think we have a tripod that's been situated here in this camera angle and isn't going anywhere just because the theatrics that at any given moment you might bear witness to involving Mizrachi or the stuff that you don't want to miss. 7K pre-flop in this PLO round here from Mizrachi. He picked up 2 callers, and Renan Bruski and Ryuta Nakai. Saw that flop, ace, king, jack, c-bet and take it. Well, guys, I don't know that we needed to cut into that particular hand. It's
not a ton going on there.
Yeah, that it was a light. I don't know that it was a highlight.
Filling some dead air, I suppose. Perhaps it's production's way of telling us that they don't think that we can find things to talk about between hands here. And
I got some opinions to share with production myself. And
please.
They center around that bit of discretion we observed there. That was, at
the top of the...
Maybe we need to go back to school. That was an unneeded 15 seconds of our collective lives. I'll send them an invoice. Meanwhile, bottom 2 against top 2 here. Broadway gut shot included for Samau, who faces 850. This the follow-through figure.
And it's a bit immediately uncomfortable as Samau, despite the fact that he has 2 pair and a gut shot. I expect he'll just play check call, but you never love it because against the value range, you figure there's some reverse implied odds when you fill up. We can see indeed the king would be a problem for him. And will Suvarna continue here? That's the question. Stack to pot ratio about 2. Some concern he could run into queen 10, but perhaps he just feels ace king enough hand here. Unblocking clubs, enough worse things that Joao can have, some type of pair plus flush draw combo, that he can deny equity to or get value from.
Are we less inclined to be afraid of monsters under the bed when we're playing heads up pot limit Omaha than when we're playing ring and even short?
Well, perhaps to some extent, just the hand compositions will be wider.
And composing a bet on the turn is Suvarna.
3.8, right?
3.8, correct.
Sheet music reads full pot.
And Samau will be forced to let this one go.
Bora, Lulu.
And this is where you really need to regulate if you're Suvarna, because we've seen players in the past, and I'm not alleging that he's going to be guilty of it, Alex, but, we all can think that conclusions are foregone or that,
exactly. So now I'm the button.
we're running good, and so let's go ahead and give the opponent a spin.
Yeah.
No, the button.
And all of a sudden, just ask Rob Cowan.
I was just going to say, we saw Rob Cowan win that critical pot against Samau. Kind of looked like it was going to be his tournament.
But the deck had other ideas.
Things can unravel quickly, like that ball of yarn.
Derelict ball of yarn.
That derelict ball of yarn just sort of spinning down the hallway uncontrollably.
9.
Looks like Suvarna's rail has fired up the stream, by the way, in an effort to perhaps provide some scouting reports on the delay.
Should just be a call here from Joao. Every pot feels so critical at this point. 2.1 in the middle, just 7.2 behind.
900 is a healthy cut.
Wow.
And that is a healthy bit of interaction for Samau as he finds trip 5s.
A welcome sight.
Yeah, whiffs. Do we feel okay about a c-bet on this particular board texture with Suvarna's hand?
I think it's reasonable, yeah. A paired board, you can c-bet relatively wide. Again, it's one of those spots where you're going to see some mixing in theory. I would say the cards that are going to fold in Joao's hands are a lot of things in that Queen Jack 10 region. The deuce and the 3 don't exist as much in his calling range versus the full 3x. So unblocking those hands. And he goes for a check raise, does Samau. Fast playing his hand, trying to stack an overpair. Is this a float?
It is. And these are the sorts of spots where you begin to question whether or not Suvarna is getting out ahead of his skis. Fancy play temptations.
Yeah, this is more of a thing in no limit hold'em. When you get check raised on paired boards, you're going to have to continue with a lot of hands with ace high, maybe with a backdoor flush draw. In PLO, you can be a bit more selective, and you would certainly have to continue some non-overpair hands here, but the ace-king 3-deuce feels a little light to me. You'd want to have at least a gut shot, something more than just those backdoor nut clubs. I can understand the temptation versus the size.
Mercifully, Suvarna hasn't found something like an ace or a king on this turn to potentially keep him interested, as Samao brings pot, and that is the bulk of his 5.8.
Now, if he felt, as Santosh, that Samao has a very polar range on the flop, and it's just going to be check folding some of those bluffs, you could understand the float. But a nice pickup there from Samao. Typically in PLO, your floats are just going to be a little more equity driven.
Yeah, that one was driven by something other than that. Boy, no matter how many times Louisa has watched her hubby in situations such as this, you can tell that the nerves never soften.
Raised to 900,000.
Her gum is really is going a long way.
Yeah.
By the way, I can't imagine there's any flavor left in it.
Well, maybe she's moved on to a new piece.
What's that?
Holly.
What? Why would she move? The guy's about to win at least 912,000.
You think she's been chewing the same piece of gum?
Gum.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the gum, Holly.
Okay. I thought perhaps
keep focus on the task at hand, would you? As note that Suvarna made a bit of a tight fold there out of the big blind with the king 6-5-3. I know it's not that strong of a hand, but in a heads-up situation with that big blind ante in there, you do need to hang tough. Can't be folding too many big blinds. Here, a monster for him, and a very reasonable hand for Samao as well.
Call.
Beautiful heads-up holding. Try suits we don't love, but we accept such things. Queen 10-6-5, defending and fanning on the Jack-Deuce-Deuce board. King sit pretty.
Would expect Santosh very often just to come with a small c-bet here. Mixing some checks, also reasonable at times. Takes the latter option, but that's opened the door for Samao to pick up a significant amount of equity, though the king would be detrimental to his hand.
We're perfectly okay with the check back with kings in this particular spot.
Yeah, you mix with your overpairs. You do a little bit of everything.
Samao, by the way, not lured by an open-ender and hearts into a barrel. Checks it over, and now he will contemplate the demand from Suvarna. 1.3.
I wonder if Samao ever plays this as check raise. Trying to target naked overpairs to lay down, or perhaps just going after some weaker hands that Suvarna might be stabbing with. See, the issue is that Samao has just queen high, but he will have some equity against the value region, so could play it as a check raise, but just elects to let it go. So folding some amount of equity there, and Suvarna will be very happy to take that one down.
23 million. Comfortable chip lead for Santosh, but a lot of responsibility and pressure here. Sometimes being the short stack actually leaves you a bit more at ease in these heads-up situations because there's lower expectations.
It depends a lot on your mindset. I think for a true competitor, you thrive the opportunity to close it out when you've got that chip lead.
Well, production with an opportunity to redeem themselves after the last check-in on Mizrachi here. Playing limit hold'em. Let's see if this one
proves
itself worthwhile.
I mean, limit hold'em already. We're off to a bad start.
I
here.
agree. This is
raise and c-bet double barrel on the turn.
Yeah, things aren't boding well. This is,
yeah, no.
I don't know, man.
Okay, check raise. At least there's something happening here.
He's up against Ryuta Nakai.
Let's see like 6 bets go in on the river.
There's Rocky with ace queen. Rivering aces up. Board red 7 ace king 9 queen. Unclear what Nakai had, but okay.
4 out of 10.
That was better than the 0 out of 10 we had last time around.
Yeah. We're making progress, so keep it up, production. Maybe by the end of the broadcast, you'll be up to a 7.
To be fair, there was nowhere to go but up from the last cutaway, so, you know.
And if this is my last time here in the booth with you, Ali, it's been an absolute pleasure.
You know, it's more likely to be the last time for whoever's choosing those cuts than it is for you. Is it interned? Is it like bring your kids to work day out there in South Korea in the control room? Just out of curiosity. Actually, we're really being brutal right now. Those
Shots
guys have
fired.
been working really hard all summer long. Tip of the hat, by the way. And you know what? You've been working so hard that perhaps you needn't work on things like cutaways to the Grinders PPC run. At this point, take it easy. You know, just keep it here, and all will be well. You know, just something to consider.
Keeping it here, Santosh Suvarna has found a 7 high straight, top pair, and a gutter ball for Samau. Chat was enjoying that one, saying they need to limit the visibility of that game in reference to limit hold'em.
Sure. Board pairing tray here after both players check. Note this one was a limp pre from Samau with a fairly durable holding. Now he comes with 400, and Suvarna loves the side of it as that second check coaxes the barrel. Suvarna just flats, Alex.
Indeed. Note the board is paired.
9 of spades, inconsequential.
And I think Suvarna's plan just to check call once again.
Trap. Vamos.
This gentleman in the back left here who appears to be enjoying a late night milkshake and earlier I believe was two-fisting bananas. And I'm being dead serious. You see him pocket, phone in the front pocket. And yeah, just, you know.
Two different bananas?
Did you watch that? Yeah, 2 separate bananas. Did you ever watch Sesame Street? You know, one of these is not like the other kind of bit that they did. That gentleman seems to be sticking out as perhaps not part of the group tour. Just, you know, that's my read. Queen 10-8 rainbow.
Meanwhile,
the nuts for Suvarna yet again.
Indeed, but not much going for Samau. So probably just bet and take it for Santosh. Both of these players eyeing up what would be their 4th bracelet for each.
Just 8s for Samau, but he hasn't shed it yet.
Backdoor hearts, but not much in the way of interaction with this board, but he comes with check call. This is non-standard. He must have some ideas.
Yeah, and especially out of position, Alex. Kind of an unexpected thing. You think he just comes with a lead?
Well,
trying to rep what Suvarna's got?
I'm wondering if it's just a spot where he check calls and then looks to bluff some runouts if Santosh gives up on the turn. But I expect we're just going to see double barrel fold. Oh. So Santosh playing it sneaky. And this maybe will just invite something from Samau. Although it was a very unusual flop check call because he doesn't even really have too much in the way of future blockers. Those 7s could interact with some potential straights, but non-nut ones. And now he just has bad characteristics in his hand to go for this. And it's not going to work, of course, as Santosh was slow playing on the turn, but I expect now versus this large bet we'll just call. Because at this point, a lot of the value range that Samao is representing is, in fact, Broadway.
Calls 1.6.
And I'll tell you what, Samao knows he's cooked, but he's I think he's going to recognize in pretty short order that this is a different sort of drum beat than the one he's used to having to navigate. As you see, Santosh's good buddy Krish in the Celine hoodie back there, and co. Loving it.
So that trap worked out to perfection for Santosh as Samao is at the stone bottom of his range, maybe even underground in his range.
Is Jeff still available at this hour, or has he checked out? Because I would like just a small investigation on the gentleman that I was talking about earlier. There's something.
Are you trying to sort of delegate Jeff going forward as our official rail investigator?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't. We're in here.
Well, maybe we could outsource to a third party.
Who would that be? Natalie Bodie? Julia?
Maybe we could even go outside of the realm of employees and just work
text
something
the
out
buddy
on our
to
own.
tap that guy on his shoulder and be like,
you
hey,
know.
bud, what's your story? You know, who you with?
Couple of fours for Santosh, which function as interesting blockers on this board, but it's the overpair and open-ender for Samao. This could just be a check shove from Samao if he believes that Suvarna is going to have some bet folds here. Both calling and raising on the table for Joao. Yeah, he goes for it.
Yep.
And I don't think Santosh can continue here.
Five, 250.
It's a healthy enough shove. He's got 2 fours, so he's wondering what Samao has, but Samao can just do this with plenty of hands that are not straights. 2 pair plus gutter ball. Hands like the one he has, over pair and open ender. Indeed. Santosh wisely relinquishes.
You got to appreciate the way Samao is so in the moment. And, you know, we touched on the fact that confidence brimming courtesy of a year's worth of run good, if not more. But I think a lot of it has to do with knowing what he's doing out there. If you're well studied enough and you never feel like you're in a situation where you're left completely befuddled and confused because you haven't put the work in to understand how to navigate a spot, that lends to your acceptance because you know that you're doing what you're supposed to do and the rest is beyond your control, so no need to get upset about it because in the long run, things work out. Meanwhile, Samao, trip aces and a king with hearts. See if he wants to work it up from this 1.2.
Yeah, we'll get back to your thought, Ali, because I have follow-ups to that, but I think this pot is about to get a lot bigger. As yes, Samao has 3 aces in his hand, but his hand is still just a very clear 3-bet for value. And I don't expect Suvarna to fold here. You just don't do much raise folding heads up with that big blind ante in there, and King, Queen, 8-6 single suited. It may not look like, but it's plenty of hand. Oh, this I didn't expect, I confess. I thought that Suvarna would just take a flop in position because he has no fold equity on the shove, but he wants to try to end things. 39% of the time, we're going to have a champion here.
Louisa can hardly take it. Suvarna taking the high variance approach, seeking glory, and could this be the opportunity that Samao has been seeking to work his stack back up into a more playable depth of 17.5 million? Certainly looking that way on a 5-5 deuce rainbow board where he has no concerns whatsoever for the time being.
Almost as clean as it gets, just 5% equity for Suvarna. So many turns will just end this hand. That's not one of them. Offsuit 9 or 4, the heart would not work.
This would be so dirty. Not going to happen. A third 5, giving Samau the boat and giving Louisa reasons to exhale. I ask you, as I talked a little bit earlier, Alex, about haste and about perhaps getting out ahead of ourselves, would this be a hand that would qualify and perhaps be one where Santosh is guilty of such things?
Yeah, so the problem here for Santosh is that there's no reason to 4-bet all in with his hand. He has position. He needs to call. He needs to continue. The pot's going to be large, and on plenty of flops, he's going to have to get the money in. But when Joao's 3-bets there, there's just no fold equity on a 4-bet shove. So this is what, you know, differs between pot limit Omaha and no limit Hold'em, where equities run so close in PLO. Typically, when your opponent is representing a very strong range and you have position, you just call the 3-bet, and then that allows you to get away on a flop like 5-5 deuce. And Santosh has played very well so far, but this was a bit of a misstep, which has really allowed Joao back into the game.
What have we here? An empty table waiting for participants. Is this more from the 50K? Yes, it is.
Maybe we'll pan to a different table. I see Dylan, Dr. GTO Weissman in the mix.
And what have we here? Mizrachi has gotten in and out. Look at this explosion of takeout. I mean, that is that's truly impressive. What's this black cylinder? That's also, oh, that must be for his glasses. The case. Chino, by the way, his good buddy, also winds up here at his table.
Yeah, David Chino Ream will take that one down.
It's
and what? Whoa! Wow, that was a lot of fries.
That was
in one gulp.
A violent intake of carbs.
No, that had nothing on the clip we saw of Martin Cabral ingesting and then, shall we say, digesting.
Really?
Did you not see this one?
Did he yak?
Oh, this is a weird clip, Ollie. I'll have to show it to you when we're off air, and just in case any of our viewers have a sensitive stomach, I'll spare them of the details now. But there is a clip circulating out there. You can do your own research at home. It involves Martin Cabral and food, and it is not a sight to behold.
His tableside manner doesn't strike me as the type that would really gel with you know, what I need out of a dining companion.
He might not do well at a fine dining establishment, maybe one of those ones with nice tablecloths.
He might not do well at a food truck. I mean, from the sound of it. Meanwhile, we hear the sound of a re-raise from Samau, finally with enough chips to throw some weight around. Picking King 7-3-3 single, though, Alex.
It's a very creative find, and Santosh is going to float with top pair. It's funny because Santosh has the kind of hand that you sometimes see bluff raising in certain situations on flops like this where you can continue to tell a story on all those straightening cards. He's now going to float and maybe hope to bluff on a 6, a 5, a 10, a jack, etc. Samau really has not much going on at all with his hand.
Ace 8-7 board.
So this is exactly the type of card that Suvarna's hoping that Samau now slows down. Let's say Samau was value raising ace 7 or ace 8 on the flop without much backup. He might check here, and could Suvarna pressure those hands across a couple of streets? I don't see how Samau can continue to fire here with no 5, no 9, no 10 in his hand. Indeed, he checks back. We can see that Suvarna actually has the best of it, but he may not feel that way. Does he feel like he needs to use those 9s to tell a different story?
2.9.
Well, note that the raise and the re-raise Didn't bring follow through from Samau. He chose to check raise that flop. Suvarna not dislodged, and Samau forcefully evicted. And that is a big chunk reclaimed by Suvarna.
And I love the sizing there, by the way, from Suvarna on the turn, because he's saying the rest of it's coming on the river, and it's very believable that that's the size he would use with a straight on this Badugi board. We got a ball game, Ali.
That we do, and I think it's better pitching than Samau may have anticipated.
Nice looking one here for Samau, single suited, gappy rundown.
Plays it as a limp. Suvarna checking back. Nut hearts. Ace jack deuce finds himself top and bottom pair. Lack of excitement for Samau.
Samau's going to stab here because he feels ace-high boards are going to be better for his limping range than for Suvarna's checking range. A lot of ace-ace hands. Some of the ace-jack hands would have raised out of the blind from Suvarna. But top and bottom for Santosh certainly going nowhere.
Now a board pairing jack is a deflating development. He plays ace-9 in lieu of the ace-deuce.
Samau close to the bottom of his possible range of hands. Not a ton of interaction with this board. When you think about potential bluffs here for Samau, you'd like to have some type of equity, maybe on the low gut shot end, something with a 5-4 in it. You'd want to unblock things like diamond draws, unblock things like queen 10. And with that 10 and the diamond, he wisely shuts down. But now, on that queen of diamonds, perhaps his hand has a bit more utility in bluffing rivers than it did on the turn. The idea being now the cards in his hand can mimic some of his value range, but he just shuts it down.
Ace-9. Ace pair.
Do you feel as though, having borne witness to some passive play from Suvarna with, you know, some really up-in-range stuff and then some kind of mid-range stuff, that Samau should be a little bit more inclined, especially with holdings like that?
Yeah, I think that's a good point because we've seen a little bit of that trippy-trappy stuff going on from Suvarna. So João just giving it up there, and of course just a perfectly reasonable give up in general with no pair blocker on board there on that paired board. So we fight on. Pretty close in chips, it feels. I suppose Suvarna with a bit of an advantage there.
1.2.
$1.2 and take it for Suvarna, being told it was 8-5. No, king 8-6-5, rather. No, you know what? That I don't think that was it. Inconsequential, whatever it was.
What?
1.2.
Well, perhaps you were a fortune teller, Ali.
Getting out ahead of ourselves a little bit as the hand tracker for this one was delivered prematurely.
These two hands could collide on several boards.
2 sevens, 2 clubs, and a tray. We see the gut shot for Suvarna. Same story for Samau. Mutual interference.
700.
Somehow, Betson takes it.
Sneaky.
Santos is truly a difficult player, especially for somebody as studied as Joao to play against, because when you are studied, it does seem as though all of that coursework is most effective against someone who shares the architecture. But when you have someone like Santos, who obviously has put in some study himself, but is far more inclined to deviate, it presents, you know, some outside the game tree situations.
Absolutely. A lot of the time it's easier to play against somebody who's one level below you but who thinks the way you do than it is to play against someone who just operates on kind of a completely different sphere. It forces you out of what maybe is your comfort zone.
But incumbent upon a pro like Samau is the need to make adjustments on the fly.
How about bottom set here for Suvarna?
Yeah, flying high. Blocking his own boat with the 10 in hand. But conversely blocking a set of 10s. Somehow not following through after taking it north pre in the face of the limp, and activation from Suvarna comes swiftly into the 2.8. Third pot.
Some backdoor stuff going on here for Samau, but nothing much in terms of immediate outs. How's he going to read into this sizing of Suvarna, who goes relatively small on this draw heavy board, that is, but Samau just bowing out.
Bora, Lulu.
If you were tasked at present with calling a timeout, pulling Joao Samau into your corner, and then based on what we've seen so far from Suvarna and this heads-up match, what would be one or two things that you would like to whisper into his ear?
It's a good question.
If anything.
Yeah. I guess I would say raising buttons is good, because I think Suvarna might overfold a little bit out of the big blind, and I don't think he's going to be super 3-bet heavy. So maybe that would be one piece of info. But, you know, Suvarna has played unpredictably and he's played tough, so it's hard to read too much into his post-flop patterns. There's been a bit of everything.
He could wind up getting played here, Alex, with top pair against middle set.
He could, because facing what may be a small bet, Suvarna is going to have an automatic call, and there's worlds in which, you know, an offsuit queen or 10 rolls off. I get ahead of myself, but there are some really bad runouts possible for Santos here. I expect he'll just come with call. Raising would feel like quite a bit of an overplay, and folding not really possible in this situation. So he doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to improve.
Another 1.8 into the middle. Another diamond onto the board. Unpleasant for both parties.
And this card could definitely save Santos.
We know the raises on the button will come from at least a single suited combo more often than not, if not a double suited one.
Yeah, just so many more different hand types that can beat you now.
Zero diamonds in hand, by the way, for Suvarna.
Right. Now, not automatic here that Samau is going to bet the turn. Checking back, perfectly reasonable. But looks like he is going to fire, and fire small. The type of bet that's designed to make a hand like King Jack 10 or King 10-9 quite uncomfortable, as those hands may feel they have enough equity against what could be a wide betting range to continue. But without a straight draw, I wonder if Suvarna just lets this go. The price is excellent. Oh, this is a bit of a misstep, and I wonder if the small sizing from Samao has induced this from Suvarna. But it's an interesting idea.
I mean, but this hand certainly is not the type that possesses the characteristics to check raise from 1 to 2.9. Am I wrong?
So normally you would certainly want to have a diamond in your hand, but I guess one way you could look at this is if you think that this is one of the worst hands you get here with. But yeah, no, it just doesn't feel like the right hand choice, Ali, and perhaps Samao induced it by betting so small on the turn. And now what is Suvarna going to do? Because what rivers are you deciding to follow through on?
When you get called here, what's bottom of range for non-flush holdings?
I think the
in
worst.
Samao's hand.
Yeah, the worst. Oh, this is potentially trouble for Suvarna. I would say the worst hands that Samao calls the turn with would be something like 2-pair and an open-ender. Certainly all the flushes are going to continue, all the sets.
Now, Suvarna isn't full, whereas Samao is. But if Santosh were to barrel again at this, is Samao not forced to confront the possibility that this wasn't diamonds on the turn, or if it was, it had backup?
Well, 7's full is just way too much of a hand. If Suvarna were to shove the river, I think it would be a pretty quick call from Samao, who could certainly expect to sometimes beat the nut flush value betting. If Suvarna had followed through on the river here, it would have been with the idea of targeting the weakest flushes that Samao checked back flop and then fired turn with. Excuse me, bet flop and fired turn with. Some of those hands would have checked back one of those two streets.
6 million.
That's 6 million.
Quite comfy in the face of the check raiser on the turn, knuckling over. Samao 7's full, fires 6 of his 7.3 toward this 10.4.
And Samao betting 6 million here. Suvarna has not folded yet. Suvarna looks like he's actually considering a hero call. The problem is, like I said, what are the worst hands Samao bet calls the turn with? I guess something like maybe 10-9, 8-7 with a diamond will do it some of the time. You really would need him to have exactly 8-7 for King-Queen to be good here, unless he had a really outrageous float. If they were a lot deeper, he could try to think about maybe a gangster bluff jam. But just 1.3 behind for Samao. And I don't think his body language to me is indicating someone who's considering a bluff jam. He's got a bit of a smile on his face.
How strongly is he considering a fold, though?
The third one.
Well, I think he has to be really considering it, right? Because he check raised the turn and Samao continued.
But this 6 million suggests it isn't diamonds, it's a boat.
It could definitely be a strong flush. A nut flush could definitely bet this size. Even a queen high flush with appropriate full house blockers potentially could bet this size, because I think Suvarna would have just value shoved the nut flush himself on the river at least some chunk of the time. I see what you mean though, Ali. Like, if you feel that Samao is only representing boats in this line, then the king is a useful blocker. But the issue is, what are Joao's bluffs? He needs to have something to bet call the turn, doesn't he? Is he just going to bet call the turn with a wrap on a flush board? It's really hard to come up with natural bluffs for Samao, but Suvarna does make the call and will be shown the bad news.
Well, the balance of power has shifted tremendously as all of a sudden a patient Joao Samao perseveres and winds up with 24 million in the aftermath of that exchange, while Suvarna winds down to sub 10.
Hero call ho gaya main. King tha mera. Flush bhi nahi tha. Diamond.
This feels like one of those big pharma commercials. Well, ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for railing a 50K. Side effects can be intense gum chewing, gratuitous hugging.
A lot of tension indeed, Ali, as leads have changed hands many times at this final table.
You just owe 2.
Yeah.
And a bit of an unfortunate one there. Perhaps an unforced error, as Santos could have just check folded on 4th Street. I think Joao's small turn bet is what kind of led to everything happening there. It was a bit of a snowball effect.
Is it safe to say that when we're playing ring, when we're playing multi-way, as opposed to in heads up, that sort of approach can wind up more forgiving than it is when it's mano a mano?
Well, let's turn our attention back to the action at hand, as this could be.
Yeah, lack of forgiveness and the immediacy of the Samao chip lead for Suvarna's 10s, which run into aces and covering clubs.
And again, I'd like to see Suvarna flat call this. Oh, he moves in again.
Asas.
Joao Samao now over a 2-1 favorite to win the tournament.
Mere moments ago, Suvarna was the man that held Samao's fate in the palm of his hand. And now, role reversal here with Samao, a massive favorite to take down the bracelet and the honors here. In a 1-2 punch that comes out of seemingly left field. Dire straits for the 10-10-8-6. Might the bracelet have found a wrist? Ace in the window. 8 and a 7 behind. Gutter with a 9 busy as the 10-6 works overtime. 19 million chip pot that must go Santosh's way if hopes of bracelet number 4 for him are to be maintained. Now the 5 adds a pathway. 4 4s, 3 9s, 7 outs total for Suvarna. And that's not it. An absolutely dazzling turn of events packed into a mere 2 pots, sending Santos out in second for $912,000 and sending Joao Samao over to Louisa for a big hug and a kiss. And bracelet number 4 tethered to $1.37 million.
And congrats to both those guys. A heartwarming embrace between the two, but this is Joao Samao's moment to shine as the Brazilian claims his 4th title, winning this 50K PLO high roller.
This image is becoming increasingly familiar. The winner's circle occupied by Samao, as somehow he dug it out, Alex.
It was a battle all day, Ali, especially 3-handed and heads up. It was so many lead changes, 3-handed.
Thank you.
Felt like he was wobbling in the ring.
Yeah.
The deck kind of dealing him out, and then suddenly he just connected with a bit of a haymaker, assisted by perhaps Santos hanging his chin out there as we send it down to Platt.
Well, I have to ask, since it's here, how much pride do you take in representing your country?
A lot. It's hard for us to get too many bracelets because of our currency and tax situation. So we don't have many Brazilians playing here compared to online poker. So it's something really special, you know, like the bracelet is something amazing, and represent my country is even more intense, you know.
Amazing is a good word for it. I mentioned this earlier, over the last 6 months, it's been now 3 7-figure scores.
Yeah.
What has this last year or so been like for you?
Well, no words to say, you know, amazing. Like 20 years playing this game, eventually you start to get the lucky for your side in the big events, you know, like sometimes you are getting lucky in the smaller buy-ins that you play. Sometimes you get lucky in the biggest buy-ins. Sometimes you don't get luck at all. But when you compare getting lucky and need to be in the biggest buy-ins is when everything happens, right? So I feel very lucky for that.
You touched on it earlier. You said the bracelet was amazing. What does another bracelet mean to you?
I mean, of course, it's incredible. But this one, in Father's Day, it would be very hard for me to speak. My father just passed away a few days ago, and my biggest mission is to be a dad. I don't care for poker, I don't care for anything. So, win this tournament in the Father's Day, it's unbelievable.
I gotcha. Well, we know he's proud of you.
I hope they heard what I say.
Is proud of you, absolutely.
Yeah.
And on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is a true honor of mine to present you with your 4th World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. Congratulations. Let's hear it for our champion of the 50K PLO High Roller, Joao Samal.
Let's go. Let's go.
Boy, storyline catching us off guard here in the booth as you saw Joao overcome with emotion, talking about the loss of his father recently. I had no idea, and we know just how important it is to him that his dad be proud and that he be a good dad himself to his son Daniel and daughter Bella, who I'm sure are going to be plenty proud of Papa, along with wife Louisa. As that's going to do it for our coverage here today in this 50K Millie Maker coverage. Day 3 in nature is that which is on the docket tomorrow. 6 p.m. local time here in Vegas is when we deliver it. Final thoughts at all, Alex?
Well, that was just such a touching moment. I didn't know that was coming either, Ali. And Joao is just such a great person and a great player. And, you know, what a special moment for him. And condolences on his loss, but he's just made his dad proud on Father's Day.
Yeah, a big win for him and for Santosh Suvarna. Obviously, heaps of respect as he did it his way down to the bitter end. 1-2 punch KOing him. Well, that's going to be it for us here in Vegas as the 50K PLO is in the books. And with that, so too are our duties on the day. On behalf of our entire team here in Las Vegas and Mr. Rum and Chess himself, Alex Livingston, this is Ali Nejad saying thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to the next opportunity to bring you more from the 2026 World Series of Poker. Good night, guys.